Chapter 51. When Xixi was so sweet to Yin Yi that she couldn't recover for a long time, and Yin Yi had already gone to the shooting site. The director was from H country, with blonde hair and blue eyes, a burly old man who was close to old age. He was very demanding and usually didn't smile. Although Xin Sanzi was a fat sheep with funds, she was very afraid of him. But Yin Yi was the opposite of all the actors in the crew. He talked and laughed with the director, and the two got along very well. After greeting the director, Yin Yi was in the state of filming. He was a natural actor and got into the state very quickly. The director was holding the script and looking at it. Yin Yi's movements and expressions were in place. Xin Sanzi looked at him and was stunned for a long time before reacting. The director looked at her and frowned. When Xixi was watching from the side and was sweating for her, Xin Sanzi was not easy either. She could have been a little princess at home, but she kept being an actor for her dream. The crew was beaten by the director, and after the movie was released, they were also besieged by keyboard warriors. It can also be seen from here that the girl is quite pure. Speaking of dreams, when Xixi remembered what Yin Yi had just said. After when Xixi felt sweet in her heart, she felt a little burdened. Yin Yi said that he had been acting for 6 or 7 years, but he still liked acting and enjoyed acting. Watching Yin Yi's free time in filming, when Xixi was in a daze thinking about things. Occasionally, Yin Yi would come over to chat with her after filming. When Yin Yi spoke, he was mostly joking, and when Xixi always blushed when he said that. Yin Yi smiled and stood up, rubbed her hair and went back to filming. The two of them together were a completely sweet little couple, not shy at all. People around were watching, some were giggling and some were taking pictures. When Xixi felt that it was too high profile and wanted Yin Yi to be more restrained, but Yin Yi said that they were a couple, so what was wrong with doing some intimate actions? When Xixi was speechless and her face was red for a long time. Qingqiu Mountain mainly tells the story of a man who sees through the world and goes to the mountains to practice Taoism. Although Xin Sanzi is the heroine, her role is much less than Yin Yi. When the two of them don't have scenes together, Xin Sanzi doesn't go back to the hotel to rest, but sits there to watch Yin Yi act. She is very serious about learning, and she also worships Yin Yi and Wen Xixi very seriously. Your cooking skills are really great. Xin Sanzi took her phone and swiped Wen Xixi's Weibo. Because she hadn't been with Yin Yi for a week, she hadn't updated for a week. Xin Sanzi's praise was very unoriginal, which made Wen Xixi feel embarrassed. She kept saying modestly, "No, actually you can do it if you are patient." "I can't do it." Xin Sanzi pulled a chair over and said with some melancholy, "My kitchen is a black hole. Even scrambled eggs are burnt." After talking about herself, Xin Sanzi's thoughts jumped out again. She looked up at Yin Yi, then at Wen Xixi, and said, "You two are really a perfect match. One is a picky eater, and the other can cook. My cooking skills are so bad, will I be unable to find a husband in the future?" Xin Sanzi said worriedly, and without waiting for Wen Xixi to answer, Xinzi switched to another topic. "Mr. Yin likes you so much. You didn't come last week, so he didn't smile much. But after you came, he was so radiant." After Xin Sanzi said this, Wen Xixi blushed slightly. She pursed her lips and smiled and said, "He is more serious when he works and doesn't smile much." Oh, Xin Sanzi was surprised. "You two really understand each other well, no wonder you are a perfect match." Wen Xixi. After chatting with Xin Sanzi for a while, Wen Xixi finally understood that even if Xin Sanzi was not from a famous family, she would definitely be able to make a living in the entertainment industry with her sweet mouth. Being praised by Xin Sanzi to the point of being at a loss, Wen Xixi quickly brought up a topic, hoping to pull Xin Sanzi's running thoughts back. Do you like filming very much? Wen Xixi asked with a smile. Yes. Speaking of filming, Xin Xiangzi was even more excited than before, and pulled Wen Xixi to look at the script she drew. The little girl was very serious and careful in her work. She also took notes next to the lines in the script. Looking at the beautiful handwriting of the little girl, Wen Xixi remembered that she had just asked Ying Yi about acting. Is Ying Yi good at teaching? The two met through Ying Yi, and the topic naturally revolved around Ying Yi. Of course. Xin Xiangzi said, pointing to the notes on the script, and said, Mr. Ying has good acting skills and teaches well. Although I studied at the film academy, I still don't know how to act. I can't act in the first place, and the director of the crew is very nice to me and is reluctant to criticize me, so my acting skills can't improve. After speaking, Xin Xiangzi glanced at the director standing there and talking to Ying Yi about the play. When Xin Xiangzi looked at it, Wen Xixi's eyes also cast over. Now that the weather is getting colder, the directors are all wearing down jackets, while Ying Yi is only wearing a thin long gown. Standing there tall, slender, and particularly gentle and handsome. His plasticity is really good. Different styles give people completely different feelings, but his clean and fresh bones remain unchanged, and he can interpret every role very neatly. Ying Yi, who was listening to the director's explanation of the play, seemed to be aware of Wen Xixi's gaze. He raised his head slightly and saw Wen Xixi looking at him. His originally serious expression relaxed slightly, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ying Yi blinked his right eye lightly and gave Wen Xixi an electric shock. Wen Xixi, who was looking at him, was caught off guard and shuddered all over. She quickly lowered her head. When she realized that they were now a couple and she could feel Ying Yi's love wantonly, she looked up again and Ying Yi had continued to work seriously. Wen Xixi stood upright and looked at Ying Yi. Her heart was always sweet and the corners of her lips had never been lowered. Wen Xixi was looking at Ying Yi, but Xin Xiangzi was looking at the director. She was physically afraid when she looked at the director, so she quickly retracted her gaze. Xin Xiangzi lowered her voice and spoke to Wen Xixi. This director is so scary. I've been scolded several times. I speak Y language so well that I can understand every time he scolds me. It's hard for him to pretend to be deaf and dumb. Wen Xixi laughed out loud. She thought Xin Xiangzi was so cute, which reminded her of Chou Yan. Ying Yi had more scenes in the morning. After the filming was completed, the scenes in the afternoon were postponed to the later stage, so he had enough time to go back to the hotel to rest. After saying goodbye to the director, Ying Yi went to pull Wen Xixi, and the two of them held hands and left the crew one after the other. What they thought was a normal thing caused a stir because the crew selflessly posted photos of the two of them openly showing off their love on Weibo, allowing the whole world to eat their love. The two are a couple, and their popularity has not diminished. This can be regarded as a publicity model for the crew of Xingqiu Mountain. The hot searches on the internet are all about the two of them, but they don't seem to care. Being dragged back to the hotel by Ying Yi, Wen Xixi hurried to pack up her lunch. Wen Xixi's Weibo has not been updated for a week. After the update last night, the number of comments exceeded 10,000 for the first time. I remember that the most commented Weibo before was the one on which Wen Xixi and Ying Yi separated. She cooked Ying Yi's last meal before coming to Q Province. Her lack of updates means that Ying Yi has not eaten well recently. Fans care about their idol's health and check in under Wen Xixi's Weibo every day to ask her to cook for her idol. Most of Ying Yi's fans are so warm and sweet. Wen Xixi doesn't feel jealous at all to be spoiled by so many fans. To put it in a very shameless way, Ying Yi is her man. No matter how long others covet him, they have no chance, ha ha ha. Xin Xiangzi is really hardworking. Wen Xixi cooked and ate with Yingyi. Then she looked at the script that Yingyi was sketching and chatted with Yingyi. Yingyi also has the habit of sketching the script. After sketching the script, he can better understand the role. Some actors will ask their life assistants to help sketch the lines, but for Yingyi, the script is completely in his hands. You work hard too. Yingyi smiled and raised his head, his hands moving without stopping. I'm just cooking. Wen Xixi couldn't resist being praised by Xin Sanso in the morning and Yingyi now, no matter how thick-skinned she was. She's just acting, she's an actress. Yingyi said as he drew, you're just a life assistant, but you have the cooking skills of a star chef and the good looks of a star. Stop. Wen Xixi rushed over and tried to cover Yingyi's mouth with a smile. Yingyi noticed her movements, smiled softly, put the script aside, and hugged her. Wen Xixi changed from active to passive, and was held in Yingyi's arms. They were in the same direction, Yingyi's chest was against her back, and she could feel the vibration of Yingyi's chest when he laughed. Be careful of the table. Wen Xixi exclaimed, her body leaning forward leaned back slightly, and somehow, she was pressed under Yingyi again. Looking up and meeting the man's eyes, Wen Xixi's heart suddenly hung. Want to rebel? Yingyi lowered his head and kissed Wen Xixi on the lips. Wen Xixi was so dizzy from the kiss that she shook her head in a daze. With a little fat sheep in his arms, the big bad wolf began to get restless again. Yingyi lowered his head and kissed her, but when he remembered that he had to film in the afternoon, he immediately stopped the action, got up from Wen Xixi, picked up the script, and covered his thighs and crotch. Yingyi did this action smoothly, but Wen Xixi understood it. She coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject, saying to Yingyi, I said Xin Sanzi worked hard because she originally had good conditions and didn't have to act, but she kept acting, and she was not ashamed to ask questions and was diligent and studious. After that, Wen Xixi became curious and asked Yingyi, do you know what her family background is? The little guy started to gossip, his eyes sparkling, like a little otter that just emerged from the water. Yingyi found it funny, put his hands on the script, leaned back slightly, and said, want to know? Wen Xixi nodded eagerly. Yingyi leaned forward and smiled, I can't let you know for nothing. Blinking, Wen Xixi laughed, what should I do? After saying that, Wen Xixi saw Yingyi's face leaning forward, and suddenly understood. Wen Xixi blushed and leaned forward to kiss him. Being kissed actively, Yingyi's eyes were sweet, and he held the little girl in his arms, rubbing her hair and said, her family is in the real estate business. The Yingshui Tinglan that opened in the city center recently belongs to her family. In Wen Xixi's impression, real estate businessmen are all big fat sheep, so Xin Sanzi deserves to be called a little fat sheep. In a place like S City where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, Xin Sanzi's family actually occupied enough to jump off the building. Wen Xixi thought they were rich just by thinking about it. She used to think that Wen Yangyan was barely a rich second generation, and compared to Xin Sanzi, she was nothing compared to him. However, when it comes to Yingshui Tinglan, Wen Xixi seems to feel that it sounds familiar. After hearing it, Wen Xixi immediately remembered it. Last time, she met Jingren for coffee and read the newspaper on the table. Yingshui Tinglan is in a hot location and in short supply, especially the shops on the first and second floors, which have long been snapped up by major businesses. Some economic experts have analyzed that the value of houses in that area is very high. The rent there is so expensive. Wen Xixi sighed and said, the high rent is part of it. There is no place now. Wen Xixi said with some regret, otherwise she could have chosen that place to open a private restaurant. The developer will have extra houses. Yingyi stretched out his hand and scratched Wen Xixi's nose. He smiled slyly at Wen Xixi and said, funds are not a problem. You should get along well with her first and ask her to help you get a shop. After Ying Yi finished speaking, Wen Xixi was stunned. She looked at Ying Yi, feeling sour and sweet in her heart. With Ying Yi's ability, it would be very easy to get Yin Shuitingla's house, but he only prepared the funds for her, and she had to do other things by herself, so that she could participate in this matter and gain confidence from it. Ying Yi had already paved half of the road. If Wen Xixi couldn't continue to pave it, she would basically say goodbye to opening a restaurant. Okay. Wen Xixi responded, suddenly stood up from the sofa, walked to the other side of Ying Yi and sat down. Ying Yi looked at her, not knowing why. The little guy came over and her chest hit his arm, soft and distracting. Wen Xixi kissed Ying Yi's face, smiled with a red face and said, "To be fair, kiss each other. Little darling." Ying Yi called with a smile, stretched out his hand to pinch Wen Xixi's face, and said, "You are so cute." After an hour's rest, Ying Yi and Wen Xixi set off for the filming site. As soon as Ying Yi arrived at the scene, Xin Sanzi came over with a sad face. Looking at her depressed look, it was obvious that she was wronged. "Mr. Ying." Xin Sanzi hesitated for a long time, gritted her teeth and said, "The director does not allow borrowing." Xin Sanzi mentioned this, and Ying Yi understood it instantly. He lowered his eyes and glanced at Wen Xixi. When Xixi looked up at him, Ying Yi pursed his lips at her and said, "You stay with her for a while, I'll go talk to the director." Wen Xixi understood, and quickly responded, saying, "Okay." When Ying Yi went to communicate with the director, Xin Sanzi looked at the situation over there with a worried look. She did act a lot, but she had never had a kissing scene. She is in her early 20s this year, and she has never been in love. How could she give her first kiss to another man? Whether it is said that she is unprofessional or not a real actor, Xin Sanzi really can't get over this hurdle. Can Mr. Ying be persuaded? Xin Sanzi asked. Yes. Wen Xixi replied. In fact, Wen Xixi was not reliable in her heart. She thought that she could comfort Xin Sanzi as soon as possible. "You are really confident in Mr. Ying, and you two have a good relationship?" Xin Sanzi began to flatter again with envy. When Ying Yi came over, Xin Sanzi and Wen Xixi went to greet him. Ying Yi said, "It's done." Ah. When Xin Sanzi mentioned it at that time, he was scolded by the director. Unexpectedly, when it came to Ying Yi, it was done in just a few words. Xin Sanzi quickly asked, "What did you tell the director?" "It definitely won't work with a stand-in. We need a real kiss." Ying Yi said, "If we can't do it in person, we can find a kiss double." Xin Sanzi had a lot of kiss doubles. After hearing what Ying Yi said, she quickly called her agent and said to Ying Yi, "I'll call my kiss double over right away." "No need." Ying Yi stopped Xin Sanzi, feeling helpless. He pulled Wen Xixi next to him and said, "Look at this kiss double. This is my girlfriend. I won't kiss anyone else except her." Xin Sanzi, who was caught off guard and had a mouthful of dog food, said. His open mouth slowly closed, and Xin Sanzi said, "Okay, thanks to Xixi." Anyway, as long as the problem is resolved, Xin Sanzi was grateful. He hugged Wen Xixi and said, "It's great to have you here. I owe you a favor. If you need help, just come to me." Wen Xixi. The matter was resolved so smoothly. Wen Xixi looked up at Ying Yi. The man was looking down at her. He blinked his right eye again, full of electricity and cunning. Wen Xixi felt that Ying Yi had a hard time. The big knife in his hand could obviously kill the tiger, but he insisted on chopping the tiger half to death, and then leaving the last knife for her to chop to death, and announced to the world that she had killed the tiger. She was really protected too well. Because of such a strong backing, she had to work hard to become stronger. Wen Xixi stretched out her hand from behind and wanted to pull Yingyi. Yingyi's fingers stretched out, and Wen Xixi grasped them. After a while, Wen Xixi felt that there was something in her hand. When she took it over, it was a candy. "Eat it first." Yingyi smiled faintly and said, "I'll buy you something sweeter in the evening." Chapter 52. Letting Wen Xixi be a kiss substitute was mixed with Yingyi's selfishness, but it did not delay the main business. Wen Xixi and Xin Sanzi are about the same height, and from the back, their figures are also similar. When Yingyi introduced them to the director agreed without saying a word. The kiss that the hero and heroine were going to shoot was to be separated in the plot. The kiss should be decisive and broken, without any sweetness. Wen Xixi only needs to show her back and side profile, and Yingyi is the one who carries the whole performance. After changing into the costume and makeup of the heroine, Wen Xixi stood beside Yingyi, still a little nervous. She tensed her face and tried her best to perform perfectly. Because if she doesn't behave well, Yingyi might kiss someone else instead. How could that be possible? Wen Xixi looked up at Yingyi, who was moving around and communicating with the director. Looking up at Wen Xixi, the determination and heartbreak in his eyes had not yet faded, and they were still projected straight at her, causing Wen Xixi's heart to tremble. The next second, Yingyi's eyes softened again, and he put his hand into Wen Xixi's hair. Yingyi curled the corners of his lips, and he looked particularly charming. "Are you scared?" Indeed, Wen Xixi was scared. Because at that moment, Yingyi didn't seem to be acting at all, but seemed to be really saying goodbye to Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi was panic-stricken, and a sense of insecurity was like a bud growing in her heart. But the moment it grew, Wen Xixi pinched it off. She had to be confident, not in herself, but in Yingyi's feelings for her. "Don't be afraid." Wen Xixi met Yingyi's gaze, then lowered her head slightly and whispered, "I'm very good." Slightly surprised, Yingyi laughed softly, put his hand on Wen Xixi's face, lowered his head and kissed her lightly. The director saw the kiss and looked up and said something. Yingyi smiled and waved at him, shook his head and said something in Y language. This sentence is very simple, and most people present can understand it, including Wen Xixi. Yingyi said, "I can't help but want to kiss my little cutie." The director shrugged helplessly, nodded and said okay, and everyone who could understand it smiled. Wen Xixi blushed like an apple, Yingyi pinched her, the director shouted to start, and Yingyi quickly immersed himself in the play. This is the first time Wen Xixi has watched Yingyi filming at such a close distance. Yingyi's charm is infinitely magnified at this close distance. Wen Xixi is immersed in it, proud that Yingyi is her boyfriend. Yingyi, in the play, is going to Qinqiu Mountain to practice for himself. However, Yingyi, who is outside the play, has to give up filming for Wen Xixi and choose to teach at the film academy. Two completely different choices, but Yingyi performed them very accurately. After a day's filming, Wen Xixi returned to the hotel with Yingyi. She cooked for Yingyi, and after they ate, Yingyi sat on the sofa reading the script, and Wen Xixi sat next to him. When she was bored, she checked Weibo. She and Yingyi were the hot searches on Weibo, and the pictures posted on the official Weibo of Qinqiu Mountain were forwarded one after another. Wen Xixi looked at the comments below, and her heart was sweet and warm. She looked up and glanced at Yingyi secretly, and Yingyi just looked up at her. The two looked at each other and smiled. Yingyi has a lot of scenes tomorrow, and now he is working overtime, so Yingyi reached out and pulled her over. The two sat together. When Xixi rested her head on his shoulder, Yingyi bent down and kissed her forehead, and said, "Are you sleepy?" "No." When Xixi stared at the dense lines on the script, feeling a headache for Yingyi. Filming is not that easy. Rubbing her eyes on Yingyi's shoulder, When Xixi said, "Are you almost done memorizing?" There are still 2 pages. Ying Yi was holding the script, and the papers rustled. Ying Yi said, "Such a chatterbox who likes to preach, the lines are long and difficult to memorize." Amused by Ying Yi's words, Wen Shishi said, "You said you have a good memory, these are nothing." This was what Ying Yi said to her when she just became Ying Yi's assistant. Unexpectedly, Wen Shishi remembered it all. Ying Yi was speechless for a while, and after a long while, he smiled helplessly and said something in a long tone. "Shishi, you're going to be eaten if you talk like that. I'll pick a place with more meat to taste first." As he said that, Ying Yi bit her face lightly. Wen Shishi smiled and dodged, but Ying Yi still caught her and bit her. Wen Shishi said, "Ouch," and Ying Yi immediately let go. Wen Shishi looked up at him and asked with a smile, "What does it taste like?" Ying Yi didn't say anything, as if he was savoring the taste. After a while, he said, "I can't taste it. Let me taste it again." Wen Shishi laughed, and Ying Yi really hugged her and took another bite. After biting, his lips fell on Wen Shishi's lips. Wen Shishi was kissed obediently, closing her eyes like a kitten. Her heart was beating very fast. After being kissed by Ying Yi for a while, Ying Yi's breathing became a little unstable. The 2 played for a while, and Ying Yi was not fascinated by the beauty, and continued to recite the lines. Wen Shishi was still leaning on Ying Yi's shoulder and continued to browse Weibo. After she finished browsing the Weibo and hot searches that she followed, Wen Shishi started to browse the hot topics. The hot Weibo posts were related to the circles that she usually followed, and most of them were food Weibo posts. After browsing for a while, Wen Shishi's eyes were fixed on a Weibo post. The Weibo post was posted by Roger, who posted a picture of 2 hands tightly clasped together, with the setting sun shining obliquely, infinitely beautiful. The caption of this picture was, "Waiting for you." He announced his relationship again, for months after Li Lang was punished for him. Wen Shishi clicked on the comments, and all the comments were blessings. Wen Shishi felt a little uncomfortable. Although Ling Lang was wrong, she felt that it was not worth it for Ling Lang. Ling Lang was too stupid. She did all those things for Ruja, but in the end, Ruja acted like a victim and washed his hands clean. His fans were increasing, the scale of the restaurant was expanding, and Ling Lang seemed to have never been to City B. Ruja lived a free and unrestrained life. In fact, Wen Shishi still remembered Ruja in her heart. After all, what Ling Lang did was ultimately because Ruja was wavering. Wen Shishi was surprised when this thought came to her mind. She has always been a coward who doesn't cause trouble, but now she actually wants to think about revenge. Wen Shishi didn't stay on Ruja's Weibo for a long time. She clicked "Never recommend this person's Weibo again," and continued to scroll down. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Ying Yi, who had a good memory, finished memorizing all the lines. After closing the script, he pinched his eyebrows with his fingers, feeling very tired. He came back to his senses and was about to stretch, but he found that his shoulders were numb and he stopped the action. He lowered his eyes and saw Wen Shishi lying on his shoulder, sleeping soundly with her eyes closed. His heart softened. Ying Yi chuckled, stretched out his other hand, and scratched the little guy's nose. Wen Shishi did not forget to protect her collapsed nose in her dream, and frowned a little sadly, and Yi Yi's smile deepened. He hugged Wen Shishi's body and let her lie on his legs. Ying Yi hugged the little guy with both hands, and with a little force, he picked her up. Wen Shishi's body tilted and fell into Ying Yi's arms. Rubbing against Ying Yi's arms, Wen Shishi slept particularly sweetly. The little girl accompanied him to recite the lines after taking a bath. She was obviously very sleepy, but she kept insisting. Carrying her to the bed, Ying Yi leaned over and kissed her on the forehead, then got up to take a bath. After washing up, Ying Yi changed his clothes and went to bed. The bed on his side tilted down because of his weight. When Xixi seemed to have noticed something, and her body rolled around and just rolled into Ying Yi's arms. Ying Yi thought she was still asleep, so he hugged her and adjusted his posture to let her sleep comfortably. When he looked down at her, he found that Wen Xixi was looking at him with her eyes open. Her eyes were sparkling, like two black grapes in the sun. Awake, Ying Yi kissed the tip of her nose and said, "Go back to sleep." Moving her body closer to the man, Wen Xixi put her arms around Ying Yi's neck and said, "You haven't given me sweeter candy yet." He had clearly said he would give it to her during the filming. The corner of his eye slightly raised. He didn't expect Wen Xixi to have such a good memory. Ying Yi glanced at the time and said, "You'll have a toothache if you eat candy at night." "Then I don't care." Wen Xixi lowered her head, leaned into Ying Yi's neck, and said aggrievedly, "You must do what you said." The little guy is the most touching when he is aggrieved. Ying Yi was really softened by her words. Reaching out and picking up Wen Xixi, Ying Yi lay flat on his body, and Wen Xixi lay on his body. Wen Xixi looked up and looked at him with wide eyes. She had just fallen asleep and now seemed to be awake. Ying Yi's heart moved when he saw it, as if he was rubbed by the pads of a kitten. "What kind of candy do you want to eat?" Ying Yi asked with a smile. Wen Xixi did not answer, but rubbed his thigh twice. She was a shy person to begin with. After these 2 times of hesitation, she had given Ying Yi some hints, and she had already used up all her courage. Some anger welled up in her lower abdomen. Ying Yi's eyes were heavy, and his voice was a little hoarse. "You can't eat it." Ying Yi said, "You have to eat sweet candies. This hurts." Wen Xixi's face was red. She responded softly, put her hands on his chest, drew a circle on his heart, and held him tightly. Wen Xixi's voice was very soft. She raised her head, leaned up, and kissed the corner of Ying Yi's lips. "Eat a little bit at a time, it will hurt. After the pain, it will be sweet." His eyes became deeper and deeper. Ying Yi held Wen Xixi's waist with both hands and touched her soft and hot skin. He was not a saint to begin with, but he endured it because he loved Wen Xixi too much. "Okay," Ying Yi said, hugging Wen Xixi and letting her sit on him. Chapter 53. Although Ying Yi agreed, he did not dare to act rashly. He knew his size. If he went in hastily, Wen Xixi might get hurt and torn. Wen Xixi sat on him. The woman on top position was easier, but he only felt a little. Wen Xixi's waist collapsed and she lay on him. He held Wen Xixi's waist with both hands, lifted her up, and kissed her temples. Self-control is especially important at this time. Ying Yi said in a hoarse voice to Wen Xixi, who was sweating and pale in pain. "Let's do these first. 1/3 of it has been in, and it will be easier next time. After a few times of back and forth, it will be done soon." He didn't want to eat a big fat man in one bite. If Wen Xixi couldn't get out of bed in pain, or was injured, he would rather do nothing today. He backed out, but Wen Xixi didn't. She pressed down a bit, and her body suddenly stiffened. Ying Yi groaned, hugged Wen Xixi's waist, and struggled between reason and desire. Finally, he took the little girl off him. "You are more anxious than me." Ying Yi stepped back. Wen Xixi was now very aware of the pain. She gritted her teeth not to let herself scream out, and curled up in Ying Yi's arms. She thought she could eat it, but this lollipop was really too big. However, she gritted her teeth and sat down a little just now, and it should be about the same next time. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi's pale face flushed again. She is really anxious. It was her first time with Ying Yi, and she was willing. "Is it more uncomfortable?" Wen Xixi recovered and looked up at Ying Yi. Yin Yi was looking at her with his eyes down, with pampering and heartache in his brown eyes. Yin Yi's eyes are particularly beautiful, with a lazy and mysterious feeling. When this trace of carelessness fades, the deep emotions underneath are so heavy that they can drown people. No, Yin Yi lied. He didn't want to put pressure on Wen Qixi. This kind of breaking halfway is indeed much more unbearable than not driving in the first place. After experiencing this 2 or 3 times, Yin Yi felt that he could soon become a monk. Those lines were not memorized in vain. Yin Yi suddenly smiled, lowered his head and scratched Wen Qixi's nose. And said with a smile, "At least now, I can be calm." It is not known whether he is comforting himself or mocking himself. Wen Qixi felt very sorry for Yin Yi. She wanted to turn over and do it again, but was pressed under Yin Yi, who chuckled and kissed her neck. Wen Qixi was numb and itchy from the kiss, her body was numb and full of desire. Yin Yi quickly stopped his hand, hugged Wen Qixi honestly, put his legs around her waist, and pulled her body into his arms. "Go to sleep." After one last kiss, Yin Yi smiled and comforted Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi nodded and buried her body in Yin Yi's arms like a little hamster. Yin Yi's embrace was warm and reassuring. Listening to his heartbeat, Wen Qixi smiled and fell asleep soon. Xin Sanze's role was finished within a week after Wen Qixi finished filming The Kiss Substitute. This play is mainly Yin Yi, and the so-called heroine's role is only concentrated in the first half. When Xin Sanze finished filming, the crew held a special wrap-up banquet. Wen Qixi attended with Yin Yi. Yin Yi was busy with socializing, and Wen Qixi helped him twice. Later, Yin Yi saw that she was hungry, pinched her cheek, and asked her to find something to eat first. The wrap-up banquet was held in the hotel in the form of a buffet. After everyone raised their glasses to thank him, they were busy eating their own food. Wen Qixi took some food and sat in a corner to eat. She looked up and saw Yin Yi, who was talking to the director. The director really likes Yin Yi very much. He praised him highly during the filming. "I heard from Xin Sanze that this director is particularly strict. Yin Yi must have superb acting skills and high emotional intelligence, which is why the director values him so much." Thinking of this, Wen Qixi was particularly proud. Noticing Wen Qixi's gaze, Yin Yi smiled at her. When he smiled, a glimmer of light flashed in his brown eyes, with tenderness and warmth. Wen Qixi smiled unconsciously, and her smile was a little silly. "It's so good to be with Yin Yi. Just looking into his eyes can make my heart sweet." Because this is Xin Sanze's wrap-up party, it means that Xin Sanze's part has been finished and she is leaving the crew. Among the crew members, some are her fans, lining up for autographs and photos. Xin Sanze dealt with it all, and her cheeks were stiff from smiling. Before the next batch of fans arrived, Xin Sanze hurried towards Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi saved a seat for her. She smiled and sat next to Wen Qixi. Xin Sanze was very tired, her face was flushed and she was sweating. Wen Qixi brought something for her to eat. Xin Sanze shook her head and said, "These things are not worth my eating." Looking down at the remaining food on the plate, Wen Qixi, "I didn't mean anything else." Xin Sanze laughed and said to Wen Qixi, "We celebrities have to control our weight and usually don't eat dinner. But if it tastes good, I will eat it, because it's worth it for me to gain weight." After that, Xin Sanze blinked at Wen Qixi and said, "For example, if you cook, I will eat as much as you give me, and I'm not afraid of gaining weight." At the end, he still didn't forget to praise Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi was embarrassed by the compliment, and smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has different tastes, you may not like what I cook. I want to eat it just by looking at it." Xin Sanze muttered, saying, "Mr. Yin is so picky about food, and you can figure out his taste. This is not easy." Before Wen Xixi came, Yingyi ate with the crew for a week, and Xin Sanzi saw that Yingyi hardly ate anything. She thought he was controlling his weight like her, but later she thought about Wen Xixi's Weibo and realized that his picky eating was indeed well-deserved. His taste buds are more sensitive than those of ordinary people. Wen Xixi explained, just remove the original taste of the things he hates. Xin Sanzi, the kitchen black hole, didn't understand what Wen Xixi said. She said with regret, "It would be great if you could open a restaurant. I also want to try your cooking skills." After the wrap-up banquet today, she will fly to another place to film. Usually the shooting is very intense, and she doesn't have the opportunity to let Wen Xixi cook a meal for her to try. Moreover, even if she had time, she didn't dare to let Wen Xixi cook. Yingyi protected her very closely, and she didn't dare to pluck hair from a tiger's head. Since Xin Sanzi mentioned the restaurant, Wen Xixi's eyebrows moved and she continued the topic. "I want to open a private restaurant." After Wen Xixi finished speaking, Xin Sanzi opened her eyes and said in surprise and delight, "Really? When will it open? I want to go there for a meal first. Then you have to give me a discount." Thinking that Xin Sanzi led the funding team and was responsible for tens of millions, she should not care about those discounts, but she still spoke up, which made Wen Xixi think she was very cute. Wen Xixi smiled and responded lightly. "We are still choosing a location." Wen Xixi said, "The place cannot be too remote, nor can it be in the downtown area. I started to think about Yinshui Tinglan, but it seems that there is no place to rent." Speaking of which, Xin Sanzi had no idea about her family's industry. But after hearing what Wen Xixi said, she had a vague impression. If Wen Xixi could choose her home as the location, that would be great. Xin Sanzi jumped up and took out her cell phone and said to Wen Xixi, "Wait a minute, I'll help you." The eldest daughter of the Xin group's family, naturally, had nothing that she couldn't handle. Xin Sanzi told Wen Xixi in one phone call, "That's my house. I've said hello for you. When you have time, just go to Yinshui Tinglan to sign the contract." "Oh, I don't want the rent. Can I go to your restaurant to eat for free?" Xin Sanzi was protected too well. It seemed that she had no concept of money at all. She was innocent like a child. She was so innocent that Wen Xixi felt that she was a little too insincere for not telling Xin Sanzi that she wanted to rent Yinshui Tinglan at the beginning. But she asked Xin Sanzi for help directly. On the one hand, she would feel embarrassed, and on the other hand, Xin Sanzi would think that she was too purposeful. Anyway, the matter has been resolved. Wen Xixi's tight string in her heart shrank. She was grateful to Xin Sanzi in her heart, jumping and excited. While Xin Sanzi was still busy signing autographs for fans, Wen Xixi trotted over to Yingyi. Yingyi drank some wine, but he was a good drinker and was still conscious, but his face was slightly red. This was also related to his fair skin. He stood there, holding a goblet in his hand, with the red wine at 2/3 of the rim of the glass, which the waiter had just poured. He was dressed casually for the wrap-up party, and because of the plot, he had his hair cut shorter. Most of his smooth forehead was exposed under his bangs, and he looked refreshed, handsome and charming. When Wen Xixi trotted over, his eyes gradually softened. He looked at Wen Xixi's sparkling eyes, and his heart softened unconsciously. When Wen Xixi ran over, he reached out and held her hand. The little girl's palms were sweaty, a little wet and cool. Yinshui Tinglan has been settled. Wen Xixi said excitedly, "Miss Xin helped us choose the location. Yinshui Tinglan will not be delivered until the beginning of next spring. A new year brings new hope. She will also prepare the procedures and other things that need to be done this year. By then, the house needs to be renovated and other things need to be done. Wen Xixi will be stationed there completely. Although only the house has been settled, when Xixi feels that her dream has been half realized. All things are difficult at the beginning. She has already started, and the rest will just follow the procedures step by step. Did you negotiate it yourself? Ying Yi asked after a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. No, when Xixi said honestly, I said I wanted to open a private restaurant, but there was no place. How smart. Ying Yi sighed. When Xixi was stunned by the praise. She looked up at Ying Yi with a smile in her eyes and said, this is nothing. She is your fan and wants to eat the food you cook. You talk to her about this and she will help you immediately. Ying Yi chuckled and said, now you know how to figure out people's needs and make requests. If this is not smart, what is it? Is she that powerful? When Xixi was about to deny it, Ying Yi raised her chin and drew her attention to the side. A kiss was printed on her lips, and when Xixi's heart was moved and she looked up at Ying Yi. The man's eyes were dark and his smile was shallow. Little boss lady, you are great. When Xixi was obsessed with beauty, and her heart also floated far and high with such praise. She did not deny it, but lowered her head and smiled and responded. Ying Yi reached out and touched her head, his eyes full of doting. This little fool. Before Ying Yi finished filming Jingqiu Mountain, when Xixi went back to S-City with him. At that time, Ying Yi was going back to attend an event. After the event, Ying Yi went to the Performance Academy in S-City to discuss work. When Xixi was free for half a day, so the driver took her to Yingshui Tinglan. The building of Yingshui Tinglan already has a general outline, and it is indeed as its advertisement says, occupying the right time, place and people, so there is an endless stream of people looking to rent. Xin Sangzi has been following up on this matter since she went to film. As soon as when Xixi arrived, the manager called. Another office building next to Yingshui Tinglan also belongs to the Xin Group. The office area of Yingshui Tinglan is also temporarily located there. After agreeing on a location with the manager, Wen Xixi took the elevator to the 13th floor. After arriving at the manager's office, the manager signed a contract with Wen Xixi without saying a word. Because the manager was very busy, Wen Xixi did not sit for long. And she was a VIP specially recommended by Xin Sangzi, and she could feel the manager's restraint. When Xixi had nothing to do, so she took the contract and left first. The contracts were all packed in a brown paper bag. When Xixi pressed the elevator button and went in first. When the elevator door was about to close, she heard someone shout, "Wait," and when Xixi quickly opened the elevator. After opening it, she saw the two people chasing after her clearly. The original smile froze on her face, and when Xixi's eyes darkened. The world is so small, she actually ran into Roger and his new girlfriend. Roger saw Wen Xixi, his expression was stiff and embarrassed, but he was the best at superficial work. He chuckled and said, "What a coincidence." After that, he was about to take his girlfriend down the elevator. His new girlfriend obviously didn't want to go down, so she simply pushed Roger into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, there were only 3 of them left in the whole space. The atmosphere was a bit solemn, and when Xixi didn't intend to pay attention. She opened the contract and took a look. The rent column on it showed a very favorable rent. Xin Sangzi is indeed Xin Sangzi, she is good. When Xixi thought about treating her to a special meal when the business opened. Thinking of Xin Sangzi, when Xixi smiled again. "Neighbor." A voice sounded, and when Xixi paused. She looked over and saw that it was Roger's girlfriend who said that. Roger was also surprised by his girlfriend's sudden voice, and he carefully signaled her, but she actually shook her arm away. "Xiao Yan." Roger's voice sank. Roger really likes this kind of internet celebrity with a high nose bridge, big eyes and a face full of hyaluronic acid. Ling Lang was like this before, and Xiao Yan is also like this now. What are you doing? Xiao Yang ignored Roger and said with a smile, it's not like you don't know each other, why are you so embarrassed? Look, the contract in her hand says area A 1 to 5, isn't the branch we want to sign 1 to 6? We are neighbors. The address was indeed written on the contract bag. Wen Shixi felt a little uncomfortable when Xiao Yan said that. Roger is really living like a fish in water. Ling Lang is still in detention, but he has opened a branch. Her disgust for Roger deepened, and Wen Shixi wanted the elevator to go down faster. We are neighbors and competitors, Xiao Yan said with a wry smile. At that time, almost everyone who frequently browsed Weibo followed Li Lao's Weibo. Although Li Lao was later put in detention, these hot topics have become outdated. But as Roger's girlfriend, I still remember that Roger admitted on WeChat that she liked Wen Shixi. If Wen Shixi didn't dislike Roger, it would never have been her turn. Xiao Yan felt unhappy when he thought that he had been suppressed by this woman from the beginning. It will also motivate each other. Roger explained patiently, trying to pull Xiao Yan back. Do you want to watch a movie tonight? Yes, Xiao Yan said. Isn't Yin Yi's Silence released? I haven't watched it yet. After that, Xiao Yan said something sarcastic. Oh, Shixi is Yin Yi's girlfriend. Ding, the elevator door opened, and Wen Shixi got off the elevator regardless of what Xiao Yan said behind her. Before getting off the elevator, Wen Shixi heard Xiao Yan say something behind her. The girlfriend of a celebrity has to open a restaurant to make money, and the restaurant is rented. Isn't that too shabby? Xiao Yan said, but when the elevator door was about to close, Roger suddenly said, be careful. Then he blocked the elevator door with his hand. The elevator door didn't react in time and squeezed it, causing Roger's face to turn pale in pain. Xiao Ye was about to show concern, but he found Wen Shixi standing outside. And Roger's blocking just now was obviously for Wen Shixi. Xiao Ye was jealous and angry. She was about to speak, but was blocked by Wen Shixi's words. Ling Lang is still in detention. If you want to be with her, you can also spread rumors online. Xiao Ye was stunned. She didn't expect Wen Shixi, who looked weak, to kill her by surprise when she opened her mouth. A good girl, is it worth it for such a man? Wen Shixi said lightly, too pitiful. After that, she left without looking back. As soon as the elevator door closed, Xiao Yan reacted, her face turned red and blue, and she didn't recover for a long time. Wen Shixi's last sentence, it's so pitiful, was so heartbreaking. When she returned home with the contract, Yin Yi was already in the living room. Although she was not filming in the Qingxiu Mountain crew, she couldn't forget any of the lines she had to memorize. Their flight tonight will fly to Q City. I got the contract. Wen Shixi excitedly shared the good news with Yin Yi. Yin Yi smiled, waved his hand and said, come and see. Wen Shixi quickly handed it over. Yin Yi took out the contract and joked, let me see if my little fool signed the indenture as a contract. You said I was smart before. Wen Shixi was dissatisfied with the new title and said indignantly. Okay, smart little thing. Yin Yi looked up at her and said. Wen Shixi went to the kitchen to cook contentedly. When the kitchen light was turned on, the warm light filled the entire kitchen. The kitchen is decorated in a simple style, with everything you need, neatly arranged. Before meeting Yin Yi, Wen Shixi had dreamed of owning such a kitchen. She hopes to open a restaurant of her own, and the kitchen will look like this. When she thinks of the restaurant, she thinks of the contract, and when she thinks of the contract, she thinks of Yinshui Tinglan, and when she thinks of Yinshui Tinglan, she thinks of Roger and Xiao Yan whom she met today. It's not groundless worry. Wen Shixi is really a little worried. Roger will be a strong competitor. He has experience in opening restaurants and has enough connections. Once the branch is opened, it will definitely be very popular. And she is on the side. Although she has the blessing of Yingyi's reputation, she has her own expertise and may not play a big role. When Xixi broke off a piece of tomato and was in a daze, a chest pressed against her back. When Xixi's heart moved, the man's chin moved closer to her neck, kissed her, and then rested his chin on her shoulder. "I'll have a bite." Raw. When Xixi said, "I'll help you wash it." As she said that, when Xixi moved towards the faucet, and because he was hugged from behind, he followed her. After washing, when Xixi stuffed the tomatoes into Yingyi's mouth, Yingyi took a bite and said, "It's a little sour. At this time of year, tomatoes are not in season. Just make egg soup." When Xixi said, "What were you thinking about just now?" Yingyi changed the subject and asked softly. Her slightest emotional changes could not escape Yingyi's eyes. With a little sweetness in her heart, when Xixi did not intend to hide it from him, and told Yingyi about what happened today. However, she skipped Xiao Ye's comment that she was shabby. Even if Yingyi did not give her financial support, the spiritual support he gave was better than anything else. "I'm worried now. If we really open a business together, they will be very strong competitors." When Xixi worriedly said, "Why compete?" Yingyi asked. When Xixi was stunned, and after a while, she said, "They rented a house next door and opened a restaurant. Then don't rent it to them." After Yingyi finished speaking, he straightened Wen Xixi's body. He exerted a little force with his arms and held Wen Xixi to sit on the marble table. His body was between her legs, and he lowered his eyes to look at Wen Xixi. "That's not a good idea." Wen Xixi said, "I don't want to trouble Xing Sanzi too much. That house is mine." Yingyi chuckled and said. Wen Xixi thought she had heard it wrong, and after blinking, she said, "What? What?" He lowered his head and bit Wen Xixi's cheek, rubbing it gently. Yingyi looked up and explained, "Not only your house and his house, but also the entire commercial area on the first floor, I have bought it." Wen Xixi, "How much does it cost?" "Every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Many celebrities will invest in real estate." After being surprised, Wen Xixi felt that it was understandable. Then. When Xixi said "then" twice and closed her mouth. She wanted to ask Yingyi why he didn't tell her, but before she asked, she understood it herself. Yingyi wanted her to feel that the house was something she had fought for, and to give her confidence invisibly. But he was afraid that she would not be able to fight for it, so he bought the house and escorted her all the way. Being well protected, when Xixi's heart softened, she looked up and hugged Yingyi with her arms, feeling the warmth of the man's body. "You are so good to me. Before I met you, I didn't know I could be treated like this." The future young boss lady in his arms was moved to tears. Yingyi thought it was cute and reached out to pick her up from the marble table. Because the marble table was too cold. But he didn't put her down, just kept holding her in his arms. "Don't be so moved, don't you think you should thank me?" Yingyi said jokingly. "I have nothing." When Xixi sighed and said around Yingyi's neck. "Who said that?" Yingyi asked, "Don't you have you?" When Xixi was stunned, looked up at Yingyi, and said, "Do you want to pledge yourself to me?" Yingyi nodded slightly, thinking that this proposal was feasible. He asked Wen Xixi, "Where is your household registration?" "Wen family." She was taking the college entrance examination at the time, and her household registration was in the Wen family. In addition to her household registration, she did not admit that she was a member of the Wen family. "Can you steal it?" Yingyi asked. Wen Xixi, A lifelong good student, why steal it? Yin Yi raised his finger and tapped her forehead, then laughed. Aren't you going to pledge your love to me? I won't accept a blank check. I want something that is legally binding. For example, getting married or something. Chapter 54. Are you proposing? When Xixi hugged Yin Yi with her arms. Yin Yi had a long and beautiful neck. He looked up at her slightly, and her Adam's apple could be seen. When he spoke, his Adam's apple moved, and when Xixi couldn't help but want to take a bite. Not really. Yin Yi laughed, his eyes heavy. Proposing to you is much more grand than this. When Xixi laughed, lowered her head and kissed Yin Yi. Yin Yi kissed back, and before he knew it, his lips fell on Wen Xixi's neck and collarbone. The heat gushed out, and Wen Xixi's body was numb and she was a little breathless. The assistant always kept his work in mind. He raised his hand to Yin Yi and said in a trembling voice, "It's time. It's time to cook for you. You can eat it." Yin Yi said with a chuckle. The assistant blushed, reached out to touch his face, and said, "No." With a slight tilt of his head, Yin Yi opened his mouth and bit Wen Xixi's finger. Wen Xixi's fingers were slender and beautiful, with fleshy fingertips. He bit slightly with his teeth, and the assistant frowned and blushed even more. "Does it hurt?" Yin Yi asked in a hoarse voice. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart, and Yin Yi did not bite hard. The tip of his tongue gently swept across the fingertips, and when Xixi felt like she was electrocuted all over. She cried "ah," pulled out her fingers, and struggled to get off Yin Yi. The little loach slid back and forth, so flexibly that Yin Yi could not restrain her. After a while, she escaped from Yin Yi's hand panting. As soon as Wen Xixi's feet landed on the ground, she quickly ran to the sink, picked up the tomatoes she had just washed and said, "I really have to cook." Yin Yi lowered his eyes and looked at her busy back, smiled softly, went over to pinch her cheek, and left the kitchen first. After dinner, the driver came to pick them up to the airport. It is now late autumn, and even the city has been stained with some chill. Wen Xixi shivered when she got off the car, and Yin Yi followed behind her, stretched out his hand and hugged her in his arms. The man's arms were very broad, just enough to hold her in his arms, and the warmth of the man's body was everywhere. Wen Xixi blushed and looked up at Yin Yi. Yin Yi noticed her gaze and looked down at her. "Are you still cold?" "No. Not cold anymore." Not only was she not cold, Wen Xixi even felt a little hot. With a faint smile, he scratched Wen Xixi's nose and reached out to help the driver carry the luggage. It was too cold in Q province, so Wen Xixi brought 3 down jackets for Yin Yi. Carrying the luggage should be the assistant's job. Wen Xixi saw Yin Yi carrying it himself and hurried over to help. Just as she was about to run there, Yin Yi reached out and hugged her and pulled her back. "Stay in my arms obediently," Yin Yi said, pulling the handle of the suitcase. The driver was Yin Yi's exclusive old driver. Seeing the sweet and harmonious relationship between the couple, he couldn't help but laugh. Miss Wen is really capable. She is a young girl, but she still wants to do physical work. Wen Xixi was a little embarrassed by what the driver said. She smiled faintly and said, "This is my job." The driver heard her and thought Wen Xixi was really good. If an ordinary woman were with Yin Yi, her tail would definitely be up to the sky. And looking at Wen Xixi, Yin Yi dotes on her so much, but she still doesn't forget her job. It seems that there is a reason why Wen Xixi can be with Yin Yi. The driver is Yin Yi's exclusive driver. After a long time of contact, he feels that Wen Xixi has characteristics that most girls don't have now. Gentle and modest, low-key and introverted, what a good girl. Miss Wen has a good personality. The driver couldn't help but praise and said with a smile. Wen Xixi was inexplicably praised, and smiled faintly and said thank you. Ever since she got together with Ying Yi began to praise her in various ways. As the two spent more and more time together, Ying Yi was no longer satisfied with praising her by himself, and began to let people around him praise her as well. People can't stand praise. It's not easy for Wen Shishi to not be conceited, let alone feel inferior. Ying Yi looked up at the driver and said in a gentle voice, "It's not just a good personality." The driver was a little confused by Ying Yi's words. Just as he was about to ask, Wen Shishi blushed and pulled Ying Yi to the elevator. Ying Yi leaned back slightly, and Wen Shishi dragged him hard. As if on purpose, he shouted in the direction of the driver, "Lao Zhou." Before he could finish the rest of the words, Wen Shishi covered his mouth and quickly pulled him into the elevator. After the two got into the elevator, one after the other, Wen Shishi breathed a sigh of relief and released her hand that was covering Ying Yi's mouth. It goes without saying that Ying Yi will definitely tell Lao Zhou that she not only has a good personality, but is also beautiful and a good cook. He will praise her back and forth like this in front of others. No matter how thick-skinned she is, she can't bear it. Wen Shishi looked at Ying Yi, a capable wife-blower, and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. You will destroy the image in Lao Zhou's heart by doing this. Ying Yi glanced at Wen Shishi with a smile in his eyes. How did it destroy it? Wen Shishi asked after Ying Yi's words. Lao Zhou thought you were a soft girl, but he didn't expect you to be a tomboy. Ying Yi said. Hearing this comment, Wen Shishi also laughed, deliberately frowned, and said fiercely, "I am a female man, what about you? I am a henpecked husband." Ying Yi reached out and lifted Wen Shishi's bangs behind her ears, smiled and said, "We are a perfect match." Caught off guard by another confession, the fierce Wen Shishi softened. She looked down at her toes and said softly, I am not very fierce." "Yeah." Ying Yi responded lightly, saying, "Our Shishi is soft, not only in character, but also in everything." The elevator just happened to arrive, and Wen Shishi was busy getting off the elevator, so she didn't think about the meaning of Ying Yi's words. After getting off the elevator and getting the ticket, Wen Shishi followed Yi to the boarding gate, and then she realized that there was some dirty meaning in this sentence. Wen Shishi blushed and said, "Ah." Trotting to chase Ying Yi, reaching out to hit him. Ying Yi knew that she was slow to realize it, so he didn't dodge, and smiled and greeted her. "Don't hit a smiling person." Wen Shishi paused and patted Ying Yi's shoulder. Her action made Ying Yi smile in his heart. He put his arm around her waist and said, "Look, your heart is soft. Then there is no place to be hard." Wen Shishi asked. "I just need to be hard." Ying Yi said, "What do you need to be hard for a little girl?" Wen Shishi. Time passed by and it was the end of November. After the filming of Xingqiu Mountain was completed, the post-production was urgently produced and scheduled for the Spring Festival. This year's Spring Festival is earlier, in early February. On the eve of New Year's Day, the promotion of Xingqiu Mountain began. Last time, Ying Yi said that he would be a teacher at the S-City Performing Arts Academy for Wen Shishi's dream, and it seemed that he was not just talking for fun. After the filming of Xingqiu Mountain was completed, he did not take any new work except for the filming that he had signed a contract for. Ying Yi's sacrifice put pressure on Wen Shishi invisibly. But this kind of pressure is also sweet pressure, and Wen Shishi is full of energy. Roger finally failed to become her neighbor. He was one of the few people who did not make insinuations on Weibo. After this incident, he broke up with his new girlfriend. It goes without saying that the woman was the one who proposed the breakup. Wen Shishi felt that she had done a good deed. At least, she would not be like Ling Lao, who would confront her right away and end up like that. Yi Yi has not had much work recently, and Chawen has also become free. Sometimes, Chawen is with Ying Yi at some activities. Wen Xixi also had some free time, so she made an appointment with Jin Ran to meet at the cake shop. Jin Ran had a high school classmate who also ran a private restaurant business. She took the initiative to bring Wen Xixi to meet him. It's not that she could help much, but at least she could help Wen Xixi avoid some detours. The time they agreed on was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Wen Xixi went there early. After checking the account book, Wen Xixi calculated her savings. She didn't have much savings. After paying the deposit for the rent, she barely had 200,000 yuan. It is still difficult to open a restaurant with these 200,000. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi felt a little worried. After taking a sip of hot cocoa, when Wen Xixi wanted to recalculate, the phone at hand rang. She glanced sideways and saw the contact displayed on the screen. With her brows relaxed, Wen Xixi took the phone and pressed the answer button. Godfather. The call was from Qiao Tingnan. Wen Xixi was quite surprised, but not surprised at the same time. Since the last time, Qiao Tingnan really tried to be a father, as he said. There would be 1 or 2 calls a month. Both of them were not talkative people, and they would hang up after asking about the situation. Although it was still a little awkward, it was much less awkward than before. After Qiao Tingnan finished the work at hand and sat on the chair, he looked up and saw the calendar on the desk. And then he remembered that New Year's Day was coming soon. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, there were not many festivals, and this New Year's Day could barely be considered a festival. Qiao Tingnan made this call just to ask if Wen Xixi would go back to Y province during the holidays. Is it a holiday for New Year's Day? Qiao Tingnan asked. The weather in Y province is good now, are you coming back? It's a holiday. Wen Xixi replied, okay. I'll go back next weekend. Yeah. Qiao Tingnan heard Wen Xixi's agreement and responded solemnly, saying, tell me the time, I'll pick you up at the airport. Someone was specially picking her up at the airport, and the corners of Wen Xixi's lips rose unconsciously. She lay on the table, the sun shone on her face, and she was warm. From Qiao Tingnan, she could feel the care from her family. When she was in school, she envied others whose parents came to send them off, or went back to their parents to pick them up. Godfather. Wen Xixi called softly. Qiao Tingnan heard this call when he was about to hang up the phone. He responded softly, and his hand holding the phone tightened slightly. Can I transfer my household registration to your place? Wen Xixi said softly, I don't want to keep my household registration in the Wen family anymore. If she stayed in the Wen family, she would need to go back to the Wen family to do anything in the future. Although she had severed her relationship with the Wen family, legally, she was Wen Zuoya's daughter. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. When Wen Xixi thought Qiao Tingnan was going to refuse, Qiao Tingnan suddenly asked a question. Are you going to get married? Wen Xixi was unable to answer the question. After a while, she was silent and responded lightly. Listening to Wen Xixi's response on the other end of the phone, Qiao Tingnan said, okay, move over, and Dad will send you away when the time comes. The sun shone on her cheeks, warm and gentle. Wen Xixi opened her eyes, and the sun stung her a little. Her eyes were slightly red, and she responded, thank you, Dad. Jin Ran brought her classmate over. The classmate was a chubby boy who looked quite festive. His name was Wang Wei. After entering the door, he was surprised to see Wen Xixi at first, and then flattered. Wang Wei is the owner of a private restaurant. He is not a cook, but just an operator. As a businessman, he has his own unique sophistication and tact. Wen Xixi looked at him and felt that she might not have such a mind. Funds are necessary. You can't open a private restaurant in S-City without 300,000 yen in advance preparation. Wang Wei said, and put a sugar cube in the coffee cup. It's just a few 100,000, which shouldn't be considered a lot for you. Wang Wei laughed, but you are Ying Yi's girlfriend. Ying Yi is indeed rich, but Wen Qixi doesn't want to spend his money. Because she has someone else's money to spend. After sending Wang Wei away, Wen Qixi and Jin Ran returned to the private room. Jin Ran ate brownies and looked up at Wen Qixi. Not enough money, right? You are also a man of integrity. What's wrong with using Ying Yi? When the business makes money, you can return it to him. I have to go back to the Wen family. Wen Qixi looked at Jin Ran and stabbed the cake with the knife and fork in her hand. What? Jin Ran stopped eating the brownie, stared at Wen Qixi with wide eyes, and asked, "Do you want to go back and be abused?" "I'm short of money." Wen Qixi said lightly, put down the knife and fork, looked up at Jin Ran, and said with a faint smile, "My biological father has money, why should I ask my boyfriend for it?" Jin Ran was surprised by Wen Xixi's idea. Looking at Wen Qixi who was smiling in front of him, Jin Ran said, "Your biological father does have money, but he may not give it to you. It's different." Wen Qixi said, "If I marry Ying Yi, the Wen family will naturally come to cling to you. If you want to cling to you, you have to show some sincerity." As for the so-called sincerity, Wen Qixi smiled lightly and said, "Of course it's my dowry." Saying that she wanted to marry Ying Yi, on the one hand, she could take out the household registration book, and on the other hand, she could make the Wen family change their attitude towards her, so as to extort money from the Wen family. She was very stubborn before and didn't want Wen Zuoyan to ask for money. The reason why she was so stubborn was actually because of her inferiority complex. She thought Wen Zuoyan would not give it. But now she won't, and now she despises her previous weakness. She and Wen Yanyan are both daughters of Wen Zuoyan. Wen Yanyan can buy a sports car without blinking an eye, so what's wrong with her asking Wen Zuoyan for money? Last time on her grandmother's birthday, the Wen family asked her to go back, which shows that the Wen family's attitude towards her has changed. They think Ying Yi is a big fish and are unwilling to let him go. From this perspective, she is now much more promising than Wen Yanyan. Wen Qixi was thinking in her heart. After being surprised, Jin Ran gave Wen Qixi a thumbs up and said, "You really have not followed Ying Yi in vain." Wen Qixi laughed. The whole plan started with Ying Yi's intention to marry her. Although she used this gimmick to deceive the Wen family, Wen Qixi was still a little unsure. When she was done, Ying Yi was not done yet. The driver took her to Ying Yi's event site. The event was coming to an end, and Wen Qixi was waiting for Ying Yi in the dressing room. The fatigue brought by the filming of Xingqiu Mountain seemed to have not been relieved. Wen Qixi sat on the chair and began to doze off after a while. I don't know how long she slept before she was straightened up. Squinting her eyes, she saw Ying Yi smiling at her. Wen Qixi was still sleepy and opened her arms to hug him. Seeing that she was sleepy, Ying Yi simply picked her up like a child. Wen Qixi was about to wake up, but she hugged Ying Yi's neck and fell asleep dazedly. She still had something to say to Ying Yi, so she had to be awake. Such self-awakening was useless, but Ying Yi's words woke her up at once. "Qixi, come home with me on New Year's Day, my parents want to see you." Chapter 55. Wen Qixi let go of her arms around Ying Yi and got off Ying Yi. Her heart was beating fast and she looked up at Ying Yi. Ying Yi looked serious and his words didn't sound fake. But the more this happened, the less confident Wen Qixi felt. When a boyfriend and girlfriend get to know each other, they always have to meet their parents, agree to get married, and finally spend their lives together. After Wen Qixi and Ying Yi got together, her mind kept wandering and she felt like she was dreaming. Maybe at some point, the dream will end, Ying Yi will leave, and she will still be alone. The reason why she has been insisting on staying in the dream is that even if it is just a dream, it can leave her with sweet enough memories. Yin Yi mentioned marriage twice, casually and carelessly. He is usually like this. Wen Shishi was also shocked when he proposed it, but after the shock, Wen Shishi felt that it was not serious. But now, Yin Yi said he wanted to meet his parents. A man who is willing to take you to meet his parents is an affirmation of the relationship between the two, and it also gives her the greatest sense of security. Yin Yi is the best to her, and now he tells her that he will treat her the best for the rest of her life. Wen Shishi's mood is a bit complicated. She should be happy, but she feels a little empty. This emptiness comes from her family. Yin Yi can take her to meet his parents, but she can't take him to meet them. Wen Shishi has her own ideas in her heart, so she has to make it clear to Yin Yi about what she should say. Before meeting my uncle and aunt, I want to go back to Y province to do something. Wen Shishi said. Wen Shishi's words not only answered Yin Yi, but also brought up the topic she wanted to talk about. Since Wen Shishi agreed, Yin Yi was relieved. Pulling her into his arms, Yin Yi smiled and said, "What's the matter?" "I want to transfer my household registration to my godfather's name." Wen Shishi looked up at Yin Yi and explained, "My mother died when I was very young. My father hated my mother and me. He reorganized the family and never cared about me. I don't have any affection for that family." She talked about the source of her inferiority complex, and it turned out that it was not that difficult to say it out. Wen Shishi pursed her lips and continued, "But I have to go back and get the household registration booklet before I can transfer my household registration." "How do you want me to do it?" Yin Yi asked. "I want to take you to my house first." Wen Shishi didn't hesitate and said directly, "If I say I'll bring the household registration booklet to register with you, maybe they will give it to me." "It's not maybe, it's definitely given to her." Wen Zuoyan was so concerned about Wen Yanya's elite man last time. Now, Yin Yi's wealth is comparable to that of hundreds or thousands of elite men. The last time he went back, he didn't care about her so much, simply because he was not sure about her relationship with Yin Yi. If she takes Yin Yi back now, she can already foresee what Wen Zuoyan's attitude will be. In fact, Wen Shishi's current plan can be completely named "The Fox Borrows the Power of the Tiger." She is counting on taking Yin Yi back to support her. "Just the household registration book?" Yin Yi asked. Wen Shishi was stunned by the question. After a while, she blushed and said her little thoughts, if you want some more dowry, it would be even better." After Wen Shishi finished speaking, she couldn't help but grinned. When she smiled, she showed her neat and white teeth, and her lips were soft. Yin Yi was moved and lowered his head to kiss her. The moment their lips touched, the little guy in his arms trembled, and the base of his neck was red. Someone should be here soon. Yin Yi kissed her vaguely, when Shishi's heart was beating like a drum, and her words were intermittent. "What are you afraid of?" Yin Yi pinched her cheeks, kissed her again, and said with a smile, "I don't know how many people have seen the photo of us kissing." What Yin Yi said was true. Wen Shishi was led away unconsciously, so she simply let go and hugged Yin Yi. Before returning to the Wen family, Wen Shishi called Wen Zuoyan. To be honest, she asked Jingren to help find Wen Zuoyan's mobile phone number. They have been father and daughter for more than 20 years, but he has never contacted her on his own initiative. Li Jiao would contact her on weekdays when there was something. In Wen Zuoyan's eyes, Wen Shishi is now a phoenix that has risen from the tree to become a phoenix. He did not take the initiative to contact Wen Shishi because he was holding onto his face as an elder. However, as he watched the relationship between Wen Shishi and Yin Yi grow stronger, he gradually couldn't hold onto his face. When he was looking for a gimmick to contact Wen Shishi took the initiative to contact him. Just after dinner, when Xixi carried the dishes into the kitchen, stood in front of the French window in the kitchen, looked at the dark sea, and called Wen Zuoyan. I have to go back tomorrow. When Xixi got straight to the point, you need a household register to get married. I want to go back and get it. This news shocked Wen Zuoyan for a long time without saying a word. He quickly organized his thoughts and asked, with whom? The rare concern and knowing the question made Wen Xixi sneer in his heart, and said, Yingyi, a star. You are old enough, you should get married. Wen Zuoyan said, but I am your father, and I don't even know the person you are going to marry. Do you want to know? Wen Xixi said. Wen Zuoyan was furious, but he pretended to be a kind father, and only said, I am your father, of course I want to check for you. Then I will bring him over tomorrow. Wen Xixi said. Tomorrow is fine. Wen Zuoyan replied, your grandma and uncle will come to S City to play tomorrow, so we can meet them together. Wen Xixi didn't really understand the Wen family's troubles, but grandma and uncle wouldn't come to S City for no reason. She remembered that when she was a child, her uncle and Wen Zuoyan had a big fight. Because grandpa left the Wen family's business to her uncle, Wen Zuoyan came to S City with funds to start a business, so the two brothers had a grudge from the beginning. Okay. Wen Xixi didn't care so much and left with the household registration book tomorrow. Wen Zuoyan saw that Wen Xixi agreed so readily, and wanted to educate Wen Xixi as an elder, but Wen Xixi didn't give him face at all and hung up the phone directly. After hanging up the phone, Wen Xixi felt a little heavy in her heart. The so-called fox borrowing the tiger's power, the most important thing is to have a tiger. She went out of the kitchen and saw the big tiger sitting on the sofa, turning on the computer and talking on the phone, as if something was going on. Okay, I'll go there tomorrow morning. Yingyi said in a deep voice, raised his eyes and saw Wen Xixi, stretched out his hand to pull her into his arms, and continued to say to the person on the phone, what time? Wen Xixi lay in Yingyi's arms and could hear the person on the other end talking. The person said 10 o'clock, and Yingyi responded and hung up the phone. Yingyi put the phone aside, lowered his head and held Wen Xixi's little face with both hands, and kissed her first. Wen Xixi laughed at the kiss, raised her eyes and asked him, do you have something to do at home tomorrow? Yingyi's things are nothing more than work and family. Yi has no notice tomorrow, which is obviously a family matter. I guess so. Yingyi responded and said to Wen Xixi, what time did you call the Wen family to make an appointment? No appointment, just say tomorrow, we can go after you finish your work. Wen Xixi said. I may be late. Yingyi frowned, with a smile in his brown eyes, and encouraged, you go there by yourself first, okay? When the big tiger said he would not go, the little fox naturally felt guilty. Wen Xixi felt weak for a moment, but then she was full of fighting spirit. This was originally her family affair. She was going back to get her dowry. What was she afraid of? She had been weak in the Wen family for more than 20 years. She was no worse than others in any way. Why should she endure whatever the Wen family said? Besides, she now had her own house, Yingyi, and her own career. Why should she endure the Wen family's face? Who dared to give her a face? If she was really bullied by the Wen family tomorrow, she would not even have the face to say that she was Yingyi's girlfriend. The more Wen Xixi thought about it, the higher her fighting spirit became. Finally, she clenched her fist and said, I'll go back by myself first. The little fox's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and her expression was serious and solemn, just like going to the battlefield. Yingyi felt itchy in his heart, lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips, and said with a smile, okay. Yingyi got up early, ran first, and then had breakfast. When it was 9 o'clock, Yingyi drove away by himself. Wen Xixi wanted to take a taxi back, but Yingyi sent a driver to her in advance, so she got in the car without hesitation. The driver was still Lao Zhou. Ying Yi arranged for him to take Wen Xixi home. Speaking of which, he was a little curious. Wen Xixi had been Ying Yi's assistant for more than half a year, but she had never been home. "Shall I wait for you here?" Following Wen Xixi's instructions, Lao Zhou parked the car in front of the Wen family's door. He was surprised that the Wen family was so close to Baitin's villa. Judging from Wen Xixi's family, they should be quite rich. Why did Wen Xixi live so poorly at the beginning? Yeah. Wen Xixi thought she could go in and come out, so she responded and said, "I'll be back soon." After finally going home, Lao Zhou was slightly surprised to leave so quickly, but he didn't show it. He just nodded and responded, watching Wen Xixi get out of the car and enter the Wen family. Wen Xixi entered the yard, and someone came out. It was not Li Jiao, nor Wen Yanyan, but a woman in her early 20s. The woman was dressed elegantly, with a haughty look in her eyes. When she saw Wen Xixi, she hooked her finger behind Wen Xixi and said in a soft voice, "Chen Chen, come to mommy." As she spoke, a puppy ran past Wen Xixi and jumped into the woman's arms. The woman hugged and kissed the puppy, then got up and went into the room and closed the door. At first, Wen Xixi thought the woman was Wen Zuoyan's new lover. But when the door opened and the nanny called her miss, she looked up at the person sitting inside and guessed that the woman should be Wen Youyou, the daughter of her uncle. Wen Xixi walked in. There were several people sitting in the living room, led by an old lady in her 70s or 80s, who was dressed neatly and had a sharp and mean look. She was holding the puppy Chen Chen in her arms, and next to her was Wen Youyou. Next to Wen Youyou was Wen Xixi's uncle Wen Zuoxin. Wen Zuoyan was sitting on another sofa, and Wen Yanyan was lying next to him. Li Jiao was busy cutting fruit in the kitchen and was not there for the time being. Wen Xixi looked at this strange family of relatives, smiled in her heart, and said, "I came back to get the household registration book." When Mrs. Wen saw Wen Xixi, she frowned symbolically. She probably didn't like Wen Xixi's mother either, and even her smile was behind the frown. Wen Xixi had only seen her in photos, and she thought she would send her off in the photos in the end, but she didn't expect to meet her now. "Xixi, come to grandma." Mrs. Wen waved at Wen Xixi kindly, ignoring her words. "Didn't Ying Yi come with you?" "Where is he?" The old lady is worthy of being the wife and mother of a businessman, and she is also very utilitarian. Wen Xixi doesn't like everyone in the entire Wen family. She didn't go over, but stood there and said, "I'm busy, so I came back by myself." "You kid." Wen Zuoyan frowned and said, "Didn't you say you would bring him back to show us? If you come back by yourself, what should we see?" Wen Zuoxin next to him smiled, and Wen Youyou also smiled with her father. Wen Zuoyan looked unhappy, but Wen Yanyan was a little proud. "Look at me." Wen Xixi replied, looking up at Wen Zuoyan, and asked with a smile, "I am your daughter, why are you looking at an outsider?" Unexpectedly, Wen Xixi would retort, and Wen Zuoyan was caught off guard and did not react for a while. Wen Yanyan laughed out loud, hugged Wen Zuoyan's arm and said, "Dad, look at her, she just found a celebrity, her tail is so high, and she doesn't take you seriously at all." "But..." Wen Xixi smiled solemnly, looked at Wen Yanyan and said, "Then you find one. You." Wen Yanyan was caught with a short board, her face flushed with anger, and the atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze, and Mrs. Wen came out to smooth things over. She glanced at Wen Yanyan with a reproachful look and said, "She is your sister, didn't your mother teach you to respect her? You are so old, but you don't respect your elders." In the Wen family, although Wen Yanyan was a little worse than Wen Youyou, Mrs. Wen had always been very good to her. The first time she educated her was because of Wen Xixi. Wen Yanyan got up from the sofa in anger and went to the kitchen. "Yanyan is angry." Wen Yoyo smiled coldly and said, "Grandma, don't lecture Yang Yang." Xixi said she would bring Yingyi back, but she didn't bring him back yet, and people still say it. There are too many fake couples and marriages of convenience in the entertainment industry now. Who knows if Yingyi doesn't want to come back with Xixi. Wen Yoyo is a pianist and is quite famous in Jie province. In addition, she is a real socialite. So she is arrogant. When she heard that Wen Xixi and Yingyi were together, she didn't know who Wen Xixi was. Later, when Wen Zuoxin mentioned it, she knew it. Wen Yoyo married the son of the richest man in Jie province. She was quite capable and domineering in the Wen family, and everyone gave in to her. She has always been the bully of the Wen family, but when Xixi suddenly appeared and fell in love with Yingyi. Recently, the Wen family has been talking about her, and she has been neglected. This time Wen Zuoyan asked their family to come to see Yingyi, and she also came with him. She was waiting to see a good show, but she didn't expect Wen Xixi to come back by herself, and there was no mention of Yingyi at all. When Wen Yoyo finished speaking and held Chen Chen to tease him, Wen Xixi responded and smiled, "Yes." Everyone in the living room looked at her, not knowing which one she was right. He really doesn't want to come over. Wen Xixi said, "Didn't Yang Yang just say that I was marrying above my station?" "She is just talking nonsense, little girl." Old Mrs. Wen said, "Our Wen family is unknown in S City, but it can be considered a famous family in Jie province." "Oh," Wen Xixi smiled softly, without saying anything, only said, "I want to get the household registration book." Although Wen Xixi's smile was not sarcastic, it was better than sarcasm. Everyone present knew how Wen Xixi grew up. "Have you met his parents?" "Marriage is a big deal, we have to talk to them too." Old Lady Wen said, "Wedding date, gift money. Don't worry, we are not after their money. When you get married, we will prepare a sufficient dowry for you. I'm going to meet them." Wen Xixi looked up and said bluntly, "Forget about the meeting between the parents of both sides. I don't have a mom or a dad. I'm going to let my godfather go." "What did you say?" Wen Zuoyan got anxious when he heard it. He said, "Do you think marriage is a game of house? Didn't you raise me like a game of house?" Wen Xixi replied. Wen Zuoyan was speechless, and old lady Wen was a little confused, plus what Wen Yoyo said just now. Old Mrs. Wen frowned and asked, "Our parents won't let us see him, and Yingyi won't let us see him either. Are you really going to marry him, or are you just trying to scare us?" "She must be scare you." When Yang Yan and Li Jiao came out of the kitchen, adding fuel to the fire in the living room. "Otherwise, what about Yingyi? Sister Yoyo's parents-in-law are the richest people in the country. When they were discussing the marriage, didn't your uncle and his family go too? Yingyi is just an actor, at most he has some money, why is he so arrogant?" Wen Yoyo sneered when Wen Yang mentioned him, and said, stretching the puppy's fur, "Even if your second uncle cared less about you when you were a child, he wouldn't leave the marriage up to him. I haven't seen a girl whose godfather worries about her marriage." "Me," Wen Xixi looked at Wen Yoyo and said with a smile, "You have broadened your horizons after meeting me this time, haven't you?" Old Mrs. Wen loved Wen Yoyo the most. Seeing Wen Xixi scolding her, she was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Xixi, how do you talk? How does she talk?" Wen Xixi retorted, "I am married to Yingyi, believe it or not, I also have my own arrangements. You haven't cared about me for more than 20 years. Why are you interfering now?" Old Mrs. Wen was so angry that she was shaking. Wen Zuoyan suddenly stood up from his seat and stretched out his hand to push Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi looked at him with her neck stiff, sneered and said, "Try to push me? Last time someone ruined my reputation, Yingyi made her sit in jail for 3 years. If you dare to push me, don't blame me for not recognizing my relatives." Wen Zuoyan was actually shocked by her and his face turned red and white. Wen Zuoqing sat aside, watching this good show, and he couldn't help laughing and said with a smile, Zuoyan, you really raised a good daughter. What good daughter? This is an ungrateful person. Old Mrs. Wen said coldly. The ungrateful person is also your granddaughter. Wen Shishi said, the blood in my bones is also yours. You. Old Mrs. Wen was angry again. Get out of here. Wen Zuoyan pointed at Wen Shishi's nose and cursed. Okay. Wen Shishi smiled, give me the household registration book, and I will take my household registration with me. Li Jiao was instantly happy when she heard Wen Shishi's words. If Wen Shishi moved her household registration, Wen Shishi would have no share of Wen Zuoyan's inheritance. I'll get it for you. Li Jiao put down the fruit plate and got up and went upstairs. Wen Shishi didn't expect things to develop to this point. She wanted to talk to the Wen family calmly and ask for some dowry. But unexpectedly, she actually started to confront them. The dowry issue was completely hopeless, but she didn't lack the money, so she decided to have her revenge first. Li Jiao quickly came down with the household registration booklet, and only took the page about Wen Shishi. She glanced at Wen Zuoyan, who ignored her. She walked up to Wen Shishi and said politely, don't you want to think about it anymore? Do you really want to move? Why are you talking so much? Give it to her. The Wen family will just pretend she doesn't exist, and we can move if we want. Wen Zuoyan said coldly. As soon as Wen Zuoyan finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. The voice was clear, the tone was casual, and there was a hint of laughter. What to move? Wen Shishi's eyes moved, and she turned back to look at the entrance. At the entrance, Yingyi walked in with a smile, and saw the single page of the household registration booklet in Li Xiao's hand. He said calmly, smiling, take it, you need it for registration. Wen Shishi reached out to take it, only to see Mrs. Wen, who was sitting on the sofa as steady as a mountain, suddenly stand up, snatch the household registration booklet, and said in a hurry, come in and sit down first, we are all waiting for you. Chapter 56. Yin Yi's arrival changed the atmosphere. In the living room abruptly, and everyone's expression was different. After changing their faces several times, they finally settled their emotions. The last time Yin Yi came to pick up Wen Shishi, the words he said were still in her ears. Li Jiao only looked up at Yin Yi and hurried to Wen Yanyan. While she was afraid of Yin Yi, Li Jiao knew that Wen Shishi would definitely take a lot of money from Wen Zuoyan when she left this time. Thinking of this, her hatred for Wen Shishi deepened. It was not easy to show it in front of others, so she had to say, Mr. Ying, sit down first. Wen Shishi was almost done with her work, and Yin Yi came out halfway, and she was also slightly surprised. But seeing the attitude of the people in the living room, Wen Shishi felt ridiculous again. She looked up and smiled at Yin Yi, who came over and put his arm around her. The two were in an intimate posture, and the rumors of fake lovers and fake marriages were self-defeating. Shishi, stand, I'll stand too. Yin Yi hooked his fingers, hugged Wen Shishi tightly, and said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present understood what he meant. Wen Shishi had been back for so long, and she didn't even sit down. As a husband, he wanted to seek justice for her. Even if Wen Shishi was not favored in the Wen family, it didn't matter, he spoiled her to the sky. I asked her to sit just now, but she didn't sit. Old Mrs. Wen tried to smooth things over, and her face and eyes were full of wrinkles with laughter. She was very happy to really meet Yu Yi. It seems that Wen Shishi did not lie. If she really married Yin Yi, it would be really. Come. Old Lady Wen stretched out her hand and pushed Wen Yo-Yo next to her. She patted the seat next to her kindly and said, come and sit next to Grandma. As if he didn't hear it, Ying Yi looked down at Wen Xixi and asked, "Where do you want to sit?" From what Ying Yi meant, she didn't plan to leave temporarily. She definitely wouldn't sit with the old lady. The sofa next to her was empty, so she sat down directly, and Ying Yi sat with her. Wen Yo-Yo felt uncomfortable when old lady Wen pushed her. She usually sided with her and wanted to get close to her. Now that she has a better granddaughter, she pushes her aside. Wen Xixi didn't come over. Old lady Wen raised her hand on the sofa awkwardly. Just when she was about to talk to Wen Yo-Yo moved towards Wen's watching with Chen Chen in her arms. The old lady was the only one left on the sofa in the middle. Her face changed, but she recovered immediately. "I heard from Xixi that you two are getting married." After saying this in the manner of a patriarch, old lady Wen said, "Marriage is a big deal. Xixi told us only after getting the marriage certificate. Alas, the child's mother died early, and she is rather withdrawn. She doesn't want to tell us anything." "It's no use to tell us," Ying Yi said lightly. Ying Yi came up and confronted her, which shocked the old lady. Just as she was about to speak, Ying Yi smiled lightly and said, "Last time Xixi was at home, she was almost insulted by the people who were called by Aunt Li to look at the house. At that time, I went to the police station to pick her up. At that time, I thought Xixi's parents were both dead and she had no relatives." Ying Yi mentioned this matter lightly, but Li Jiao was so scared that her face turned pale. "I don't know that person," Li Jiao quickly explained. "I don't know what happened later. You know, I came back to find you at that time." Wen Xixi stared at her and said, "Why do you turn your face and don't recognize me after a while?" With a smack, the old lady Wen slapped her hand on the leather sofa, glared at Li Jiao, and asked sternly, "Everyone says that stepmothers are vicious and cruel. I wonder why Xixi is so wronged. It turns out that you are the one who is doing bad things." "Mom." Li Jiao was shocked. She had no status in the Wen family. All her status came from the Wen family's love for Wen Yanyan. Being named by the old lady, Li Jiao was scared and at a loss. "Xixi, are you okay?" Old Mrs. Wen looked distressed. She wanted to wave Wen Xixi over, but she was worried that she would not give her face. She just said distressedly, "Tell me how you want to deal with this matter. Grandma will make the decision for you. Let's not talk about anything else. Aunt Li has never apologized to me." Wen Xixi looked indifferent and said in a gentle voice, "That man is your friend, a pimp? Ying Yi has checked his background. You let him go at that time. Everyone knows what you were thinking without me saying it." Li Jiao was frightened and her face turned pale. Wen Yo-Yo, who had been silent, frowned when she heard this. She looked up at Li Jiao and said, "Second aunt, this is not something a stepmother would do." Li Jiao looked at Wen Yanyan for help. Wen Yanyan was also young and could not handle such a big scene. She looked at Wen Xixi hatefully, knowing that Wen Xixi was here to make them restless today. "Wen Xixi, the past is over. Besides, aren't you fine now? Why are you holding on to such trivial matters?" Wen Yanyan said. "Trivia?" Ying Yi smiled softly. When the man smiled, the corners of his lips curved slightly, but the corners of his eyes did not move at all. Wen Yanyan felt a chill down her spine when he said these three words. "How shameless." Wen Yo-Yo said disgustedly, "Her mother is shameless, and she doesn't want it either." Wen Yanyan and Wen Yo-Yo had an average relationship. Wen Yo-Yo looked down on her, the daughter of the second wife, and Wen Yanyan couldn't stand her usual arrogance. After Wen Yo-Yo said this, Wen Yanyan immediately got angry and cursed, "You have shame, but you married a man in his 40s for money, and you are still a stepmother." Wen Yo-Yo is a hot-tempered person. As soon as Wen Yanyan finished speaking, she threw Chen Chen in her hand to the ground. The puppy screamed in pain, and then there was a crisp snap sound, and Wen Yoyo slapped Wen Yangyang. Wen Yangyang was beaten and trembled with anger. She was not the kind of person who would let others do what she wanted. She raised her hand to fight back, but was stopped by Wen Zuoyan and Old Lady Wen. The two women were entangled in a mess, while Yingyi and Wen Xixi sat there quietly watching. In the end, it was Old Lady Wen who stopped the two granddaughters. "We are discussing Xixi's marriage now. Aren't you ashamed to fight like this in front of outsiders?" Old Lady Wen was very angry. She sat down and panted twice, then said to Wen Zuoyan, "What do you think we should do?" What could Wen Zuoyan do? He knew about this matter at the time, but he didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect Yingyi to bring up the old matter again. He remembered that it was because of the house that the incident happened. He said, "Li Jiao, you apologize to Xixi first. And Yangyang, you are so disrespectful, apologize to your sister too." Li Jiao knew that today she and Wen Yangyang were definitely the ones with the least say in the whole living room. She quickly adjusted her attitude and said softly, "Xixi, please don't blame your aunt for what happened at that time, okay? Your aunt will apologize to you." After that, Li Jiao pulled Wen Yangyang. Wen Yangyang knew that a wise man is a wise man, so she apologized first. But she still had a stern face, and she felt so uncomfortable that she was about to explode. Wen Xixi didn't care about their apologies, but she felt relieved just by looking at their appearance. As soon as Yingyi came back, he successfully reversed the situation on the battlefield. "Yin Lao Hu is Yin Lao Hu. At that time, your name was already written on the house." Wen Zuoyan said, "You changed the locks, and no one will go to your place to see the house in the future. This can be regarded as substantial compensation." Wen Zuoyan said this to Wen Xixi, but Wen Xixi ignored him. Yingyi, next to him, laughed and said, "Uncle is really a joker." Wen Zuoyan's heart was hanging. "That house was what you promised to give to Wen Yangyang when Xixi asked me to find someone to help her sign a contract with Huchun Entertainment." Yingyi said, "Isn't your compensation too perfunctory?" Wen Zuoyan was so upset by Yingyi's words that he didn't come back to his senses. Wen Yoyo, who was standing next to him, laughed again after hearing this, and looked at Wen Yangyang sarcastically and said, "It turns out that signing a contract with Huchun Entertainment was in exchange for a house. Ha ha." Wen Yangyang was instantly angry when she heard this, and wanted to go up and argue with Wen Yoyo, but was stopped by Li Jiao. "What do you want to do? Wen Zuoyan is a businessman after all," and he quickly jumped out of the trap dug by Yingyi. As soon as Yingyi came, he listed the grievances that Wen Xixi had suffered in front of them. In fact, everyone present knew how they treated Wen Xixi. They never thought that there was anything wrong with doing that, but when Yingyi brought it up, their debt to Wen Xixi was magnified several times. But think about it carefully, what do they owe? They didn't like Wen Xixi in the first place, and now that Wen Xixi and Yingyi are married, they just want to curry favor with her. Even if Wen Xixi doesn't let them curry favor with her, he and Wen Xixi are blood-related father and daughter. How he treats Wen Xixi, Yingyi wants to control it, but can he do it? "I didn't do anything." Yingyi looked at Wen Zuoyan and said lightly, "I just feel that Xixi is wronged, and I want to seek justice for her." Seek justice? They are Wen Xixi's relatives, so how can they allow him to seek justice for Wen Xixi here? Thinking of this, Wen Zuoyan was about to speak, but was blocked by Yingyi again. "I do this because I love Xixi too much." Yingyi reached out and touched Wen Xixi's face, full of tenderness. Then he turned to look at Old Lady Wen, and said with a smile, "I love Xixi so much, you should be assured to leave her to me." Old Lady Wen heard it, looked at Wen Zuoyan and said, "As a father, you are not as considerate as a husband. We do owe Xixi. Li Jiao did something wrong last time, and we can't just say sorry. Let's take a look at Li Jiao's name and give it to Xixi. Li Jiao was immediately unhappy when she heard it. Old Lady Wen glanced at her. Although she was looking at Wen Xixi, she was actually talking to Li Jiao. Although Xixi's mother has passed away, I am still a grandmother. I don't know who dares to bully her in the future. Old Lady Wen was an elder after all, and no one spoke after she finished speaking. We don't lack houses either. Ying Yi said, and before anyone else could speak, he added, but since Aunt Li is sincere in giving it, Xixi shouldn't refuse. When Xixi was holding back her laughter, and reluctantly responded on her face, Ying Yi held her hand, squeezed her fingers, and said, let Boyan transfer the property with you when the time comes. Ying Yi didn't say who Boyan was, but Li Jiao had contact with him. It was Boyan who got Xi Feng arrested. She knew that she couldn't take advantage of Ying Yi. Then it's settled. The atmosphere in the living room froze for a while. After Mrs. Wen finished this topic, she brought the topic back to marriage. Do your parents want to meet us first? Not really. Ying Yi said with a smile, actually, we don't want to make a big deal about the wedding. Then how? After Mrs. Wen was stuck, she smiled and said to Wen Zuoyan, don't young people nowadays like grand ceremonies? Mr. Ying is different. Wen Zuoyan said, this is the first time I marry my daughter, and I don't want her to suffer any grievances. Don't worry, Xixi's dowry will definitely be worthy of your show. That's not what I meant. Ying Yi explained, you also know that I'm a star. If the wedding is too grand, people will criticize me for showing off. I just want to marry Xixi quietly, and then live a plain life. This is also Xixi's opinion, right? These things were all made up by Ying Yi, but Ying Yi was definitely in cahoots with her. When Xixi nodded without thinking and said, yes, I don't want it to be too grand. Let's get the marriage certificate and go to the church for a ceremony. Ying Yi looked at Wen Xixi with a smile, looked up and said to the Wen family, Xixi is really considerate, you have educated her so well. Everyone's face froze when they heard such a sarcastic remark. Everyone knows that Wen Xixi was raised in a free-range manner and has never been educated. And the two people they educated, Wen Youyou and Wen Yangyan, were fighting just now. Okay. Wen Zuoyan wanted to let the whole world know that he was Ying Yi's father-in-law, but he didn't expect Ying Yi to just want to do a simple wedding with Wen Xixi. This was a bit counterproductive, and he felt a little uncomfortable. But we still have to meet your parents. Wen Zuoyan said. Xixi and I are getting married, why are you so obsessed with meeting my parents? Ying Yi said puzzledly, my parents are abroad all year round and don't come back very often. Wen Zuoyan felt that this reason was too far-fetched. From Ying Yi's attitude, it can be seen that he was really perfunctory to them. Wen Zuoyan suppressed his anger, but he still had a glimmer of hope, hoping to get some glory from Ying Yi. Do you want to get married or what? Wen Zuoyan laughed angrily. My parents have already given the betrothal gift to Xixi. Ying Yi said, lowering his eyes to glance at Wen Xixi. Wen Zuoyan said at the beginning that the dowry they gave would definitely be worthy of the show of Ying Yi's family. If Ying Yi's family gave a lot of betrothal gifts, then the Wen family would definitely spend some money. 1. Wen Xixi was about to say 1 million, but was interrupted by Ying Yi. 10 million. Ying Yi said. Wen Xixi. The whole living room fell silent. Ying Yi smiled and asked, is it too little? Old Lady Wen was the first to come back to her senses. 10 million was equivalent to 1/5 of the property in their hands. This was really not a small amount. When Ying Yi reported this number, Old Lady Wen looked at Ying Yi and labeled him as a fat sheep. Not a small amount. Old Mrs. Wen sighed and smiled, you are so concerned about Xixi, our family is so happy. Oh, Ying Yi responded lightly, smiled and said, "That's good. Uncle." Ying Yi called Wen Zuoyan. Old Mrs. Wen agreed silently because he was not going to get her money. He still had to start with Wen Zuoyan. "You said that the dowry is definitely worthy of our show." Ying Yi paused and checked Wen Zuoyan's reaction. Li Jiao looked anxious when he heard him say this, and Wen Yangyan was also anxious. They definitely didn't want Wen Zuoyan to pay so much money. When talking about the betrothal gift, it would be good to pay a few 100,000 at most. How many tens of millions does the Wen family have? Wen Zuoyan is not a fool. Ying Yi said that he would give Wen Qixi a betrothal gift of 10 million, but he couldn't see or touch it. If he teamed up with Ying Yi to deceive him, who would he go to in the end? To be honest, our family. Wen Zuoyan looked embarrassed and did not finish the next sentence. Oh, Ying Yi understood what he meant and said, "We don't lack the money. We just want to give Xixi more betrothal gifts and bring more dowry to make Xixi proud. I am not short of money. We will be a family after we get married. If my uncle's family needs money, I can help." Although Ying Yi's words were tempting, it was just a blank check. No one knew whether it would be cashed or not. Wen Yangyan listened to their discussion for a long time. She reached out and patted Wen Zuoyan on the shoulder and said, "Dad, come here first." The two were going to have a private conversation, and everyone knew what they would talk about. The Wen family couldn't stand it, but Ying Yi smiled and didn't care at all. He raised his eyes to look at the decoration of the living room. Wen Zuoyan and Wen Yanyan arrived at the kitchen. Wen Yanyan leaned against the door frame with her arms folded and said seriously, "Dad, are you stupid? The purpose of Ying Yi's coming here today is to seek justice for Wen Qixi. Don't even think about making a single profit." Having said that, even if you don't give Wen Qixi a penny, you are still Wen Qixi's biological father. With this status, if you want to take advantage of Ying Yi, are you still afraid that you won't get it? Although Wen Yangyan is young, she often discusses these things with Li Jiao and has very sharp insights. When Wen Zuoyan heard this, he thought it made sense, and he immediately decided in his heart that he would not give Wen Qixi a penny except for the house he had just promised. The two came out of the kitchen, and Wen Zuoyan was about to speak, but he heard the conversation between Ying Yi and Old Lady Wen. "Are the raw materials of my uncle's company imported from country H?" Ying Yi asked Old Lady Wen. Old Mrs. Wen naturally didn't know all this, but when Wen Zuoyan heard it, she immediately felt that there was something going on and said, "No, it's from a domestic manufacturer. After the import tax is added, the cost is too high and the profit is low, it's not cost-effective." Shibo Group imports from country H, Ying Yi said. They have a preferential tax rate for imports, and the price is similar to that in China, but the quality is much better. Wen Zuoyan didn't expect Ying Yi to know all this, and Ying Yi was definitely not just chatting when he brought this up. He suppressed his excitement and asked, "How do you know all this?" "My college classmate is the junior director of the Shibo Group." Ying Yi said, "I talked about this matter when I had dinner with him. They have a lot of tax concessions, and the profit from the price difference is not small." At this point, Ying Yi smiled and said, "Uncle, does your company need it? I have a good relationship with him. If you also need raw materials, you can ask them to sell them to you at a fair price." Ying Yi threw an olive branch like this, which made Wen Zuoyan's eyes sparkle. He said repeatedly, "Okay, okay." Seeing that Wen Zuoyan was so concerned, Ying Yi added, "Xixi married into my family with glory, and we are a family now. I will still help with these things." He pronounced the 4 words, glorious, very clearly. Wen Zuoyan understood for a moment, and hesitated again in an instant. "If you need it now, I'll contact my classmate and ask him to send you some first." Ying Yi smiled and said, "Otherwise, Uncle will think I'm lying." Wen Zuoyan was touched by the heart and forced a smile. Okay. Ying Yi glanced at the time. The net had been cast, and he was just waiting to close it in bit by bit. Wen Xixi didn't like this place, and neither did he. There was no point in staying here for a long time. Then Xixi and I will leave first, Ying Yi said, and he stood up and pulled Wen Xixi up. Everyone wanted to keep him, so Ying Yi naturally didn't stay any longer. Before Wen Xixi left, she said to Old Lady Wen, "Give me your household registration book." Old Lady Wen thought that Wen Xixi was going to move her household registration, and was a little unhappy. Ying Yi smiled at the old lady and said, "Grandma, we can't register without the household registration book." That's right. Only then did Old Lady Wen hand over the household registration book. Wen Xixi took the household registration book, walked out of the Wen family's door without looking back, and Ying Yi followed her. There was a cool sports car parked at the door. Wen Xixi saw that Lao Zhou's car was gone, so she got into Ying Yi's sports car. After getting into the car, Wen Xixi didn't care about the people who were sent out, and only asked Ying Yi, "I want to transfer my household registration." "Move." Ying Yi smiled at her, started the car, and said with a smile, "I have found someone. For you." "Then you." Wen Xixi asked in confusion, "Do you really want to help?" "No," Ying Yi said, "but when fishing, the hook must be baited." Wen Xixi blinked, not understanding what Ying Yi said. The car was driving on the coastal highway, the sun shining on the azure sea, with sparkling waves. "I want the Wen family to compensate you," Ying Yi said. "Compensated?" Wen Xixi smiled, "A house and 10 million. This is more than the dowry Wen Xixi wanted. They are not stupid." Ying Yi's eyes were smiling, looking at Wen Xixi as if she was a little fool. Thinking of the words of the Wen family just now, without considering Wen Xixi's face at all, she was really angry and distressed. How can a house and 10 million be enough to compensate you? What I want is all the property of the Wen family. Chapter 57. Ying Yi drove home, and Wen Xixi got off the car. She booked a flight back to Y province tonight, because she had to meet Ying Yi's parents on New Year's Day, and she had to transfer her household registration as soon as possible. In fact, she and Ying Yi got married, and her household registration would be transferred to Ying Yi's place sooner or later. But she didn't want to move from the Wen family to the Ying family. She wanted Xiao Tingnan to be her father and also wanted him to be her head of household. Xiao Tingnan had some connections in the city where the town was located. These things had been communicated from the beginning, so she didn't have to worry too much. Wen Xixi's flight was at 6 in the evening, and it was only morning now. After returning home, she prepared lunch for Ying Yi first. Ying Yi seemed to have not finished his morning work yet. He kept making phone calls after returning home. He locked himself in the bedroom, and she couldn't hear the content of the phone calls. Ying Yi never avoided her when he called, and his current behavior made Wen Xixi feel a little surprised. After the surprise, Wen Xixi pursed her lips and smiled again. She was a calm person, and thought that she would leave enough love for Ying Yi when she was together with him in the future. But when it came to the key things, she was still curious. However, it was just curiosity. After Ying Yi finished the call and went out, he happened to see Wen Xixi standing outside. The woman had a smile on her lips, as if she was thinking about something interesting. The anger she had just suffered in the Wen family seemed to have disappeared. Ying Yi felt very happy. Wen Xixi was his lover. With him, he didn't want her to be unhappy in the slightest. He stood up and walked over, holding Wen Xixi in his arms. Wen Xixi came back to her senses, looked up at him, and smiled wider. "Who did you call?" There was a little doubt in her tone, but her expression seemed to be joking. "The little girl has learned to tease him now." Yin Yi's heart moved, and he put his forehead on her forehead and said in a deep voice, to Xiao Hong, Xiao Luo, Xiao Hua, Xiao Huang. They are all girls' names, and they are full of nonsense. When Xixi laughed and tilted her body, Yin Yi hugged her waist. With a little force, he picked her up. What are you laughing at? When Xixi hugged his neck, and Yin Yi raised his head and kissed her. The little girl's mouth was moist and elastic, which was particularly tempting. Fun. When Xixi said with her head down, hugged Yin Yi and leaned her head on his shoulder. It's time to eat. Okay. Yin Yi responded and carried Wen Xixi to the restaurant. The two entered the restaurant. Yin Yi put Wen Xixi on her seat before speaking. I'll ask Bo Yan to contact the Wen family. You have to follow up on the house and the money. You said they are not fools. Will they give it to you? Although when Xixi asked this, she believed Yin Yi in her heart. Then she smiled and said with curved eyes, I will be a multi-millionaire soon. Yes. Yin Yi confirmed, I said let the people of Shibo Group help to buy raw materials and give some sweet benefits first. Since there is profit to be made, he will get on the right track step by step. Yin Yi's network of contacts is really terrifying. You said that the young director of Shibo Group has a good relationship with you. Are you friends? When Xixi asked. She guessed in her heart that they must have met at some dinner parties. The network of celebrities is developed from business dinners or some evening parties. Yeah. Yin Yi replied, college classmate. When Xixi was stunned and asked, did he also graduate from the film academy? Yin Yi was amused by Wen Xixi's question and said, acting is my second major. My first major was management when I studied abroad. Wen Xixi. Before Wen Xixi could finish, Yin Yi added a sentence. So, if you are with me, you don't have to worry about the appearance of our offspring, nor the IQ of our offspring. After Yin Yi finished speaking, Wen Xixi raised her chopsticks and said, you don't have to worry about the cooking skills of our offspring. The little girl looked excited, confident, and playful. Yin Yi looked at her gently, happy with her changes. He nodded and said with a smile, yeah, don't worry. Wen Xixi laughed again. Wen Xixi's flight was in the evening, and Yin Yi sent her to the airport. In order to avoid causing a commotion, Yin Yi wrapped her very tightly. After sending Wen Xixi away, Yin Yi went into the elevator and returned to the parking lot. He started the car, but did not go home immediately, but went to the bar to find Bo Yan. Bo Yan is a private lawyer and has also invested in a high-end bar. Yin Yi introduced him to many connections and clients. The two of them are in a cooperative relationship and are more like friends. Entering the box where Bo Yan was, Yin Yi took off his mask and hat and sat on the booth. Bo Yan poured him a glass of wine, but Yin Yi stretched out his hand to refuse. Quit it. Bo Yan smiled and asked, are you ready to have a baby? Anytime, anywhere. Yin Yi said, if my Xixi wants it right away, I have to prepare the tadpoles at any time. You haven't had sex yet. Although Bo Yan's words were a question, they were actually a statement. If it really comes to that, how much suffering will Xixi have to endure? Please forget it. Yin Yi changed the subject and asked, where are the things? The two met today for business. After joking for a few sentences, Bo Yan also returned to his serious face. He handed a craft paper file bag to Yin Yi and said, I've checked it out, take a look for yourself. The time when Wen Xixi was threatened by Xi Feng, Yin Yi began to prepare for revenge on the Wen family. Before taking revenge, Yin Yi also asked Bo Yan to check the information of Wen Xixi's biological mother. Wen Xixi's mother died early, when Wen Zuoyan had not yet made a fortune, and there was very little information. However, it is certain that Wen Xixi's mother helped Wen Zuoyan do things. The couple had a good relationship and started from scratch. But later, I don't know what happened. Wen Xixi's mother died. Wen Zuoyan hated Wen Xixi's mother and also hated Wen Xixi. Wen Zuoyan is not a common and affectionate person. There is a Li Xiao at home and a bunch of lovers outside. But the ones outside are all born by wild women and have no identity. Li Jiao is most afraid of Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi's family situation is simple and quite simple. There are many couples who can't get along, and it is not uncommon to break up and start a new family with their children. It is also complicated because there is no one like Wen Zuoyan who doesn't like his own flesh and blood. Ying Yi took the file bag, opened it, and began to flip through the pages one by one. He pressed the paper with his fingers as if he was reading a script. There are not many documents, but they are all dry goods. Ying Yi looked at it for a while and finished reading the last one. After reading it, he put the file away and only looked up and said to Boyan, "Let's keep this a secret from Xixi for now." Ying Yi kept it a secret from Wen Xixi for her own good. This was a matter between the two of them, and he was just there to help. Boyan nodded and said, "Okay." It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Wen Xixi arrived in Y province, and Qiao Tingnan had been waiting at the airport. The weather in Y province is like spring all year round, but Qiao Tingnan was still wearing thin clothes. He stood tall, with an upright posture and a gentle temperament. Such a high-quality middle-aged uncle attracted the attention of many passers-by. When he saw Qiao Tingnan, Wen Xixi trotted over, stood beside him, and called out, "Godfather." When Wen Xixi came over, Qiao Tingnan came back to his senses. When he saw Wen Xixi, he curled the corners of his lips slightly and said, "Let's go home." These 3 words made Wen Xixi feel warm in her heart. After nodding in response, Wen Xixi followed Qiao Tingnan to the elevator entrance to wait for the elevator. The two were much warmer than the last time they met. They chatted while getting in the car. "Why did you come alone?" Qiao Tingnan said. Feeling a little embarrassed by the question, Wen Xixi also felt that she should bring Ying Yi to meet Qiao Tingnan. But Ying Yi had work and had to go home early, so she didn't feel comfortable asking him to come. He must be busy with work. Qiao Tingnan said in a deep voice, started the car and said, "It doesn't matter, we will meet each other eventually." Wen Xixi felt at ease. Qiao Tingnan and Wen Zuoyan had completely different styles. He always thought about her and never put pressure on her. "Well," Wen Xixi said, "I will bring him to see you, and let you check it for me." Qiao Tingnan seemed to be amused by Wen Xixi's words, and his eyes curved, and he didn't say anything. Back home, Wen Xixi and Qiao Tingnan cooked dinner together. Qiao Tingnan didn't eat after dinner time. But when Wen Xixi came over, he was afraid that she would be lonely eating alone, so he accompanied her and ate some. After eating, a patient knocked on the door downstairs, and Qiao Tingnan went downstairs to work. Wen Xixi was cleaning up the dishes upstairs, and after cleaning up, she began to help Qiao Tingnan clean up the room. In fact, she didn't need to clean up at all. Qiao Tingnan had a good hygiene habit and kept the house clean and tidy. Wen Xixi cleaned up for a while, but there was really nothing to clean up, so she sat in the living room in a daze waiting for Qiao Tingnan. After waiting for a while, no one came up, and she felt bored, so she went to Qiao Tingnan's study. Qiao Tingnan's study was not a forbidden area. When she first started learning massage, she didn't want to trouble Qiao Tingnan if she didn't understand something, so she would go to his study to find a book to read. Qiao Tingnan knew that she was flipping through her books, and he would always put the books she forgot to put back to their original place, and he wouldn't scold her. "I didn't think it was a big deal before, but now I think about it carefully, Qiao Tingnan really dotes on her." When she opened the study, Wen Xixi was not attracted by the books, but saw a brocade box on the table. The brocade box had an open lid, and several jade carvings lay quietly inside. The desk lamp was on in the study, the light was cool, shining on the jade carvings. The jade was very transparent. In addition to those few, there was another one placed on the table, which had already taken shape. These jade carvings were carved by Qiao Tingnan himself. Walking to the table, Wen Xixi took one from the box and took a look. After looking for a long time, she couldn't tell what it was. Just as she was about to search, Qiao Tingnan said something behind her. "Qixiu." Wen Xixi turned around and saw Qiao Tingnan standing outside the door. Wen Xixi smiled at him, lowered her head and looked at the brocade box and said, "Are they all Qixiu? Did you make them yourself?" Wen Xixi knew that Qixiu was an ancient mythical beast that had the function of warding off evil spirits. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi remembered a bunch of small wooden carvings in her room. Speaking of which, Qiao Tingnan and Yingyi might be quite compatible. Both of them like carving, one carving small animals and the other carving ancient mythical beasts. "I asked a friend to help me buy the jade," Qiao Tingnan said. "I'm an outsider, so I can't do it very well." Qiao Tingnan did everything very delicately, and his jade carving skills can also be seen. In her opinion, Qiao Tingnan was modest. But Qiao Tingnan had high demands on himself, and he really was not saying one thing and thinking another. "It's already very good." Wen Xixi said, "I haven't seen you carve before." "Yeah." Qiao Tingnan didn't say much. Wen Xixi didn't stay in the study for long, and went out with Qiao Tingnan. The two agreed to move their household registration tomorrow, and Wen Xixi went back to her room to sleep. Wen Xixi and Yingyi were in the period of passionate love, and they missed each other when they didn't see each other for a day. Yingyi looked at Wen Xixi and kept asking her to hang up the video. Later, Wen Xixi and Yingyi fell asleep while chatting. Because she went to bed late, Wen Xixi woke up very late the next day. When she opened her eyes, the sun outside shone in. Getting up from the bed, Wen Xixi opened the window, smelled the fresh air, and felt particularly comfortable. After she changed her clothes and washed up, she saw breakfast on the table. Wen Xixi took a bite of a fried dough stick and ate while going downstairs. While eating the fried dough stick, Wen Xixi also took a cup of soy milk. She took a bite of the fried dough stick and drank a sip of soy milk. When she went downstairs and saw the two men standing outside the door, Wen Xixi didn't have time to swallow the soy milk and almost choked. Yingyi and Qiao Tingnan were moving the bed so that the patient could get some sun. The two men had outstanding facial features, one hot and one cold temperament, one sunny and enthusiastic, the other gentle and elegant. Both of them were tall and straight, just looking at them was pleasing to the eye. When Yingyi saw Wen Xixi coming down, he smiled at her, raised his hand and said, "Good morning, Wen Xixi." When she saw Yingyi, Wen Xixi thought she was dreaming at first, but she quickly reacted and her heart was filled with joy. She ran over with the fried dough stick and wanted to hug Yingyi, but Qiao Tingnan was standing next to her, and she became shy again. Looking up at Wen Xixi standing beside her, her eyes were shining, and all her thoughts were on the young man next to her. Qiao Tingnan pursed her lips and asked Yingyi on the side, "Have you had breakfast?" "Of course not." Qiao Tingnan opened the door and Wen Xixi pulled Yingyi upstairs to have breakfast. As soon as they went upstairs, Yingyi hugged Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi laughed out loud, but was afraid that the sound would be heard by Qiao Tingnan, so she lowered her voice. While laughing softly, Yingyi picked her up and leaned her back against the wall, and the two kissed. Yingyi couldn't stand the passionate kissing early in the morning. He also knew that this was in his father-in-law's house and he couldn't be presumptuous. The little cat in his arms had been kissed until it softened and looked at him with hazy eyes. Yin Yi suppressed the desire in his heart, scratched her nose and said, "Eat first." The two of them went to the dining table to eat obediently. "Why are you here?" Wen Xixi asked. Their original plan was that she and Xiao Tingnai would transfer their household registration today and take a flight tomorrow to City B to meet Yin Yi's parents. He had a video call with her last night and flew here this morning. "I can't sleep." Yin Yi said, "The caterpillar is useless, so I came here for my sleep." Wen Xixi. After the two of them had dinner, Wen Xixi took the dishes to the kitchen. There was no nanny at home, so Wen Xixi needed to wash the dishes. Before they started, Yin Yi rolled up his sleeves, put his hands into the sink, and said, "I'll do it." Young Master Yin didn't touch the water, so Wen Xixi quickly said, "How can an assistant let the boss do the work? Now at home, I'm not your boss, I'm your husband." Yin Yi said, "How can a husband let his wife do the work?" Wen Xixi laughed again, and simply said, "Then you wash it, and you have to compensate if you break it." Wen Xixi watched from the side, and didn't expect Yin Yi to wash it quite clean. After the two washed the dishes, they went down to help Xiao Tingnai. After taking care of a wave of patients, the three of them went upstairs. Xiao Tingnan entered the study and brought out yesterday's brocade box. When Xixi saw it, immediately stood up and called out, "Godfather." "Dowry." Xiao Tingnan handed the things over. The brocade box was opened, and 6 pixiu with different postures lay quietly inside. Yesterday's one was also made, which showed that Xiao Tingnan didn't get much rest last night. Wen Xixi felt a pang in her heart. Not to mention that these jade carvings are very valuable, just to say that Xiao Tingnan cares about her, Wen Xixi was indescribably moved. "Thank you, uncle." Yin Yi thanked him sincerely, and he was happy for Wen Xixi in his heart. She not only has a group of top relatives in the Wen family, but also has Xiao Tingnan, a godfather who pampers and loves her. "I like carving, too," Yin Yi said with a smile, "but I like wood carving." Speaking of carving, Xiao Tingnan pursed his lips, his expression warm. "She's a good person who can carve, and she's very patient." Yin Yi felt very happy when Xiao Tingnan praised him, and he thanked her again. Xiao Tingnan looked at him and curled the corners of his lips. After lunch, Xiao Tingnan and Wen Xixi went to handle the household registration. The whole process went very smoothly, so smoothly that Wen Xixi thought that Yin Yi came to Province Y specifically for the household registration. After finishing the household registration, Xiao Tingnan drove the two of them home. It was only afternoon now, and Xiao Tingnan looked at the bed in Wen Xixi's room and said to Wen Xixi, "You said you wanted to go to your boyfriend's house to meet his parents, so why not go today? I customized a double bed for your room, but the craftsman is very delicate and slow to deliver, so it hasn't been delivered yet." When Xiao Tingnan opened his mouth, Wen Xixi felt relieved, but the following words made her blush again. "When you have time in the future, just come back often to visit." Xiao Tingnan snorted and laughed, stretched out his hand to rub Wen Xixi's hair, and said, "If he treats you well, Godfather will be happy. If he treats you badly, don't be afraid, Godfather treats you well." Wen Xixi's eyes were sore, and she shed tears in a very useless way. Rubbing her eyes, Wen Xixi nodded. Yin Yi listened to Wen Xixi's words about Xiao Tingnan's meaning and had no opinion. Xiao Tingnan sent the two to the airport, and Wen Xixi looked back every few steps. Xiao Tingnan waved at her, and Wen Xixi turned around. "Little fool, why are you crying? This is not the day you are getting married." Yin Yi took Wen Xixi's hand and comforted her. "It's not because of this." Wen Xixi sobbed and said, "Godfather is so lonely, he has been alone at home for so many years. I should have spent more time with him before." Ying Yi didn't say anything else. He couldn't say what he felt about Xiao Tingna. He was a good elder to Wen Xixi, or maybe. Without thinking any more, Ying Yi hugged her little fool and got on the plane. That night, Ying Yi flew from Province Y to City B. Ying Yi did not drive, but his family sent a driver. I remember that at the beginning, when Xixi thought that Ying Yi was the young master of the Ying group who owed debts, but when she saw the well-dressed driver and Lincoln next to him, Wen Xixi slapped her once foolish self again. Young master, Miss Wen. The driver was well-mannered and well-trained. After greeting, he said, Miss Yi said she would wait for you at Duchan Villa. The so-called Miss Yi was Ying Yi's mother, Yi Yizhou. Where will you eat? Does my dad know? Ying Yi asked. Yes, I will pick him up later, the driver said. With a faint response, Ying Yi pulled Wen Xixi, who was still distracted, into the car. When Xixi sat in the car, her heartbeat getting faster and faster. Looking at this pomp, she was really nervous. My mother is easy to get along with. Ying Yi tilted his head and looked at Wen Xixi, smiling to comfort her emotions. Don't worry, she must like you. She hasn't even seen me. Wen Xixi said, still unable to hide her nervousness. But she has heard of you. Ying Yi said in a deep voice, every time she calls, I will talk to her about you. Ah. Wen Xixi didn't expect that she would become one of the topics of Ying Yi and his mother. After she was surprised, her face turned slightly red, and she said, You won't praise me to your aunt to death, right? She was even more nervous at the moment. Ying Yi's lover's eyes are full of beauty, and she is really not as good as he said. Not really. Ying Yi stretched out his hand and pinched her face, and said with a smile, I still have half my life left. Wen Xixi. Duchan Villa is located in a remote area, just like its name, quiet and peaceful. This should be a private restaurant, the decoration is quite zen, and you can smell a faint scent of sandalwood as soon as you get off the car. Entering the vermilion lacquer gate, there are bamboos and lotus flowers in the yard, the pond is clear and the pebbles are round and clean. Stepping on the stone road, Wen Xixi looked up and saw Yi Yizhou sitting in the room. The son resembles the mother, Ying Yi is so good-looking, and Yi Yizhou is naturally not bad. She is very much in line with the Oriental aesthetic, with a 3-part face and 5-part eyes, dignified and simple. Ying Yi pulled Wen Xixi into the room. Mom. Ying Yi walked in and smiled at Yi Yizhou. In front of Yi Yizhou was a small square table, on which was a set of rosewood tea sets, with the aroma of tea wafting in the air. Wen Xixi followed Ying Yi and sat cross-legged opposite Yi Yizhou. She only observed Yi Yizhou once, and could see that she was not a very enthusiastic person. Ying Yi's personality is probably like his father. Thinking that Yi Yizhou was not easy to get along with, Wen Xixi greeted him softly. Hello, Auntie, I'm Wen Xixi. Yi Yizhou raised her beautiful eyes slightly, and looked Wen Xixi up and down lazily. She did not answer, but took something from her side. Wen Xixi watched Yi Yizhou push a check over, and then Yi Yizhou spoke. This is 10 million, leave my son. Ying Yi's eyebrows jumped, stretched out his hand to rub his eyebrows, and said helplessly, Mom, put away your acting skills. Hearing her son's words, Yi Yizhou snorted, pouted and whispered. Hate. Chapter 58. Ying Yi's gene for acting is probably inherited from his mother Yi Yizhou. Yi Yizhou is very beautiful and likes acting. When she was young, she acted in several TV series in the entertainment industry. The entertainment industry in the 1980s was much more real than it is now. Yi Yizhou has a face, but her acting skills are really mediocre. She filmed 2 tepid films, and with the opposition of her family, she did not continue. Yi Yizhou always felt regretful when she thought of this. Fortunately, Ying Yi inherited her dream, which was the most comforting thing for Yi Yizhuo. After saying that, Yi Yizhuo smiled at Wen Xixi. The little girl was very cute, and she looked gentle and well-behaved. Yi Yizhuo liked her at first sight. "I was just kidding you," Yi Yizhuo said, and laughed. "This is a meeting gift. I don't have anything to prepare. If you like anything, buy it yourself. Or go shopping with me. I love shopping the most. This is really the most practical meeting gift." Wen Xixi has not yet reacted to Yi Yizhuo's cute contrast. Ying Yi stared at Wen Xixi. The little girl hasn't come back to her senses yet. She stared with a pair of big eyes and didn't dare to look at Yi Yizhuo. She just glanced at her again and again. Ying Yi was happy and stretched out his hand to rub her hair. Although Yi Yizhuo looked like she was getting along well, Wen Xixi was still a little afraid of him because he was an elder after all. The check was there. It was not right to take it, and it was not right not to take it. Wen Xixi quickly thanked him and looked at Ying Yi for help. "You scared her at the beginning." Ying Yi put away the check, put his hand on Wen Xixi's shoulder, and leaned her into his arms. Yi Yizhuo was dissatisfied for a moment, and pouted and said, "Then do you blame your mother?" "No," Wen Xixi quickly denied it and said to Yi Yizhuo, "I was not scared, I am too introverted and not very good at speaking." "Auntie, you are so nice." Wen Xixi smiled, and her face flushed. Seeing Wen Xixi's red face when she spoke, Yi Yizhuo said "Oh," and reached out to touch her face. Yi Yizhuo's palm was warm and soft, and it was especially gentle and kind against Wen Xixi's face. "Xixi is so cute, no wonder my son likes you, and even auntie likes you so much." Being touched on the face, Wen Xixi felt a little dazed, and really wanted Yi Yizhuo's hand not to take it away. Yi Yizhuo really looks like a mother, and Wen Xixi felt like a piece of her heart was filled. Lowering her head and biting her lower lip, Wen Xixi said shyly, "I like you, too." "Ouch." Yi Yizhuo laughed, touched Wen Xixi's face lovingly, and said, "If you like me, hurry up and become my daughter-in-law. I'm waiting to go shopping with you." Wen Xixi didn't know what the Ying family's background was, but looking at Yi Yizhuo's gestures, he didn't look like a local tyrant who got rich by relying on his son. Their family should have a rich foundation, not only in material terms, but also in spiritual terms. If it were before, Wen Xixi would definitely feel that she was not worthy of Yi Yi. But now, Wen Xixi feels that only Ying Yi's strength will make her work harder to become stronger. Both of them came over, and Yi Yizhuo asked the waiter to serve the meal. Before serving the meal, Yi Yizhuo and Wen Xixi explained, "Your uncle went abroad for academic exchanges and will not be home until tomorrow. Let's eat first." The uncle Yi Yizhuo mentioned should be Ying Yi's father. When Xixi was still thinking about what kind of job he did, Ying Yi next to her said to her, "My dad is a professor of physics." "What professor?" Yi Yizhuo corrected, "Your dad is a physical scientist." After saying that, Yi Yizhuo's expression could not hide his admiration. Ying Yi's parents have a really good relationship. When Xixi felt happy and envious. Only in such a good family atmosphere can Ying Yi grow up so well. "I'm very bad at physics," Wen Xixi said on this topic, "so I envy and admire those who are good at physics." She seemed to have no brain for science. She could keep up in junior high school, but she was completely exhausted in high school. In the first year of high school, her grades were dragged down to the middle of the class by physics and chemistry. After the second year of high school, the grades slowly improved. "Really?" Yi Yizhuo smiled and said, "Then you must be good at other subjects." When Xixi was stunned, smiled and nodded. Yi Yizhuo suddenly became excited and said with a smile, "Yi has been good at science since he was a child, and you are also good at liberal arts. Oh, the baby born will definitely be a top student." Infected by Yi Yizhu's complete optimism, Wen Xixi glanced at Yin Yi, and Yin Yi smiled at her. When Xixi's heart warmed up, her face slightly hot, she nodded and said, "Yeah." Since the two had already arrived, Yi Yizhu asked the waiter to come and serve the dishes. This restaurant specializes in vegetarian meals. It's late now, and eating greasy food is not good for your health, Yi Yizhu said considerately, and handed the bamboo slips to Wen Xixi. Yin Yi said that you are a chef, so you must be good at ordering dishes. Order whatever you want to eat. Yi Yizhu really exudes easygoingness all over his body. Wen Xixi gradually relaxed, looked at the menu and ordered the dishes. You also want to open a private restaurant, right? Yi Yizhu looked up at Wen Xixi and chatted with her. Yin Yi must have told her about it. Wen Xixi nodded and said, "Yes, I want to try it." "You are really capable," Yi Yizhu praised, holding his chin with his hands together. Yi Yizhu said, "I have a friend in S-City who also runs a private restaurant. If you need decoration or anything else in the future, you can find him." As he said that, Yi Yizhu wrote it down as if it was something, and gave Wen Xixi the phone number. "You will feel a sense of accomplishment if you do your own things. We want to help, but we can only help a limited amount. You have to work hard on your own," Yi Yizhu said with a smile. From getting along with Yi Yizhu, Wen Xixi also understood where Yin Yi's way of treating her came from. Yi Yizhu treats children in the same way. She has the ability to help you finish all the things, but she has to take care of your sense of accomplishment and only do half of it for you, and the rest is done by you. If you finish it, she applauds and praises you. If you can't finish it, she will help you secretly. Wen Xixi ate this meal comfortably and warmly, as if she had a home. After dinner, Yi Yizhu took Yin Yi and Wen Xixi back to Yi's house. Ying's house is a courtyard villa with a cobblestone road outside. The car drove slowly past. After entering the gate, it passed the lotus pond and the corridor, and finally stopped in front of the main house. The design of the whole building is very ancient, with hollow lattice windows, blue bricks and white walls, mahogany railings, and bronze crane sculptures. Wen Xixi was dazzled. After getting off the car, Yi Yizhu took her into the main hall. The main hall is also a simple ancient-style design, which is simple and modern. This house also has some Western designs, which are mixed with Oriental charm, and there is an indescribable beauty. If Wen Xixi hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have thought that there would be people in the world who would live in such a house. Sure enough, there is nothing you can't think of, only you can't see it. The servants in Yi's house are very well equipped, and it really looks like a wealthy family in ancient times. If it depends solely on the money Yi earns, it may not be able to support it. Moreover, the servants here have a very good relationship with Yin Yi, as if they have been working here for a long time. Yin Yi is not a second-generation debtor at all, but a second-generation rich. Yin Yi's father alone may not be able to make so much money. Therefore, Yin Yi's mother, Yi Yizhu, must be a very capable person. Wen Xixi admired Yi Yizhu more and more in her heart. The servants in the house smiled and greeted Wen Xixi when they saw her, and they were very friendly. Wen Xixi agreed all the way. There were too many people and she only recognized some of them. The house is a duplex with 2 floors. The first floor has a simple design. There are ink paintings hanging on the high walls. Even the carpet in the main living room is in ink style. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when they went back. Yi Yizhu glanced at the wall clock and said, "You go to rest first. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow. Your father will come back tomorrow, and we will see each other then." "Okay, auntie." Wen Xixi said good night gently. Yi Yizhu looked at Wen Xixi and liked her more and more. He reached out and hugged her in his arms, saying, "Good night, Auntie likes you very much." "Thank you, Auntie." Wen Xixi smiled, no longer shy at the beginning, and said, "I like Auntie too." When Wen Xixi came, the nanny at home prepared a guest room for her, which was polite. But Wen Xixi didn't even see what the guest room looked like, and was pulled to his room by Yingyi. The steps upstairs were also solid wood. Wen Xixi looked up and saw the wooden door of the bedroom on the second floor, and asked, "Are they all made of wood?" "Yes." Yingyi responded and smiled, "The bed is also made of wood." Wen Xixi didn't react for a while. After Yingyi pulled her into the door, he held back his laughter and added, "But it won't make any sound." Wen Xixi. Yingyi's room is clean and tidy, very large, with a master bedroom, a second bedroom and a living room, like an independent house. The style inside the room is in line with the outside, with screens and ceramics, revealing a strong, ancient style. Wen Xixi felt like she had traveled through time. While she was still curious, Yingyi behind her hugged her. Wen Xixi screamed, "Ah," and Yingyi directly picked her up in the air. Wen Xixi laughed, but was carried to the bed by Yingyi. When he got on the bed, his back touched the bed first. Wen Xixi pressed on him, and Yingyi smiled softly. After hugging her tightly, he turned over and pressed her under him. When Xixi looked up at him, her eyes were wide open, sparkling, and black and white. Just looking at her like this, Yingyi couldn't help it, and lowered his head to kiss her. Their lips were entangled, gentle and soft. Wen Xixi hugged Yingyi's back with both hands. As the long kiss deepened, Yingyi's lips fell on Wen Xixi's chin, neck, collarbone. "I want to take a shower." Wen Xixi turned her head away and said softly. She and Yingyi had been running around all day today, and she didn't feel anything at first, but when Yingyi kissed her, she felt a little dirty. Yingyi chuckled, pecked her on the lips, and asked hoarsely, "Will you let me eat it after you wash it?" Wen Xixi's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't say anything for a long time. She blushed and whispered, "Yes." Her eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. Yingyi snorted and laughed, and held the little guy in his arms. This is considered a promise. It has been very busy recently, and they haven't been able to get along well, and have been stagnant. Yingyi was afraid that Wen Xixi would feel pain, and Wen Xixi was afraid that Yingyi would feel uncomfortable. Although Yi Yizhuo asked the servants to prepare a guest room for Wen Xixi, he also prepared a bathrobe and pajamas for her in Yingyi's room. Wen Xixi's future mother-in-law knows everything. Wen Xixi took the bathrobe to take a bath, her face burning. When she came out of the bath, Yingyi looked up at her. Wen Xixi's hair was very long, and it was wet and draped over her shoulders. Holding a hairdryer in her hand, Wen Xixi said, "I want to blow dry my hair." Yingyi responded, stood up and kissed her, and then went to take a bath. Wen Xixi was a little distracted while blowing her hair, and the sound of the hairdryer overlapped with the sound of Yingyi taking a shower in the bathroom. Wen Xixi's heart was a little trembling. While blowing her hair, she did not forget to stop the hairdryer for a while to listen to whether Yingyi had finished washing. When the two of them decided to make love at the beginning, Wen Xixi was more nervous and afraid than looking forward to it. But now, not only was she not nervous and afraid, but she was looking forward to it and excited. Jin Ran said that a large part of the emotional life of adult men and women must be maintained by sex. The two have been together for so long, but they have never started. Yingyi came out of the shower, his bathrobe was half open, revealing his tight and beautiful abdominal muscles. Above the abdominal muscles, the chest muscles were looming, and the collarbone was very beautiful. His hair was not dry, and his bangs were scattered on his forehead. The hair that was cut when filming Qingxiu Mountain has not grown back completely, and now it is still a little short. He listened to the sound of the hairdryer and walked in front of Wen Qixi. Wen Qixi raised her eyes, and her eyes were like black glass, bright and clear. Ying Yi walked over, her pupils shrank slightly, and her lips moved. Ying Yi reached out and took the hairdryer from her hand, put his hand on her head, and began to blow her hair. Wen Qixi's hair was already half dry, and he stroked her hair again and again. Wen Qixi only felt the hot wind on her head and throughout her body, making her hot in an instant. After her hair was completely dry, Ying Yi put the hairdryer aside. He supported himself on the side of the bed with both hands. Wen Qixi leaned back, and Ying Yi looked at her at eye level. Wen Qixi's heart was beating fast. She looked at Ying Yi's hair, hugged him with both hands, and said, "Do you want to blow yours?" As soon as Wen Qixi finished speaking, Ying Yi kissed her. The sudden kiss made Wen Qixi's heart jump suddenly, and her breath tightened. "No need." The man's voice was low and hoarse, revealing an unspeakable temptation. "Okay." Wen Qixi gradually lowered her head, and Ying Yi on her body slowly pressed his body down. In the end, Wen Qixi lay flat on the bed, and Ying Yi pressed on her. "Are you still nervous?" Ying Yi lowered his head and kissed her chin. The baby fat on the little girl's face has not faded yet, but her chin is pointed, which is particularly pretty. "Not nervous." Wen Qixi said, "Auntie is very nice." The little fox, who answered the question irrelevantly, made Ying Yi chuckle, and his nose touched hers. Ying Yi said, "That's not what I'm talking about." "Oh," Wen Qixi replied dazedly, and she felt her whole body was hot. She said, "Then I'm not nervous." She hugged Ying Yi with both hands and said, "I've been ready for a long time, don't be afraid that I'll hurt." "Okay." Ying Yi responded hoarsely, lowered his head and kissed Wen Qixi on the lips, and said, "I'm coming." To be precise, this is the third time for Wen Qixi. After the long foreplay, Ying Yi really came. The last third made Wen Qixi tremble all over, and she screamed in pain. The man on her body groaned and was about to withdraw. Wen Qixi hugged him and pulled his body, which was about to withdraw, completely into her arms. Chapter 59. It still hurts, but Wen Qixi held it back, and the rest was completely the opposite of pain. We can also get inspiration from sex and love, first bitter and then sweet. Ying Yi's size was amazing, and his endurance was also amazing. She could feel his excitement, and when she finally softened, Ying Yi finally came. Wen Qixi lay on the bed, closed her eyes, and saw stars in front of her eyes. Her body was extremely sensitive. Ying Yi wiped her clean, and when he held her up, Wen Qixi whimpered in her throat. The man smiled deeply, held Wen Qixi in his arms, and kissed the corner of her lips gently. The kiss between the two was long, sweet and gentle, and Wen Qixi smiled softly with her lips curled up. Finally, she slept with the male god, and she was the first one to sleep with him, and she would sleep with him for the rest of her life. Wen Qixi's heart was filled with pride and excitement. She hooked Ying Yi's neck, watched him fill the bathtub with water, and then held her in the bathtub. The water temperature in the bathtub was just right. After the high and low tide, her body was sore, and the warm water relieved it. She sat on Ying Yi's body, and between her legs, a faint blood flowed with the water. Ying Yi stretched out his hand and stirred it, the blood spread out, and Wen Qixi's face turned red. Holding Wen Qixi's small waist, Ying Yi turned her over, and the two faced each other. Wen Qixi looked up at Ying Yi with a red face, and Ying Yi's eyes were deep, and he asked a question. "Is it your first time to ejaculate in seconds?" Ying Yi smiled. Her face was instantly hot, and Wen Qixi remembered the topic they had discussed before. She pursed her lips and said, "You said it was your third time." As she spoke, her voice gradually became smaller. When Xixi hugged Yingyi like a naughty child, with her face resting on his shoulder. Yingyi's skin was delicate and cold, and when Xixi smiled and rubbed it twice. It's true that I bled for the first time. Yingyi tilted his head and bit her earlobe. When Xixi on his body trembled all over, and her tense body softened consciously, our Xixi is really cultured. After being praised by Yingyi, when Xixi came back to her senses, and at the same time gradually felt that something was wrong, she pulled back, saying, I can't do it anymore. Tired? Yingyi bit her shoulder and asked hoarsely. The little girl didn't answer. Yingyi continued his actions, straightened her up, and said with a smile, "Oh." Saying one thing and thinking another. The hypocritical Wen Xixi was pulled by Yingyi again. After Yingyi refreshed her definition of persistence again, Wen Xixi was finally liberated. After being washed clean by Yingyi, she was carried to the bed. Yingyi had been holding it back for a long time. Now he was liberated. After 2 rounds of fighting, he was not tired but refreshed. Not only was he refreshed this time, but he would be refreshed in the future. In fact, Wen Xixi couldn't adapt to him very well now, but it didn't matter. Take it slowly. Anyway, the 2 of them have a lifetime. He hugged Wen Xixi and kissed her again and again. Wen Xixi hummed and her eyelids were too heavy to open. She turned over and hugged Yingyi, burying her face in his chest. The man had a pleasant vanilla smell, refreshing and sweet. I'm sleepy. Wen Xixi said with a wrong voice. Go to sleep. Yingyi kissed her forehead and said. When the little guy in his arms began to breathe evenly, Yingyi couldn't fall asleep. His heart was itchy, full of excitement and impatience. After kissing Wen Xixi again, Yingyi called softly. Xixi. Wen Xixi replied dazedly. Marry me. Yingyi said with a smile. Wen Xixi replied dazedly again. No matter whether she fell asleep or not, she agreed anyway. Yingyi was happy and hugged the little guy in his arms. It was much more comfortable than a caterpillar. When he woke up the next day, he was greeted by Wen Xixi's broken body. She lay flat on the bed, looking at the ceiling, silently cheering herself up in her heart. But after cheering herself up for a long time, she still couldn't get up. When she moved, her whole body was sore, and she had a sad face and wanted to find Yingyi. Yingyi had just finished his morning run, and when he came back, he saw Wen Xixi lying on the bed with a wronged look on her face. With a sudden thought, Yingyi didn't even wipe the sweat off his face. He quickly went over to hold her in his arms, kissed her and asked, "What's wrong, baby? How come you're okay?" Wen Xixi completely forgot about the pain and looked at Yingyi. He was the one who worked hard last night, but she was the one who couldn't get up in the end. What happened? When Wen Xixi thought of this, she felt a little disappointed with herself. But when Yingyi heard this, he was touched. He hugged Wen Xixi and kissed her several times. Yingyi said, "Isn't it good that I'm okay?" "It's good." Wen Xixi admitted that at least he didn't have to feel so uncomfortable. "I'm fine and can continue tonight," Yingyi said seriously. Wen Xixi. "Then you still have something to do." Yingyi's father, Yin Xiao, did not come back on New Year's Day because of some things. Wen Xixi was a little relieved, as if she was about to take the final exam and heard that the test paper was burned. She didn't know why, but she was very afraid of Yingyi's father. I always felt that he would be a serious scholar. Then, she was a student who never passed physics. Wen Xixi stayed at Yingyi's house until the end of New Year's Day, and she was tossed out of bed every day. After New Year's Day, Yingyi was going to join a new film crew. Before joining the crew, Yingyi endured for a day, and Wen Xixi was finally able to get out of bed to pack his luggage. The new play is called Suddenly, an urban love drama, filmed in Y City, H Province, at the southernmost tip of the motherland. Y City has become a tourist destination due to its unique climate and environment. Coming to Y City from the cold in the north, the heat wave and enthusiasm came over, and Wen Xixi was curious and excited. The first time she came to Y City, she saw palm trees and coconut trees. The sea here is much clearer than that in S City, and the beach is full of pedestrians. The hotel that the crew booked for Yingyi is still luxurious, with a seaview suite and a private swimming pool. After Wen Xixi packed Yingyi's luggage, Yingyi pulled her into the swimming pool. Wen Xixi learned to swim when she was in Y Province. At that time, she went to the swimming pool whenever she had time and met several friends. Before coming, Yingyi told her that she could swim, and Wen Xixi brought her swimsuit with her. After putting on the swimsuit, Wen Xixi stood in front of the mirror, a little embarrassed to go out. The swimsuit was prepared by the hotel, a three-point style, and her breasts were too big, and the front of the bra looked turbulent. Although she had done everything with Yingyi, she was still a little shy now. Yingyi pushed the door open, and Wen Xixi screamed, "Ah!" and subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. When she covered her chest like this, Yingyi naturally put his eyes on her chest. The little girl's hands were not big, and she couldn't cover it. Covering it like this, it was looming, and there was a gesture of wanting to refuse but also to welcome. Yingyi's eyes moved, and fire rushed out of his body. "Come here," Yingyi called Wen Xixi with a smile. "Is there?" Wen Xixi stepped back and was about to speak, but was hugged by Yingyi. Wen Xixi's heart skipped a beat, and her body was suspended in the air, and was carried to the swimming pool by Yingyi. Wen Xixi laughed and kicked her legs and said, "Put me down." She moved around on his shoulders, her chest rubbing against his shoulders, and Yingyi felt helpless. He reached out and pinched the little girl's waist, and his voice slowly stretched out. Xixi, to the person who was moving around on him, suddenly froze. "If I hadn't had something to do later, you would have been eaten by me." The frozen person relaxed a little, took a bite of the shoulder, and snorted, "I'll eat you first." Yingyi raised his eyebrows, couldn't bear it anymore, and carried the little girl back to the bedroom. Wen Xixi deserved it. After being eaten, she couldn't even get out of bed, let alone swim. Yingyi still had to show up on the crew. After putting on his clothes, he exuded an abstinence aura. He lowered his head and kissed Wen Xixi, saying, "Sleep for a while, I'll take you to a dinner party in the evening." Since there was a dinner party to attend, why did he do this? Wen Xixi roared inwardly, her face flushed like an apple, and she wanted to roar, but when she roared, it was just a snort of arrogance. Yingyi felt itchy, so he hugged her and kissed her for a long time. When Wen Xixi fell asleep, Yingyi left the hotel. The crew held a meeting, and the main creators had to attend. Yingyi also knew the director of this movie. Although he was a little late, he didn't say anything. The content of the meeting was nothing more than the progress of the shooting and the arrangement of the scenes. Yingyi came with his other assistant, Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao was an experienced person, so Yingyi didn't have to do anything. After the meeting, Yingyi exchanged greetings with the director and producer, and he took the information back. He had read the script and outlined the lines. Yingyi planned to memorize the lines while Wen Xixi was sleeping. Recently, he was obsessed with women and delayed his work. Thinking of this, Yingyi chuckled. "Teacher Ying." Xiao Tao called him when he followed Yingyi to the elevator with the information. "Yeah." Yingyi responded lightly. "The producer just asked me when Yang Yan from our company is Miss Ware's sister. There is a role suitable for her in the crew. Do you need her to come and play it?" Xiao Tao said. These things were said by the production director and assistant, and then conveyed to the artists. The producer's intention was very simple, that is, he wanted to give Yoongi face by giving him a role, or to establish a relationship with Yoongi. Most people in the entertainment industry know that Yoongi's background is far from what is talked about in gossip. Moreover, given his current status in the entertainment industry, it is worth it for others to consider him so much. No need. Yoongi said, his eyes darkened, and said, "You tell the producer that Wen Yangyan is not Wen Shixi's biological sister." Although Xiao Tao was curious, he was just an assistant who passed on information. After responding, the topic turned to other work issues. When Yoongi went back, Wen Xixi just got up. She sat on the bed in a daze for a while, and when she heard the door open, she hurried over. Yoongi was closing the door and let her out, smiling and stretching out his hand. Wen Xixi trotted over and hugged him. Yoongi exerted a little force and held her in his arms. "Did you sleep well?" After kissing Wen Xixi's forehead, Yoongi asked with a smile. "Okay." At this time, Wen Xixi had forgotten her anger towards Yoongi at the beginning. She hugged Yoongi and said, "I'm hungry." Yoongi looked at the time, hugged her, and went out and said, "Let's go and have dinner." The so-called dinner party was actually organized by Yuza. Seeing Yuza, Wen Xixi was nervous for a moment. But then she let go and greeted him. "Even if I don't invite Yoongi today, I have to invite you. You are the most popular V on the cooking app, and I still rely on you for my meals." With a faint smile, Wen Xixi picked a few dishes that Yoongi liked, handed over the menu and said, "Mr. Yu, are you kidding? Just call me Yuza," Yuza said with a smile. "In the end, we two help each other." Wen Xixi thought he was talking about her relying on the cooking app, and the cooking app also relied on her. Just as he was about to speak, Yoongi introduced him. "He is the young director of Shibo Group." Wen Xixi was stunned, remembering the raw materials that Yoongi talked about when he was at the Wen family before. In fact, she was a little confused as to why Yoongi helped the Wen family. But she also understood that Yoongi helped the Wen family for her. "By the way, Xixi," Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you going to participate in the Taurei Cup National Chef Competition?" Several big versers of the app, Gigi, Roger. They are all going to participate. This competition is the most high-level chef competition in the country. It is held in February every year, and Wen Xixi pays attention to it every year. And Yuza, as a person who is half in the food circle, naturally knows it. At the beginning, the organizer sent an invitation letter to the Cooking Lady app, and their app will recommend relevant people to participate in the competition. Chefs participate in cooking competitions to gild themselves. Generally, people who can get a place in a certain chef competition can become chefs in some restaurants. First, their cooking skills are really good, and second, they can bring fame to the restaurant. Yeah. Wen Xixi has been paying attention. She said, "I have discussed it with Jixi and will participate." With Wen Xixi's personality, she actually doesn't like to participate in competitions. But in order to grow herself and for her private restaurant, she has to do well in things she doesn't like. Yoongi sat beside them, listening to their conversation, looking at the confidence on Wen Xixi's face, raised the corners of his lips, and reached out to rub her head. "His Xixi is awesome." Halfway through the meal, Wen Xixi went to the bathroom. Yuza looked at Yoongi, who was waiting for Wen Xixi to come back, and said with a smile, "I never thought that you have been keeping your virginity for so long, but in the end you were conquered by Xixi. Don't you plan to wait for the little girl who asked you to help with physics problems back then?" Yuza's words evoked Yoongi's memories. He was immersed in memories, smiled faintly, looked up at Wen Xixi, who came back from the bathroom, and said, "Of course there is no need to wait any longer. Because they have already waited." Chapter 60. After dinner, the driver took Yingyi and Wen Xixi back. At night in Y City, the air is more humid and cool than that in S City. You can smell the salty sea breeze when you go out, which is comfortable and free. Wen Xixi had never been to Y City, and there was no filming assignment tonight, so she didn't want to go back so soon. Yingyi seemed to see what she was thinking, and told the driver to go to the beach. The driver turned around, and the car sped along the coastal highway. Yingyi opened the car window, which made Wen Xixi's heart palpitate. The driver chose a beach with few people, turbulent waves, and few people and commercial tourist areas nearby. Wen Xixi got out of the car, smelled the scent of the sea breeze, which was refreshing, and after a comfortable breath, she ran towards the beach. Seeing that she liked it, Yingyi's lips unconsciously rose, followed her and said, "I'm going to catch you." Wen Xixi screamed, ran faster, threw off her shoes while running, and stepped into the sea barefoot. The sea sand passed between her toes, and Wen Xixi moved her toes comfortably. Seeing Yingyi running over, she held up the hem of her skirt and laughed and ran to the side. In the end, Wen Xixi's short legs couldn't outrun Yingyi, and she was held in Yingyi's arms, suspended in the air. Wen Xixi laughed, and Yingyi bent down and kissed her. Wen Xixi put her arms around his shoulders and kissed him back. Life now is sweet and free, which is really desirable. The driver is really good at choosing a place. Wen Xixi hugged Yingyi and looked around. There were no people. Only the dim street lights cast a bright light on the dark sea. After Wen Xixi finished speaking, she jumped from Yingyi's arms, and sea water splashed on the water and landed on her skirt. Since there was no one around, she didn't care. She tied a knot on the hem of her skirt and concentrated on playing in the water. The year I was promoted from junior high school to high school, I wanted to buy an MP3 to listen to music. Wen Xixi was immersed in memories. She stretched out her hand to scoop up cold water and said, "When Yang Yan went to my room and saw the target I set, she broke several MP3s that she had freed up. My living expenses are limited, and I can't ask Wen Zuoyan for money. I go to work in a villa restaurant by the sea every Sunday afternoon when I return to school. The kitchen is quite stuffy, and my feet have blisters. Every time before I go back to school, I like to soak in the sea barefoot. It feels very comfortable." Wen Xixi was moved by the scene and didn't want to tell Yingyi anything, but Yingyi felt distressed. He buried his feet in the sand, then moved in the direction Wen Xixi was looking. Wen Xixi said "ah," and stood on the top of Yingyi's feet. "Did you buy it in the end?" Yingyi asked with a smile and kissed the tip of her nose. "I bought it." Wen Xixi said, "The restaurant owner gave it to me." At this point, Wen Xixi's eyes lit up and she smiled and said, "The restaurant owner is not very old, only in his 20s, and he is very handsome. He is very good at cooking, and he taught me the basics of cooking." The year she graduated from junior high school, Wen Xixi was also 15 years old, just the age of falling in love. She didn't have any other thoughts about the restaurant owner, but just felt a little dreamy. Until later, she developed feelings for Roger, which was mostly a continuation of the restaurant owner. However, Wen Xixi did not think that it was her first love, not even a secret love. Although she thought so, Wen Xixi still shrank. After all, she knew Yingyi's jealousy. With a dry cough, Wen Xixi was about to explain, but Yingyi laughed. Wen Xixi's eyes opened and looked at him in confusion. Although Yingyi never said it, he always felt that he owed Wen Xixi in his heart. He wondered why he didn't meet her earlier, why he didn't find her earlier, so that she could suffer less grievances. But after listening to her story about the past, Yingyi felt a little comforted. Wen Xixi is a very good girl after all. She was treated unfairly in the Wen family, but she also felt warmth from other people. In this way, she became what she is now. It's enough if someone treats you well. Yingyi said, even if I give you all the good things within my ability, it can't satisfy my desire to treat you well. Under the sole of the foot, the man's toes moved twice, as if tickling her. Wen Xixi listened to Yingyi's words and laughed. After hugging Yingyi with both hands, Wen Xixi said, people need nutrients to grow. Some people grow big and need more nutrients. Some people grow small and need less nutrients. What about you? Yingyi asked with a smile. I'm very small. Wen Xixi compared her fingers, then compared her fingers on Yingyi's chest, and could feel Yingyi's heartbeat. She opened her fingers, covered Yingyi's heart, looked up at Yingyi and said, I only need this much, that's enough. Among the good things that Yingyi can bring her favorite is spiritual nourishment. He encouraged her, made her grow, made her confident, and made her more beautiful and powerful. He also gave her the most beautiful love, which was more than enough for her in this life. The little girl was not very big, and her needs were not big. Yingyi held Wen Xixi's face with both hands and bent down to kiss her. The vast sea, the surging waves, the gentle sea breeze. Everything on the seaside can make people feel open. Yingyi pulled Wen Xixi, and the two chatted while walking. After a while, Wen Xixi felt the after-effects of being tossed around by Yingyi in the afternoon. Her waist was sore, and Wen Xixi held her waist and glanced at Yingyi, with some anger in her eyes. Yingyi understood, smiled softly, squatted down and said, come. The last time someone carried her on his back, it was Qiao Tingnan. Now, it has been Yingyi's turn. Wen Xixi pursed her lips and smiled, and leaned on Yingyi. Yingyi stood up and carried her on his back effortlessly. How come you feel quite plump, but you don't weigh much when you carry me on your back? Yingyi stretched out his hand and pinched the little flesh on Wen Xixi's waist, and Wen Xixi laughed out loud. Did you eat well? Yingyi asked. Wen Xixi was speechless and choked by the question, and only said, should I say this to you? It doesn't matter to me. Yingyi chuckled, hugged Wen Xixi up, and said, I just need to eat you. Wen Xixi, who was carried on his back, shuddered. Yingyi felt her movements and laughed in a deep voice. The two walked for a while, and Wen Xixi felt that the time was about right. Although there was no filming task today, Yingyi still had to go back to read the script. He was a dedicated person, and if she didn't want to play outside, he would definitely be in the room, memorizing lines and reading the script. Wen Xixi pointed to the car they came in and said, go. Yingyi smiled, carried her on his back and started running. Wen Xixi's body was shaken back and forth. She grabbed Yingyi's clothes and said with a smile, the plane crashed. The plane crashed. After she said this, Yingyi's body really tilted. While tilting, he staggered, and Wen Xixi said ouch. Yingyi smiled and picked up her shoes from the beach. Then he carried Wen Xixi on his back and said while running, let's go. When Wen Xixi was a child, she envied children being carried by their parents. Now being carried by Yingyi, it makes up for the regret of the past. Wen Xixi leaned on Yingyi's shoulders and felt that her boyfriend was really an all-round talent. After playing all night, Yingyi went back to read the script. Wen Xixi couldn't support herself and fell asleep on the sofa. When she woke up the next day, she was already in bed. She could still hear Yingyi's breathing in her ears. Wen Xixi felt sweet and got up to make breakfast for him. After the opening ceremony of the crew of Suddenly, they immediately started filming. This play was prepared for Valentine's Day. There are still 2 months before Valentine's Day, and the time for filming and post-production is very tight. Life in the crew was still the same as usual. When Yingyi was filming, Wen Xixi was waiting on the side. She submitted the registration form for the Taurang Cup chef competition and soon received the admission notice. A total of 6 people were sent to participate in the cook-app, in addition to her, Jishi, Baikai, Roger, and 2 other big verses who came up later. Photos of the 6 people were placed on the homepage of the cook-app. There was an online vote in the morning, and the cook-app was also working hard to promote them. Looking at the 3 familiar people and 2 newcomers, Wen Qixi felt a sense of emotion. No matter what it is always updating and replacing, the old goes and the new comes. If it was in the past, there must be a place for Lin Lao. Now, Lin Lao has been stepped down and other baking masters have risen. Roger has not changed much, and his popularity has only increased. While Wen Qixi was in a daze, Bai Kai sent a message in the group. Bai Kai, oh my god, I can finally meet you in person. Jixi. Speaking of which, Wen Qixi had only seen Bai Kai at the annual meeting when he opened the bathroom door. It's been almost a year, and she has forgotten what Bai Kai looks like. Bai Kai, send a car to pick me up then. I have to prepare 2 large suitcases of local specialties for you, and there is no place to put the luggage. The preliminary round of the Taurang Cup chef competition is scheduled for the Lantern Festival after the New Year. It will be a good start if it coincides with the festival. The semi-finals will be held in March and the finals will be held in April. Qixi, okay, I'll drive over to pick you up. Bai Kai, oh, then will you bring Yingyi with you? Can I have a hug and an autograph? Wen Qixi smiled and replied, no. Bai Kai, sad.jpg. Jixi, although we are participating in this competition as representatives of the chefs, we are also competitors. Bai Kai, I won't compete with you. I still know my own weight. The main purpose is to go and have fun with you, hehe. Qixi, it doesn't matter who wins among the 3 of us. Jixi, I'm afraid someone will stop us from having it. Jixi's words made Wen Qixi stunned. Jixi's ancestors were all chefs, and the Jiang family cuisine is well deserved. She was also a judge for the Starry Sky Cup last time, so she must know the ins and outs of the Taurang Cup. Bai Kai, what? What do you mean? Bai Kai is from northeast China, and even if it's a text message, Wen Qixi can read the northeast flavor. She smiled and looked at Jixi to explain to them. Jixi, the judges for the Taurang Cup are confirmed, but 2 of them were replaced some time ago. They are foreign chef judges. The official statement is that they want to be in line with international standards, but what exactly they are remains to be verified. Wen Qixi has also seen the photos of the 2 judges posted on the official Weibo. If Jixi hadn't mentioned it, Wen Qixi would have naively thought that they wanted to be in line with international standards. Qixi, is it related to Roger? Jixi, not sure, we really don't know him. Wen Qixi snorted and typed a string of words. Qixi, it would be great if it was related to Roger, this cancer. As if stimulated by Wen Qixi's adjective, Bai Kai and Jixi both remained silent. After a while, Jixi sent a message. Jixi, do you want to punish him? Qixi, yes. Bai Kai, Qixi, you are usually bullied, why do you want to bully others this time? Wen Qixi looked at Bai Kai's words, thought for a while, and replied. Qixi, my private restaurant is about to open, and his Lini restaurant is now very famous in S City. If I want to expand it, I have to pull him down. Bai Kai, ha ha ha, Qixi has an idea. Jixi didn't say anything else. When Wen Qixi looked up and saw Yingyi coming over after filming, she was about to get up, and the phone in her hand vibrated. Jixi sent a private WeChat message. Jixi, at that time, Lilao blackened you for Roger. You are so miserable, and he is also involved. I will help you. Wen Qixi smiled and sent a hug emoticon to Jixi. The smile on her lips had not yet disappeared. Ying Yi came over, looked at her happy face, and asked, "What's so happy about?" Looking up at Ying Yi, Wen Shishi held his hand and said with a smile, "I'm so happy to see you." Ying Yi smiled and stretched out his hand to rub her hair. "You are so sweet, I'll call you Little Melon from now on." Since she went back to the Wen family with Ying Yi last time, she realized what it means to be popular. There were still more than 20 days before the Chinese New Year, and Wen Zuoyan called. Wen Shishi looked at the phone number and waited for it to ring for a long time before answering it. "Hello," Wen Shishi said indifferently. "Shishi, I'm your father." Wen Zuoyan's tone still carried his majesty. "This spring festival, your grandmother, uncle and aunt will come to our house, so don't come back too late then." Wen Shishi raised her eyebrows. It turned out that he was arranging for her to go back to the Wen family for the new year. Did he think she was willing to go back to the Wen family for the new year? Wen Shishi sneered and said lightly, "Let's talk about it later. The crew may not be able to take a holiday. I have something to do here. I'll hang up first." After that, Wen Shishi hung up the phone without waiting for Wen Zuoyan to say more. Wen Shishi has her own plans for this year's spring festival. She plans to go back to Wei province to spend it with Qiao Tingnan. In the past spring festivals, she spent them alone in that house. Thinking about the loneliness in the past, Wen Shishi felt that Qiao Tingnan needed her company the most. As for Ying Yi, the two of them will have a long time to spend the spring festival together in the future. Wen Zuoyan was hung up, and his heart was stuck, and he was upset. He threw the phone on the table with a pop, and leaned on the sofa with his arms folded and sulked. Wen Yanyan, who was sitting on the side playing games, saw him like this, snorted coldly and said, "What? You can't invite her back, right? She is not a softie now, but the fiancée of the big star Ying Yi. Do you think she will be lost if you give her some love? Let me tell you, Wen Shishi, she is full of bad water. She looks harmless, but she is actually a bitch. Dad, you'd better be careful. Just based on her attitude, do you think Ying Yi is really helping you? What did you say about your sister?" Wen Zuoyan looked up and cursed at Wen Yanyan, "Call her a bitch again." Wen Yanyan was shocked when she heard Wen Zuoyan's attitude. She quickly put down her phone, went over and hugged Wen Zuoyan's arm, and said coquettishly, "Dad, I'm telling the truth. Don't get angry at Yanyan. Get out." The help given to his company by Shibo Group increased their company's profit by 1/3 this month. He is not a fool. He can still tell who is really helping and who is not helping in the business world. Think about how much he can benefit from Wen Shishi's service. Think about Wen Yanyan again. After graduating from college, she was uneducated and only knew how to play games at home. She had hooked up with an elite man, but he ran away because of her princess syndrome. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Wen Zuoyan pointed at Wen Yanyan and said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat your mouth." After that, Wen Zuoyan went to the study without looking back. Wen Yanyan was still in shock. This was the first time Wen Zuoyan scolded her like this since she was a child. Wen Yanyan was surprised for a long time, and then she felt wronged. She wanted to find Li Jiao for comfort, but Li Jiao was useless. Wen Yanyan threw her phone in anger and stared at the table with gritted teeth. "Wen Shishi, I will make you die." Chapter 61. After hanging up Wen Zuoyan's call, Ying Yi came over after filming the last scene. "The weather here is hot, Ying Yi is sweating," and Wen Shishi stepped forward and handed him a tissue. Ying Yi pulled her hand and asked her to wipe it for him. The two of them were so sweet that no one was around, and the people around them were not surprised. Wen Shishi smiled, wiped Ying Yi's sweat, and handed him the ice water. "Whose call did you just answer?" Ying Yi pulled a chair and sat down, and pulled one for Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi sat down, took the ice water cup, and said, "Wen family, Wen Zuoyan asked me to go to the Wen family to celebrate the Spring Festival." After that, Wen Xixi asked Yingyi, "Do you want to go back?" She didn't refuse directly at that time. Yu's words last time made her think a lot. If Yingyi wanted to play the long game to catch big fish, she should cooperate with him now and be gentle to the Wen family. "Do you want to?" Yingyi lowered his eyes and looked at her, with a faint smile in his brown eyes. In front of Yingyi, Wen Xixi didn't need to lie. She leaned back, rubbed her nose and said, "No, if you don't want to, we won't go back." He stretched out his hand to rub her hair and asked, "Do you want to go to Y province?" "Yeah." Wen Xixi nodded. Yingyi guessed Wen Xixi's thoughts. He didn't want to separate from Wen Xixi, but he respected Wen Xixi's decision. After responding, the assistant director notified the next scene to be filmed. Yingyi looked at the assistant director and asked with a smile, "Do you know how to make a person smaller and put him in your pocket and take him home?" The assistant director was a young man, and he was flattered that a big shot like Yingyi took the initiative to talk to him. He looked up at Wen Xixi, thought for a long time, and said, "Superpower." "I'm not Superman," Yingyi said. The assistant director was stunned for a moment, and asked in return, "Who do you want to make smaller?" Yingyi pursed his lips, pointed at Wen Xixi beside him, and said, "My girlfriend, we have to spend the Spring Festival apart, I am not very happy." Assistant director. Yingyi looked at the assistant director stunned on the spot, and asked, "How do you and your girlfriend get rid of the pain of missing each other?" The assistant director, who had eaten a mouthful of dog food inexplicably, "I don't have a girlfriend yet." "Ah," Yingyi suddenly realized, looked at Wen Xixi, who was smiling beside him, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Come on, good girlfriends are waiting behind. Look at me, I found a girlfriend at such an old age." Assistant director, "That's when you didn't want to find one." Wen Xixi looked at Yingyi teasing the assistant director, and a few words made him laugh again. In the crew, it is also a blessing for the staff to meet such an approachable big star. If you have to deal with those who are arrogant and stop performing at the slightest disagreement, they will suffer at that time. It is also because of this that Yingyi is very popular in the crew. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi is quite proud. She remembered that when she was in college, she read an article about chicken soup, which said that when looking for a boyfriend, don't look at how he treats you, but how he treats the waiters in the restaurant. The attitude he treats the waiters is how he will treat you in the future. Yingyi followed the assistant director to change his clothes. The assistant director said something to him excitedly, and Yingyi answered with a smile. The two gradually walked away. Suddenly was completed on the day before New Year's Eve. The crew's wrap-up party was sloppy. Everyone rushed to their own planes and went home for the new year. As the Spring Festival approached, the airport was also prosperous and filled with a festive atmosphere. Yingyi reluctantly saw Wen Xixi off to the plane. Wen Xixi felt a little sad when she left. Although they will meet after the new year, the pain of missing each other seems to have started when their hands parted. Her heart felt like it was plugged with a tube, full of colic. This feeling was not relieved until she returned to Y province. Xiao Tingnan was still waiting for her at the airport. When Xixi came out of the exit, looked at Xiao Tingnan, and called out, "Dad." The call was loud and intimate. Xiao Tingnan was shocked. He turned around and smiled faintly at Wen Xixi. He rarely smiled, but when he smiled, he was still gentle and elegant. Wen Xixi bought a lot of specialties and gifts for Xiao Tingnan in Y City, filling up a large suitcase. Xiao Tingnan took the suitcase, and the father and daughter returned home. Wen Xixi never liked the Spring Festival. When she was a child, she spent the Spring Festival alone at home. Wen Zuoyan and Li Jiao would take Wen Yanyan back to their hometown. Because the people in the Wen family didn't like her, she was left at home. The nanny didn't care about her, so she made something to eat by herself. Listening to the firecrackers and gongs outside, she stood in front of the window and watched the fireworks. But this year's Spring Festival, she became looking forward to it. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, when Xixi and Qiao Tingnan went to pay tribute to Aunt Anne together. Aunt Anne's grave is on the hill in the town, with beautiful scenery and a wide view. When Xixi saw the photo of Aunt Anne on the tombstone, which was the one Qiao Tingnan gave her, on her youthful face, there was a warm smile. Aunt Anne must have been a warm person who could not be ignored when she was young, otherwise, Qiao Tingnan would not have missed her for so long. Qiao Tingnan stood in front of the tombstone and looked at the photo quietly for a long time. After a while, he started to pack up and said to Wen Xixi, "Let's go." Wen Xixi helped. While packing up, she glanced at Qiao Tingnan. Qiao Tingnan had a light grief on his face, not heavy, but enough to infect people. Wen Xixi unconsciously thought of her mother. Two good friends, when they were together, had the same life and experience. But after marrying different people, they began to live completely different lives from each other. When Xixi vaguely guessed from Wen Zuoya's attitude towards her that maybe her mother betrayed him, so he took his anger out on her. Back then, the two started from scratch, they were husband and wife, and also partners. How could her mother do such a thing? "Have you seen your mother?" Qiao Tingnan paused and asked Wen Xixi, as if he had noticed Wen Xixi's expression. No, Wen Xixi followed Qiao Tingnan's footsteps. The path on the mountain was very narrow, and there were green grasses on the side. It had just rained, and the ground was a little muddy. "If you have time, go and see." Qiao Tingnan lowered his eyes, pondered for a while and said, "Maybe she wants to see you too." This sentence made Wen Xixi unable to come back to her senses for a long time. When she reacted, the two of them went out of the mountain pass and came to the car. Qiao Tingnan unlocked the car, looked up and smiled at Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi's heart trembled, pursed her lips and said, "Okay." Qiao Tingnan has been a widower for a long time, and he usually has a good relationship with the people in the town. The kitchen at home was filled with New Year goods sent by the townspeople. Most of the townspeople were grateful. Qiao Tingnan had superb medical skills and charged a low fee. He was a living god in the town. After returning home, the two began to prepare tomorrow's New Year's Eve dinner. Qiao Tingnan saw her with a ponytail and a bold look, and asked, "Are you ready to show off your skills?" "Of course." Wen Xixi smiled, winked at Qiao Tingnan, and said, "When two people celebrate the Spring Festival, it must be lively. The New Year's Eve dinner must be sumptuous, and firecrackers and fireworks are indispensable. Oh, yes, there are also Spring Festival couplets." While talking, there was a sudden sound outside the window, and half a second later, there was a bang, and the fireworks lit up half of the sky. Wen Xixi hurried to the window to see. Qiao Tingnan looked at Wen Xixi's back on tiptoe with a light in his eyes. When Wen Xixi turned around and smiled at her, he said, "You are used to the hustle and bustle. You should not be used to celebrating the Spring Festival alone in the future." Wen Xixi, who was originally smiling, paused with a smile on her face, and then smiled again and said, "Then I will accompany you every year." Qiao Tingnan is not a child, so he naturally knows that Wen Xixi is teasing him. He smiled, said nothing, rolled up his sleeves, and came in to help. The two packed up their things neatly, and when Xixi returned to the room after taking a shower, Yin Yi had been waiting online for a long time. When he saw Wen Xixi coming, he immediately clicked on the video. In the video, Yin Yi was wearing simple home clothes. After leaning on the bed, He could see the oil painting on the wall behind him. The two of them were unprecedentedly crazy in this bedroom. When Xixi saw it, her heart moved and her face turned red quietly. I want to go back and pay my respects to my mother. Xixi told Yingyi about her idea. After the new year, I will take a day to go to the Wen family. In fact, she didn't know whether the Wen family had built a coffin for her mother. According to the nature of the Wen family, it is likely that they didn't. But they should know where she was buried. When Xixi mentioned her mother, Yingyi's eyebrows jumped almost invisibly. The little guy has his own ideas, and he often supports them. Okay. Yingyi said, I'll go with you. I can go by myself. Xixi rubbed her eyes and said, it's not a big deal. Besides, now that I have your support, who in the Wen family dares to bully me? Xixi said, pushing her chest forward. The whole chest occupied half of the camera. Yingyi laughed and stretched out his hand for help, saying, help, I'm drowned. Xixi came back to her senses, blushed, and quickly retracted her chest, saying angrily, you. Yingyi looked at Xixi in the camera, reached out and touched it, but couldn't touch it. He put away his regrets, and his deep longing made him want to go to Y province to find her tomorrow. I'm unhappy, Yingyi said suddenly. Xixi didn't say it loudly just now, but he was angry first. What are you angry about? The Wen family actually saw you before me. Yingyi sighed, raised his eyes and asked Xixi, do you think it's annoying? Xixi laughed. Xixi put a lot of effort into the New Year's Eve dinner. She took pictures of every dish and posted them on Weibo and the cook. After dinner, Qiao Tingnan took her to the riverside to set off fireworks. Qiao Tingnan stood tall by the river, holding a long incense stick in his hand, and Xixi hid far away. When Qiao Tingnan lit the fireworks, Xixi screamed and ran to the side. Before she ran away, Qiao Tingnan grabbed her from behind. Qiao Tingnan stood behind her, covering her ears with his hands, letting her watch with peace of mind. The fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating half the sky. Xixi listened to the sound of firecrackers from thousands of households bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, felt the reliable and warm chest of Qiao Tingnan behind her, and missed Yingyi in the distance. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and fireworks were blooming in her dark eyes. In the new year, she will have new growth. She will no longer feel inferior, and she will always be confident. Winning the Taoran Cup chef competition, opening a private restaurant of her own, and being happy with Yingyi, she also wishes Yi's father, mother, and godfather good health and smooth sailing, and don't let herself get hurt again. Before protecting others, she will protect herself well. After setting off the fireworks, Xixi and Qiao Tingnan chatted while cleaning up the fireworks box by the river, and then the two went home together. It was almost midnight, and the new year was about to come. Xixi's mobile phone notification sound kept ringing intermittently, so lively. In previous years, she didn't have such a lively feeling. Jingran sent several WeChat messages on the top, first wishing a happy new year, and then said a sentence. Jingran, go check Weibo. Oh my god, I'm so full from the New Year's Eve dinner, and I still have to be fed dog food. Xixi sent a message saying what's wrong, and then immediately logged into Weibo. The notification on Weibo already showed 3 dots, so many. Xixi quickly took a look at Yingyi's Weibo, and when she saw that he had forwarded her Weibo, she felt sweet in her heart and laughed. Yingyi forwarded all the food blogs she had ever posted. On each Weibo post, he would add the name of the dish and a sentence, what I like to eat. The last one was the Weibo post about the New Year's Eve dinner that he had posted in the evening. After Yingyi posted what I like to eat, Chou Yan immediately forwarded it. Chou Yan, you don't eat potatoes. Last time we went out to eat, You picked all the potatoes into my bowl. Immediately, Ying Yi replied to him. Ying Yi, I like whatever Xixi does. The number of comments under this Weibo post has reached 500,000. The hot searches #YingYi's picky eating was cured without treatment and #the best medicine to cure picky eating, when Xixi topped the hot search list. Ying Yi really missed Wen Xixi like crazy, and Wen Xixi could feel it. She called Ying Yi, and Ying Yi answered the phone immediately. Wen Xixi smiled, with joy in her voice. Are you still angry? This is the first call I made in the new year. A man's deep laughter came from the other end of the phone, and Ying Yi said, I'm not angry anymore. You are mine, so why should I be angry? The words that I thought were corny in the past are different when they come from the mouth of the person I like. When Xixi felt sweet and numb in her heart, and she had already planned in her mind that after she went to the Wen family, she would go to City B to find Ying Yi. She stayed in Province Y until the 3rd year of the Chinese New Year. After the 3rd year of the Chinese New Year, when Xixi returned to City S with a bunch of specialties. She first sent the things back to Baixin Villa. She rarely goes to that house now. She used to be so obsessed with that house because it had been with her for many years and gave her a sense of belonging. However, now that she is with Ying Yi, the sense of belonging belongs to Baixin Villa. The feeling she had at that time is gone. Moreover, the incident with Xu Feng last time made her feel that it was not very safe there. Who knows when Xu Feng will make a comeback? She has already started to think about selling the house. The driver has not come back yet, and when Xixi took a taxi to the Wen family, the door of the Wen family was open, and noises could be heard from inside, which was very lively. Li Jiao would invite friends or relatives to their home every year. When Xixi came back to the Wen family without the previous timidity and retreat, she pushed open the door and walked in directly. When she arrived at the door of the villa, she knocked on the door and the nanny came over. Everyone inside the door heard the movement outside and cast their eyes on Wen Xixi. When Xixi looked over and saw old lady Wen Zuoxin, Wen Yoyo, and everyone in the Wen family. In addition to the Wen Zuoxin brothers, there was also a woman sitting on the sofa in very plain clothes. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and she was talking to a boy of about 17 or 18 next to her. She was calm and peaceful, like a white lotus. Wen Xixi could recognize most of the people in the Wen family from the photo album. This woman was Wen Zuoro, the only daughter of Mrs. Wen. It was the first time she had seen her. The appearance of Wen Xixi instantly broke the liveliness in the living room. Wen Zuoyan and Mrs. Wen were both shocked. Wen Xixi didn't think about anything else and said, I want to ask about my mother. Mrs. Wen suddenly lay in front of Wen Zuoro, and Wen Zuoyan and Wen Zuoqing had already stood up. Wen Zuoyan's face was anxious, and he pulled Wen Xixi out and said, Come on, I'll talk to you outside. Brother. Before Wen Zuoyan pulled Wen Xixi away, Wen Zuoro had already called out. There was no emotion in her voice, but there was a hint of creepiness. I've seen her. Wen Zuoro pulled the old lady Wen aside, looked up at Wen Xixi, and said, Come here, I know about your mother. Wen Zuoyan paused, and his jaw relaxed slightly. Wen Xixi glanced at him lightly, and he looked down at Wen Xixi, his eyes full of complexity. But this complexity was gone in an instant, and he regained his former majesty. Wen Xixi glanced at Wen Zuoro, and the boy sitting next to her was also looking at her. After his mother called Wen Xixi's name, the boy was startled, and then turned to hatred. Your name is Xixi. Wen Zuoro didn't care whether she came over or not, and took a sip of tea from the teacup. After the tea moistened the mulberry, the woman's expression was still lifeless. Yeah. Wen Xixi looked up at Wen Zuoro. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. Everyone seemed to want to stop Wen Zhuorou, but they were afraid of something and did not stop her. Wen Xixi didn't care what was going on. She only knew one thing: Wen Zhuorou must know about her mother. Since she decided to ask the Wen family, she naturally didn't care who said it. Wen Zhuorou didn't speak. After taking a look, Mrs. Wen said, "Xixi, your aunt wants to talk to you. Let's go to your father's study. Grandma will accompany you." The people present included Wen Zhuoyan's family, Wen Zhuoxin's family, Wen Zhuorou and her son. In other words, in addition to the Wen family, there were also people from other families. Wen Youyou also noticed something strange. Judging from her and Wen Yongya's expressions, they probably didn't know. In other words, the only people who knew about her mother were the Wen family members of her mother's generation and generation. This sense of mystery made Wen Xixi feel a little funny. Her original idea that her mother was sorry for her father was overturned. If the Wen family was right, then the relationship between Wen Zhuoxing and Wen Zhuoyan. Wen Zhuoxing would never hide it. He would definitely tell his wife and daughter. No, Wen Zhuorou suddenly laughed, like a dead leaf suddenly raised its head, and it was even more terrifying. She looked up at Wen Xixi and said with a smile, "Your mother and my husband are out. My family and your family cooperate in business, and the raw materials are collected by your mother and my husband." After Wen Zhuorou finished speaking, she waved at Wen Xixi and said, "Come here, auntie will hold you first, and she will hold you when your mother comes back." Wen Xixi looked at Wen Zhuorou and got goosebumps on her body. At this time, Wen Xixi understood. Wen Zhuorou's mental state was not right, and she obviously had mental problems. She was glad that she didn't go to the study with old lady Wen just now. If she was in the study, Wen Zhuorou would go crazy, and an old lady would not be able to protect her. "My mother is dead," Wen Xixi said. "I don't want to know about her previous affairs, I just want to know where she is buried, and I want to pay tribute to her." Wen Xixi said this to Wen Zhuoyan, and Wen Zhuoyan gritted his teeth when he heard it. He looked at Wen Zhuoxin and gestured to Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao wanted to know in her heart, she still listened to Wen Zhuoyan's words and pulled Wen Yongyan to the second floor. On the side, Wen Youyou's mother also pulled her along. "What can't we know? We are also members of the Wen family." Wen Yongyan was reluctant to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Zhuorou looked back at her and smiled at her. Her smile made Wen Yongyan's scalp numb. She only knew that Wen Zhuorou was in a bad mental state, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. Thinking about it, Wen Zhuorou's family is miserable enough. Wen Zhuorou is a psychopath, and his son was born prematurely. He is in his 20s this year, but he still looks like a teenager of 17 or 18. "Get out of here." Wen Zhuoyan pointed at the second floor and cursed mercilessly. Wen Zhuoyan's recent attitude towards her made Wen Yongyan feel wronged. But Li Jiao knew that they could only swallow their anger now. Pulling her stubborn daughter, Li Jiao said repeatedly, "We will leave immediately." When there were really only members of the Wen family left in the living room, Wen Xixi felt a little impatient. She glanced at Wen Zhuoyan, but old lady Wen spoke. "We don't know where your mother was buried." Old lady Wen said, "At that time, your mother and your uncle went out." Old lady Wen paused and said, "There was a car accident. Later the police." "Mom!" Wen Zhuorou shouted loudly. Old lady Wen was startled. Wen Zhuorou stood up and pointed at Wen Xixi and said, "You are still protecting this bitch. She is having an affair with Ziran. My brother doesn't even know that she cheated on him." Wen Xixi's chest seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, making her heart buzz. "No, no." Old lady Wen noticed Wen Zhuorou's emotions, and quickly hugged her and said, "Mom is your biological mother, of course I am on your side. Let's tell your brother and make it difficult for them, okay? Do you still want to worship now? Wen Zhuoro's son, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up suddenly and said, "Your mother seduced my father, causing me to have a premature birth and my mother to become mentally ill. Do you still want to worship such a bitch?" After a series of foreshadowings, the whole truth was poured on Wen Xixi's head like a bucket of water. The whole Wen family hated her because her mother seduced her uncle, causing Wen Zhuoro's family to be destroyed and mentally ill. It can't be that simple. If it was that simple, the Wen family must hate her to the bone. How could they raise her? Moreover, after knowing the relationship between Yingyi and her, they let her go home. You were still in your mother's belly at the time. Do you know everything? Wen Xixi glanced at the boy lightly, raised her eyes and stared at the old lady Wen, and said, "If you die in a car accident, the family will come to claim the body. Didn't you claim it?" "How to claim it?" Wen Zuoyan suddenly interrupted. He was a little emotional, but he forced himself to hold it back. "Spread this matter and let everyone know that my wife and my brother-in-law are together. She slept with Yu Zeren when she was pregnant with you." Wen Zuoyan looked at Wen Xixi with gritted teeth, his eyes red. "What car accident?" Wen Xixi looked up at Wen Zuoyan, not being distracted by his thoughts at all. "I was driving." Wen Zhuoro suddenly spoke, and the old lady Wen next to her cried out "Ah," and covered her mouth with her hands. Wen Zhuoro seemed to be immersed in sorrow and did not resist. Wen Xixi's lips trembled, and she looked at Wen Zhuoro with a slight movement of her eyes. "Did you hit them to death with your car?" Wen Xixi's voice trembled. Wen Xixi's eyes suddenly felt dry, her body felt soft, and her back was numb. She could not stand, and after a pause, she squatted on the spot. "Your aunt is mentally unstable," Old Lady Wen said. "When she heard about this incident, she drove to find your mother and Yu Zeren. Seeing them coming out of the hotel, she was mentally stimulated and hit them. Everyone is a victim." Old Lady Wen thought of the past, and her voice choked up rarely. Her only daughter was now in this state, but her daughter had killed 2 more people. She hated Wen Xixi's mother and Wen Xixi in her heart. However, the death of 2 lives made it impossible for her to abandon Wen Xixi. So, the Wen family just raised her. Just like raising a puppy. After the car accident, Chen Chen was also born prematurely, and now his body is still not good. "Mrs. Wen said, tears streaming down her face. She held Chen Chen's hand and sighed, "Your aunt is mentally ill, and the court found her not guilty." "So, your aunt is not guilty. The root of all this is your mother. Even you grew up like this, it's because of your mother." With a buzzing sound in her head, Wen Xixi hugged her knees and suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very small at first, and then gradually became louder. As she laughed, tears flowed down her eyes. When Xixi wiped away her tears, her voice was steady and her tone was gentle. "Am I wrong?" The hatred of the Wen family for her came from her mother. However, she didn't even know what her mother looked like, but she had to suffer the cold violence of the entire Wen family, from childhood to adulthood. Wen Xixi's words shocked her heart. Mrs. Wen moved her lips, wanting to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. The fault was not hers. The entire Wen family poured all their hatred for her mother onto her. Because Wen Xixi's mother was already dead, they couldn't settle accounts with her even if they wanted to. Wen Xixi stood up from the ground. She was trying to digest everything in her heart, but she couldn't. "I'm innocent." Wen Xixi looked up at Wen Zuoyan and Old Lady Wen, and said in a muffled voice, "You should compensate me well." In the past, if Wen Xixi said this, the Wen family would not pay attention. But now that Wen Xixi and Yingyi are tied together, they naturally want to repair their relationship with Wen Xixi. "Dad is really sorry for you," Wen Zuoyan said in a deep voice. "I will definitely compensate you." It's a blank check. Wen Xixi wiped away her tears and said with a half smile and half doubt. Wen Xixi's mood changed so quickly that Wen Zuoyan was a little stunned. This little girl is either big-hearted and doesn't care that she has suffered so much grievance, or she is strong-hearted and endures it. I have a shop in the South District, with a good location and great value. I'll give it to you first. Wen Zuoyan said, just ask the lawyer who transferred the property last time to come to me. Dad promised you, and he will never break his promise. So all the grievances I've suffered over the years are worth just this shop. Wen Xixi said with a half smile. Wen Zuoyan was taken by Wen Xixi's words. He was actually being manipulated by Wen Xixi at will, because the raw materials of his company still depended on Yingyi's relationship. We'll talk about the rest later. Wen Zuoyan said, you can't let me make a will in front of so many people, right? Wen Xixi didn't say anything, but looked up at Wen Zuoyan, smiled and said, if you make a will, I might want to hit you to death. Wen Zuoyan's expression was shocked, and he was about to get angry. Wen Xixi smiled at him and said, just kidding. Wen Zuoyan's face looked very bad. Then I'll leave first. Wen Xixi said, my mother made me suffer so much, and there is nothing to worship. Wen Xixi said, turned around and walked out. Looking at Wen Xixi's back, the Wen family members all breathed a sigh of relief after she left. Wen Xixi is no longer the soft persimmon that they used to bully. Now, just listening to her talk makes them a little scared. Old Master Wen comforted Wen Zuoro, who was still mumbling in his arms, while Wen Zuoyan sat on the sofa, thinking about things. In the entire living room, no sound could be heard except Wen Zuoro's murmurs. At the stairs, Wen Yangyang, who was standing inside the wall, waited until the living room returned to calm, snorted coldly, and turned to go upstairs. Wen Xixi supported her back and walked out of the Wen family's door. After leaving the gate of the villa community, Wen Xixi looked at the vehicles coming and going on the road, as if they were crushing her heart. The pain swept over her, and Wen Xixi was in a trance for a long time. She took a taxi and went back to Baiqin Villa first. After getting off the taxi, Wen Xixi entered Baiqin Villa. She felt like she was in a dream now, and she always felt that she had woken up, and what happened today was just a dream. Because of her mother, the Wen family hated her for more than 20 years. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi found it ridiculous. Wen Xixi rubbed her eyes from the first floor to the second floor, exhausted physically and mentally. When she reached the second floor, a gust of sea breeze blew on Wen Xixi's face, freezing cold, and Wen Xixi shivered from the cold. She looked out the French window, which was open, and the white curtains fluttered back and forth. There was a person sitting on the lazy chair, dressed in white, with a lazy and casual posture. One leg was on the lazy chair, and the other leg was under the lazy chair. The toes gently touched the ground, exerted a little force, and the body moved, and the lazy chair swayed with it, like a swing. When Xixi's tense heart loosened a little, she walked towards the window, and gradually saw the person on the lazy chair. The man still had a carving knife in his hand, and a small round ball with patterns carved on it, as if he was carving a melon. His fingers were slender, with distinct joints, and the white joints could be seen clearly when he exerted force, which was particularly beautiful. Not only his fingers, he also looks good, and looks very familiar. Wen Xixi's tense heart completely relaxed. She has always controlled her emotions very well, and she never cried again even after leaving the Wen family. But when she saw Yingyi, all her original strength collapsed. Yingyi noticed her coming in, turned around and smiled at her, put the little melon in his hand on the table, and walked down from the lazy chair. Surprise, my little melon. When Xixi watched Yingyi walk towards her step by step, her tightly locked heart seemed to be untied little by little. When it was completely released, the grievances inside burst out. Yeah. Wen Qixi's lips trembled, and tears flowed down. She ran over, hugged Yingyi, and cried loudly. Chapter 63. Wen Qixi's sudden cry almost broke Yingyi's heart. He lost his smile, stretched out his arms to embrace Wen Qixi, and with a force in his arms, he held her in his arms. You want me to be heartbroken? Yingyi came back and saw the luggage that Wen Qixi brought back. He knew that she was just like him, and couldn't wait to see each other, so he returned to Baixin Villa in advance. There was no trace of her in Baixin Villa. Combined with the fact that she told him a few days ago that she was going to worship her mother, he was still wondering if she went to the Wen family. Now, there is no doubt that she must have gone to the Wen family and asked about her mother. In his eyes, Wen Qixi was like a fragile porcelain doll. He took care of her carefully, while others could always easily throw her to the ground. Yingyi's heart ached. He hugged Wen Qixi, kissed her cheek, put his face against hers, and whispered softly, "Baby, don't cry." The most aggrieved time for a person is to think about how good the people who love her are to her, and how bad the people who don't love her are to her. Wen Qixi cried hoarsely, and Yingyi was at a loss to coax her. He held Wen Qixi and turned around, like coaxing a baby. Knowing that Wen Qixi's grievances were about to burst out, Yingyi didn't let her hold it in anymore. He didn't persuade her not to cry, but just comforted her softly. She stopped crying because she was tired of crying. Wen Qixi's eyes and nose were red from crying, and Yingyi held her to pour her some water. Yingyi held Wen Qixi in one hand and took a cup in the other. Wen Qixi felt him let go, turned her head and looked at Yingyi, who was looking up at her. Well, I want to drink banana milk. Wen Qixi's voice was hoarse from crying. I still want to drink banana milk. Yingyi smiled dumbly, leaned his face over, and said with a smile, "Kiss me." Well. Wen Qixi smiled, hugged Yingyi and kissed him. Yingyi bit her lips, smiled and took a bottle of banana milk, put it in hot water for her, and then put a straw in it and handed it to her. Wen Qixi took it, hugged Yingyi, put her chin on his shoulder, and began to sip the milk. Is it delicious? Yingyi carried her to the living room and asked with a smile. It tastes good. Wen Qixi released the straw, sniffed, and said, "It's very sweet. I felt so bitter just now, but now it's just sweet." Little Melon is worthy of being called Little Melon. Wen Qixi cried for at least an hour, and Yingyi kept walking back and forth in the room, holding her like that. He must be tired. Wen Qixi moved her body towards the sofa. Yingyi understood, walked over and sat down, turned Wen Qixi 90 degrees, and held her in his arms like a princess. I went to the Wen family to find out today. Wen Qixi drank milk, looked up at Yingyi, and after the sadness, she started to talk about business. The Wen family owed me, and I don't plan to settle with them. Wen Qixi said. She was the most innocent person in the whole thing. She couldn't settle with her mother. Someone had to pay the debt. She used to think that as long as she could get rid of the Wen family and take the money, she would run away. Now she doesn't plan to run away. She wants to take all the money. Looking down at Wen Qixi, who was sipping milk, Yingyi raised the corners of his lips. Wen Qixi noticed his gaze, and remembering how hard she had cried just now, she shyly dodged his gaze. Aren't you going to ask me about my mother? Wen Qixi asked. No. Yingyi shook his head, tapped her milk bottle with his fingers, and it dinged twice. Yingyi said, banana milk finally comforted you. If you cry again, I will give you another bottle of banana milk. Wen Qixi laughed and forgot about the Wen family again after releasing the straw in her mouth. She put down the milk bottle, hugged Yingyi with her backhand, shook her body, and said coquettishly, "Do you feel sorry for banana milk?" "I feel sorry for you being sad." Yingyi raised his head and touched the back of her head, kissed her gently. and said, "Don't be sad easily in the future, okay?" Ying Yi wanted to use all his strength to create happiness for Wen Xixi. She didn't want Wen Xixi to be sad. "Okay." Wen Xixi nodded, holding back her tears, and hugged Ying Yi tighter. Ying Yi is still on vacation. His plan is to take Wen Xixi back to his home in City B after tonight. His father, Ying Qiao, is also there, so it just so happens that the two can meet. However, things often go as planned. Wen Xixi was tired of crying, so Ying Yi coaxed her to sleep after drinking milk and eating. Ying Yi did not get out of bed to coax Wen Xixi to sleep. He took the paper and pen next to him and started sketching. In his heart, Wen Xixi has countless images, and he wants to carve each image out in the form of a wood carving and give it to her. She cried like a little crybaby just now, and Ying Yi felt distressed and cute. The pencil rustled on the white paper, and Ying Yi sketched out a bulging and cute little crybaby. He was about to get up to get the carving knife, and the mobile phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated. Ying Yi quickly picked up the phone, held it tightly, and got up and went outside. The call was from Cha Wen. Most of Cha Wen's calls were about work, and before the Spring Festival, Ying Yi said that he didn't want to work before the Lantern Festival, and Cha Wen agreed. Unless it was something very important, Cha Wen would not call. "Sister Cha." Ying Yi stood on the balcony, looked up at the sea, and called Cha Wen. "Something happened to Xixi." Cha Wen said excitedly, and after calming down, she said, "When Yang Yang found a small media and broke the news that Xixi's mother cheated on her husband. The news has not been released yet, and the media wants to make money and came to us. Small entertainment media know how to use information to make money. When Xixi's mother cheated on her husband and destroyed her husband's sister's marriage. It caused her husband's sister to be mentally ill, and her son was born prematurely and was weak. This is all the sin of Wen Xixi's mother, but it can also be implicated in Wen Xixi. After all, it is easy for keyboard warriors to say that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, and there must be a mother-like daughter. You contact Wen Yang Yang, and I will meet her," Ying Yi said lightly. "Okay." Seeing that Ying Yi was not in a hurry, Cha Wen knew that he had a plan in mind. After answering, she went to contact Wen Yang Yang. Back in the bedroom, Wen Xixi was still sleeping soundly. Ying Yi got on the bed, lay beside Wen Xixi, and kissed her. The little girl felt a little itchy, frowned, turned over and fell asleep again. Unable to resist another kiss, Ying Yi raised his wrist to check the time and took the paper he had just sketched. He wrote a message to Wen Xixi on it. After leaving the message, Ying Yi got up, pressed the paper under the desk lamp, and got up and left the room. He had to protect his little princess, and no one could bully her. After Wen Yang Yang was banned, she mixed with the internet celebrity circle. The internet celebrity circle is not short of breaking news, so she immediately found someone to contact a media. This media has many big verses on Weibo and public platforms. It started by making up gossip about celebrities and has a bunch of keyboard warriors. Cha Wen asked Wen Yang Yang to meet at a coffee shop. Wen Yang Yang thought that someone from the media had asked her out, so she came. When she entered the box and saw that it was Ying Yi sitting there, her heart skipped a beat, knowing that the truth had been revealed. But then, she calmed down. Since Ying Yi had come in person, it meant that the revelation had caused great harm to Wen Xixi. This was the bargaining chip. When Yang Yang calmed down, stood up and walked over. "Ying, a big star with an appearance fee of several million, I actually saw him without paying." Wen Yang Yang said proudly, "What does Mr. Ying want to see me about?" Ying Yi looked up at Wen Yang Yang. Seeing her again, he didn't understand why Wen Zuoyan liked this daughter more than Wen Xixi. But it didn't matter. He didn't like Wen Shixi, so it was enough that he liked her. Money still needs to be spent. Ying Yi finished speaking, knocked on the table, and shouted at the door, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box opened, and a row of men stood outside the door. Judging from their appearance, they were mostly hooligans. Wen Yanyan's eyes became panicked and she took 2 steps back, holding onto the table. "What do you want to do?" Wen Yanyan asked fearfully. The reason for her fear was that she remembered the last time she said that Wen Shixi would not be taken to the police station because of the way Xi Feng treated her. At that time, Ying Yi looked at her in a different way, but this time, Wen Yanyan felt that she had been fooled. Wen Yanyan was about to take out her chips, but Ying Yi took a file bag from the side. "What's wrong with Miss Wen?" Ying Yi raised his eyes and glanced at Wen Yanyan, who was already pale with fear. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the people outside, said "Oh" lightly, and said, "They are my bodyguards." After that, Ying Yi opened the brown paper bag in his hand and handed the documents inside to Wen Yanyan, who was still scared. "I respect the law and abide by it, unlike your mother," Ying Yi said. "You are lying," Wen Yanyan shouted, still not letting down her guard, looking up at Ying Yi vigilantly, and said, "Then why did you bring so many people?" "Bring more people, it will be louder, and I will scare you," Ying Yi said lightly. Wen Yanyan, "Look at the information," Ying Yi said. "Let's make a long story short. Xixi is sleeping at home. I should be anxious if I can't find her when I wake up." Wen Yanyan, who had gradually let down her guard, was aroused by her jealousy and resentment towards Wen Shixi after hearing this. She knew that the purpose of Ying Yi's visit this time was nothing more than to make her shut up. But she didn't want to. She didn't care about anything now, and she didn't want anything. She just wanted Wen Shixi to live a more painful life than her. Let everyone in the world know that her mother is a mistress, and even Wen Shixi is not a good thing. "I won't read it," Wen Yanyan refused. After pushing the information back, she stood up and said, "If you bribe that media, I will go to another media to expose it. No matter how powerful you are, you can't shut up all the media." Wen Yanyan picked up her bag, snorted coldly, and walked out. As soon as she reached the door, people outside blocked her. Wen Yanyan was frightened, her chin trembled, and she turned to Ying Yi and said, "Mr. Ying, you know that if you don't let me go out, it's illegal, right?" "Yeah." Ying Yi nodded, waved his hand, and said, "I'm different from your mother. I'm more law-abiding. Go ahead. If you want to expose something, go ahead. I'll expose it from the same media as you. Even if Xixi's mother cheated, at least she is Wen Foyan's daughter, but you are not." Wen Yanyan froze at the door. Ying Yi picked up the information on one side with his slender fingers, smiled at Wen Yanyan, who was looking at her, and said, "Do you want to see the evidence?" Wen Yanyan has been hanging out with Li Jiao for many years, and knows that her parents are in name only. She knows all the bad things about Li Jiao, but she has never doubted that she is Wen Zuoye's child. "You are talking nonsense." Wen Yanyan's voice trembled. "I will sue you for defamation." Well, Ying Yi did not talk to her, and slowly put away the information. Wen Yanyan's psychological defense line collapsed completely. She turned back to the room, snatched the information from Ying Yi's hand, and read it like crazy. After reading it, Wen Yanyan closed her eyes, and after a while, she opened her eyes and said, "What do you want?" "Shut up, go back, and be your Miss Wen honestly." Ying Yi was worried that Wen Shixi would wake up early, so he didn't talk to Wen Yanyan. "Okay." Wen Yanyan snatched the information, picked up her bag and left the box without looking back. After driving home, Ying Yi went to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Wen Shixi in the bedroom had not woken up yet. He closed the door and called Cha Wen. Send Wen Yangye's information to Wen Zuoyan. Cha Wen responded, and after a while, asked, does he believe it? I believe it. Yin Yi said, it is a fact that Li Jiao cheated. The Wen family does not owe Li Jiao anything. He doesn't care whether Wen Yangyan is his biological daughter or not. Yin Yi. Wen Xixi's voice came from the bedroom. Yin Yi curved his lips and said to Cha Wen, Xixi is awake. I have to coax her. You arrange things. Hey. Before Cha Wen had time to keep him, Yin Yi hung up the phone. Cha Wen. So all this is not as important as coaxing his girlfriend. After Wen Xixi woke up, she looked around and didn't find Yin Yi, so she closed her eyes and called out. She was about to fall asleep in a daze, and then she remembered that it was getting late and she should get up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Yin Yi lying beside her and looking at her. With a curved eye, Wen Xixi stretched out her arms. Yin Yi understood and held her in his arms. Where have you been? Wen Xixi asked in a daze. I was fighting monsters. Yin Yi said. Wen Xixi laughed when she heard this answer. The two booked a flight back to City B in the evening. Wen Xixi was still nervous because she was going to meet Yin Yi's father, Yin Qiao. Yin Yi drove to the airport. After getting off the car, Yin Yi took the luggage and held Wen Xixi's hand. The phone rang. Yeah. Yin Yi put down the luggage and answered the phone. Let her call me and tell me. Yin Yi raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Beside him, Wen Xixi was pinching his fingers and playing. Yin Yi hung up the phone and played with Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi knew that he still had a call to make, so he didn't urge him, but just said, your hands are so beautiful. Why are they beautiful? Yin Yi asked. Wen Xixi took Yin Yi's finger, pinched it from the base to the tip, compared it and said, because it's long. Then I have a place that's prettier than my fingers. Yin Yi pinched Wen Xixi's finger and said with a smile. Where? Wen Xixi looked up and asked, legs. Besides legs, where else am I long? Yin Yi lowered his eyes and looked at Wen Xixi, his eyes full of smiles and teasing. Almost in an instant, Wen Xixi understood what he meant, her heart skipped a beat, and her whole face flushed. Yin Yi put his face in front of Wen Xixi, his nose touching Wen Xixi's nose. Wen Xixi kept dodging, and said, oh, and said, I don't know. Take a closer look. Yin Yi put his nose up again and said, are my eyelashes long? Wen Xixi. Yin Yi bent his fingers and tapped Wen Xixi's head, his voice faint. What were you thinking about, little? Wen Xixi was embarrassed. She pulled Yin Yi's arm and said, you deliberately led me here. You are the one who is perverted. Yes. Yin Yi responded frankly. This frank response made Wen Xixi choke. Big pervert and little, we are a perfect match. Yin Yi turned off his phone and turned it on after landing. The driver took the luggage and Yin Yi answered the phone. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. You lied. You said that as long as I don't expose the news, you won't tell anyone else. Since you decided to tell my dad from the beginning, why did you come to me? Yin Yi looked up. Wen Xixi was chatting with the driver. The driver was talking about something interesting. Wen Xixi smiled gently, quiet and beautiful. Tell you the truth. Yin Yi said. Then why did you make a deal with me? The person on the other end of the phone was already incoherent and asked questions without getting to the point. I lied to you. Yin Yi opened the car door for Wen Xixi and stretched out his hand to block the car frame to prevent Wen Xixi from hitting her head. After Wen Xixi got in, Yin Yi closed the car door and said to the people over there indifferently, let you have a taste of the feeling of being nervous and relieved, relieved and nervous, and finally a complete collapse. Chapter 64. Xixi. Before. When Xixi got out of the car, Yi Yizhu's cheerful voice came over. When Xixi smiled immediately, got out of the car, and saw Yi Yizhu in a black cheongsong. "Come to auntie." Yi Yizhu didn't come out, but just waved at her. "Okay." When Xixi trotted over, and Yi Yizhu held her in his arms. The woman had a faint plum fragrance, fresh and stable. "Happy New Year." When Xixi hugged Yi Yizhu and said softly. When Xixi thought of her mother, but Yi Yizhu didn't understand and smiled and said, "Happy New Year, your uncle was called out for something just now. He may not come back these days, you can play with auntie for a few days first." "I like to be with auntie." When Xixi said gently, with a relaxed tone. Although they are both families, We's family and Yi's family give Wen Xixi completely different feelings. One has no feelings at all, while the other is full of warmth. It feels like she has a home for the first time in her life. "Is my dad shy?" After Yingyi told the nanny to take away the suitcase, he came over and hugged Wen Xixi in his arms, looked up at Yi Yizhu, and said, "It was a problem last time, and it's a problem this time. How can you say that about your dad?" Yi Yizhu was not satisfied with her husband being talked about, even if it was her son. When Xixi smiled and looked at Yingyi, who also looked at her with doting in his brown eyes. "See? You have to protect me like this in front of our son in the future. My grandson won't be like you." Yi Yizhu took Wen Xixi's hand and walked inside. Yingyi was dissatisfied and asked, "What's wrong with me?" Yi Yizhu was about to speak, when Xixi smiled and said, "Everything is good here." Yingyi and his mother cast their eyes on Wen Xixi at the same time. Wen Xixi blushed slightly, and there was some confusion in her eyes. Yi Yizhu smiled softly. Yingyi lowered his head and kissed her, saying, "That's it." Ying Qiao did not come back that day, and Wen Xixi's heart, which was originally hanging, was slightly relieved. She was not afraid of Ying Qiao, she was afraid of the physics teacher. She was not good at physics since junior high school, but because her other grades were good and her overall grades were among the best, she had always been the target of the teacher's advice. Wen Xixi is still traumatized by being called up to answer questions all day long. Compared with the last time when he prepared a guest room, this time when Wen Xixi came, Yi Yizhu treated her as his own daughter-in-law and did not even prepare a guest room. In the evening, Yi Yizhu made an appointment with friends to play mahjong, and was going to call Wen Xixi. But Yingyi thought that the two of them had been busy for 2 days and needed to have a good rest. Yi Yizhu could also see the haggardness in Wen Xixi's eyes, so he didn't insist and asked the driver to take her there. "My aunt made an appointment." Yingyi handed a bottle of hot milk to Wen Xixi and said, "During the New Year, my mother and aunt were at the mahjong table all day. I'm not very good at playing mahjong." Wen Xixi took a sip of the milk, which was sweet. She felt that her body and mind relaxed after drinking it. "No, I'm not afraid." Yingyi said, "I'll go with you. If you win, it's yours, and if you lose, it's mine." After hearing this, Wen Xixi ran out with the milk, saying as she ran, "Auntie, I want to go too." Behind him, Yingyi laughed, stretched out his arm, and hooked Wen Xixi in his arms. Wen Xixi was hugged by his waist and lifted into the air, her legs still kicking. The next second, Wen Xixi was held on Yingyi's lap. She suddenly screamed, "Ah," saying, "The milk is spilled." The milk spilled on the back of her hand and made her dizzy. Wen Xixi quickly evacuated her body and went to get a tissue. As soon as she stretched out her hand, it was held by Yingyi. When Xixi turned around, Yingyi took her hand, put his lips on it, and kissed the milk clean. On the back of her hand, the man's lips were soft and gentle. When Xixi's heart rang, and her body trembled slightly. She looked down at Yingyi and asked softly, "Is it sweet?" Yingyi raised his head and met her gaze. There was a faint light in his brown eyes. The man was affectionate and passionate, staring at Wen Xixi so that her whole body was hot. Sweet. Hearing the answer, Wen Xixi pursed her lips and whispered, "There are sweeter than this." Oh! Ying Yi raised the corner of his lips, and the tip of his nose touched the tip of Wen Xixi's nose. He smiled and asked, "Where?" Putting down the cup of milk in his hand, Wen Xixi pointed at herself and smiled. Me, it was as if a flower had bloomed on the tip of her heart. The arc of Ying Yi's lips became bigger and bigger. He raised his head and kissed the corner of Wen Xixi's lips, his voice hoarse. "Let me try it." The two had just taken a shower, and Wen Xixi changed her shower gel, which smelled like lavender. Ying Yi kissed her from lips to neck as if he was poisoned. Wen Xixi arched her waist and was so sensitive that she trembled all over. Ying Yi was aroused and pressed Wen Xixi under him. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Wen Xixi was more proactive than before they separated. Ying Yi was surprised at Wen Xixi's performance, and Wen Xixi responded to him more proactively. The two went back and forth from the sofa to the bed, from the bed to the bathroom, and Wen Xixi was exhausted. After being washed by Ying Yi, he carried her to bed. Ying Yi understood the tenderness after sex and love. He held the soft Wen Xixi in his arms, kissed her forehead with his lips, and after turning around, he landed on her lips. Originally, Ying Yi kissed her alone, and then Wen Xixi gradually responded. Later, Ying Yi turned his head to the side for Wen Xixi's body. Wen Xixi couldn't open her eyes. She looked at Ying Yi in confusion, with confusion in her dark eyes. Ying Yi smiled and leaned his body towards her. Something hit her and Wen Xixi trembled all over. "Do you want more?" Wen Xixi's voice was small and hoarse, showing her madness just now. "I want to." Ying Yi answered simply, snorted and laughed, and said, "Not today. I can do it." When Xixi opened her body, her face slightly red, and burrowed into Ying Yi's arms, like a little loach, making it impossible to catch her head and tail. "Is it really okay?" Ying Yi asked back. The two of them started on the sofa, and at least 2 hours had passed. Even if Wen Xixi was made of iron, she was softened by the hammer. He. Wen Xixi smiled honestly, with curved corners of her eyes, full of cuteness. Ying Yi's heart moved, and he felt deeply in love with the woman in his arms. He hugged Wen Xixi and whispered, "Why are you so sweet?" "Because I've suffered enough." Wen Xixi raised her head, kissed Ying Yi a little, and said, "After meeting you, there is only sweetness. This is a thank you that is not a thank you, but better than a thank you." Ying Yi savored Wen Xixi's words, and after a while, he smiled faintly. It's good to be sweet. He wanted her to be sweet, and sweet for the rest of her life. Ying Qiao still didn't go home the next day. After Ying Yi called to ask, he said that he was going abroad to attend a meeting. Because something happened on the way, he was delayed. Ying Yi hung up the phone, and Wen Xixi, who was lying on the side, breathed a sigh of relief. The curtains of the whole bedroom were not opened. In the dark space, Wen Xixi's breath of relief was particularly clear. Ying Yi heard it, hung up the phone, turned around and hugged Wen Xixi. He exerted force with his arms. Wen Xixi screamed, "Ah," and her whole body fell on Ying Yi. Relieved, Ying Yi pressed Wen Xixi's head down and kissed her. As their eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, both of them could only see each other who was close at hand. Just like a week before the exam, the school told us that the exam papers in the classroom were burned. Wen Xixi smiled and said, "We can delay it for 1 day, after all, we can have 1 more day to review." "Have you met your boyfriend's father?" Ying Yi suddenly asked. Wen Xixi was caught off guard by the question, and then she understood what Ying Yi meant, and quickly corrected her, "It's not review, it's learning." Ying Yi laughed. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later, and you are not ugly. Ying Yi stretched out his hand and pinched Wen Xixi's face. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and said, "A beautiful daughter-in-law. My parents-in-law don't just look at my appearance." Wen Xixi replied, "They also look at other aspects, the way I speak and do things, my personality." "Where did you see it?" Ying Yi interrupted Wen Xixi and pinched her earlobe. "The little guy is quite ignorant, and there are a lot of things in his head. It's the standard for finding a daughter-in-law," Wen Xixi said, and she felt something was wrong and laughed softly. When the little girl laughed, her chest rose and fell, and her soft breasts pressed against him. It was not easy for Ying Yi to hold back so early in the morning. That's the standard of other parents-in-law. Your parents-in-law's standard for finding a daughter-in-law is that their son thinks she is good for a long time, Ying Yi said with his hands on Wen Xixi's waist. The man's hands reached into her pajamas and kneaded the soreness left by last night's madness. Wen Xixi sighed comfortably, closed her eyes and pressed her face against Ying Yi's clavicle. "Then do you think I'm good?" Wen Xixi asked. "More than good," Ying Yi said. "It's simply good, great, amazing, excellent, craz, unbelievable." "Ha ha." Wen Xixi laughed and covered Ying Yi's mouth, saying, "You are so happy playing Candy Crush that you are so good. If you can't pass the level, I won't play this game." Ying Yi bit Wen Xixi's finger and rubbed it gently twice. Wen Xixi screamed, "Ah," and her heart was itchy from being bitten. "I thought you really found it interesting." At the beginning, he held his phone every day to complete the game. Every time he completed a level, he would show off to her. She couldn't think of anything to praise him. "It's boring," Ying Yi said. "Playing games is nothing compared to being with you. Anything we do together is better than playing games. Then let's be together every day from now on." Wen Xixi hugged Ying Yi's neck and rubbed it, then said, "You'll get bored if we're together every day." "No," Ying Yi subconsciously pinched Wen Xixi's waist with more force, and said meaningfully, "I don't get tired of eating big fish and meat every day, not to mention that now I can only eat one meal a day at most, and I can only eat 2 meals when I'm in a good mood." Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi blushed, and Yi Yiju's call saved her from the crisis. Yi Yiju called Ying Yi, and Ying Yi answered the phone. Wen Xixi hurriedly and secretly climbed down from Ying Yi's body, but before she climbed down, she was pulled back by Ying Yi. Wen Xixi wanted to climb again, but Ying Yi behind her was talking on the phone and pushed her with his hips and lower body. With just this one moment, all the madness passed through her mind, pulling her body, and Wen Xixi shuddered all over. "Yeah," Ying Yi said lightly, "are all the people from my uncle's family coming?" "Okay, fine, I'll get ready." After hanging up the phone, Wen Xixi asked honestly, "What's wrong?" "The mahjong game is at my house today." Ying Yi said, "Let's get up, my uncle and his family should be here soon. My aunt said she wants to see you." Ying Yi's words were serious and solemn, and Wen Xixi's heart tightened. She didn't see Ying Qiao, but met Yi Yiju's family first. This. When Wen Xixi's heart was getting higher and higher, Ying Yi kissed her and laughed. "My aunt will definitely ask you to play cards in a while, so don't refuse. My aunt's card skills are very bad, let's make a good profit today." The two of them packed up and went downstairs. Before going downstairs, Wen Xixi's waist was sore and she held the escalator. Ying Yi saw that she was struggling to walk, so he simply put her on his back, exerted his arms, and carried her on his back. "Ah," Wen Xixi smiled again after being surprised, and then remembered that they still had to meet their elders. It was inappropriate for the two of them to make such a fuss. She patted Ying Yi's back and said, "Put me down." He didn't listen to Wen Xixi at all. Ying Yi carried her on his back and walked while saying, "Why come down? My legs are much longer than yours, and I can walk faster." "That's not how it works." Wen Qixi chuckled, held Ying Yi's shoulders, put her chin on her shoulders, and said with a smile, "My legs have never been as long as yours, so will you always carry me?" "That won't work." Ying Yi shook his head, stared at the steps, and said as he walked, "This kind of physical work requires meat. Then I'll cook meat for you." Wen Qixi hugged Ying Yi's neck, looked around to see if there was anyone, and kissed him on the face. The kiss made him feel a little excited, but Yi stuck to his own standards and said, "Okay, just the meat like yesterday, come twice a night, and you'll be fine on my back all the time." On the back, Wen Qixi suddenly fell silent. Ying Yi turned his head and looked. Wen Qixi was looking at him with a red face. Ying Yi chuckled and said, "What do you understand?" Embarrassed by the question, Wen Qixi twisted Ying Yi's face to look forward, and said, "Oh. Watch the road carefully." When the couple went downstairs, there was a car sound outside. Wen Qixi looked up and looked outside, but didn't look. After a while, the door opened and Yi Yizhu's voice came in. "They haven't gotten up yet." It's probably Ying Yi holding Qixi and refusing to get up. The relationship is pretty good. I read Weibo and entertainment news, and Ying Yi has never treated any girl like this. Even my Ran Ran has never loved him so much. My brother has found true love. How can I, his cousin, compare to him? The three of them talked and laughed. After entering the door, they bumped into the couple who had just come down the stairs. Wen Qixi saw someone coming and immediately climbed down from Ying Yi's back. Ying Yi called out "Aunt," put his hands around Wen Qixi's waist, and slowly put her down. In Wen Qixi's impression, Ying Yi's aunt was just bad at playing cards. These 4 words can be summed up in 3 words: a sucker. To be honest, she had not met many wives of wealthy families, and Yi said that her aunt liked to play cards, so she associated her aunt with the image of Li Jiao. But it's not good at all. The two of them were joking, and Yi Yizhu and the others didn't feel embarrassed at all. His aunt even joked, "Ying Yi dotes on Qixi so much, why don't you keep carrying her on your back?" "I'll carry her later." Ying Yi said, "Put her down first, to make sure she's comfortable. Qixi is still a little shy." After that, he pulled Wen Qixi in front of him, put his hands on her shoulders, and introduced her, "This is my aunt, and this is my cousin. Just call her Ran Ran." Wen Qixi was still immersed in shock, and hurried up to shake hands with her aunt, and called out, "Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen." Yes, Ying Yi's aunt, who was not good at playing cards, was Chen Ke, the vice president of Huchen Entertainment. Speaking of which, Yi He, the president of Huchen Entertainment. That must be Ying Yi's uncle. Wen Qixi was stunned for a long time when she thought of this. Just follow Ying Yi and call me aunt. Sooner or later, we'll all be members of the Ying family. His aunt was kind and gentle. She was the vice president, and she handled all the major public relations events of the company. Thinking back to the last incident involving Zhou Ran, it was Chen Ke who stepped forward to handle it. She had seen the news, and the Chen Ke in the video was well-spoken and organized, totally different from her current aunt. "Look, my daughter-in-law is in a daze again." Yi Yizhu waved his hand, and seeing Wen Qixi come back to her senses, he touched her hair and said with a smile, "Come on, play mahjong with me and my aunt." Oh. Wen Qixi quickly responded and looked up at Ying Yi. Seeing Wen Qixi's eyes, Yi Ranran smiled and said, "We haven't even started playing yet, and you're already looking for my brother. Who else should you look for if not me?" Ying Yi pulled a chair and sat behind Wen Qixi, with his hands on the back of Wen Qixi's chair, and taught Yi Ranran, "In the future, you should also be appropriately submissive and give your boyfriend some face." "I'm not submissive." Wen Qixi listened to Yin Yi's words and felt the need to explain. She said, I was originally soft. As soon as Wen Xixi finished speaking, the sound of mahjong on the table paused. Everyone looked at each other. Wen Xixi looked up, a little confused. It was Yi Rangrang who laughed first, and then my aunt also laughed and said, oh, it's really cute. Wen Xixi blushed again. After playing cards with my aunt and others at home for a day, as Yingyi said, my aunt's card skills were super bad. In less than an hour, Wen Xixi made a lot of money. And my aunt lost all morning, but her mood was not affected at all. He was cheerful and calm all the time, which Wen Xixi admired the most. When it was time for dinner, Wen Xixi pulled out a chair and stood up. Yingyi looked up at her. Wen Xixi stood in front of the table and said, it's time for dinner. I'll go cook. She didn't have much to show for it, except that her cooking skills were barely acceptable. Oh, okay. My aunt immediately responded and said, I saw that your Weibo was full of delicious food. Let's try it tonight. Then let's not play for now. Yi Rangrang put down the cards, rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll go help. Wen Xixi thought she was dispensable, but she didn't expect that once she stopped playing, the whole mahjong team would be torn apart. Wen Xixi was a little flustered and said quickly, I can do it myself. Besides, there is an aunt in the kitchen. I'll go help, you guys take a break here. Yi Ranran noticed Wen Xixi's nervousness and said something to her mother and Yi Yizhou. Okay. Auntie smiled and said, Ranran has always said that she wants to learn how to cook. Let her go in and learn. We'll wait here. One sentence can tell the way she is doing. Chen Ke said that Yi Ranran wanted to learn how to cook. On the one hand, it calmed Wen Xixi's nervousness, and on the other hand, it also gave Yi Ranran a reason to go in and help. Wen Xixi smiled at Yingyi. Yingyi looked at her and said, go ahead. Let your aunt help with the complicated things. Okay. Wen Xixi responded and took Yi Ranran into the kitchen. Wen Xixi was very familiar with the kitchen, but Yi Ranran rarely came in. Yi Ranran was a rich second generation, but she was not squeamish at all. Wen Xixi was cooking, and she chatted with her. The more they talked, the more they got along, and Wen Xixi also fell in love with Yi Ranran. Yi Ranran and Wen Xixi were chatting while picking vegetables. They met because of Yingyi, and then the topic naturally turned to Yingyi. Yi Ranran and Yingyi are 2 or 3 years apart in age, and they grew up together. When Yingyi was studying his first major, Yi Ranran was also in that country, and the two were very close. The dishes Wen Xixi cooked tonight were simple and rich. Because it was evening, she kept Yi Yizhou's preferences in mind and only cooked some vegetarian dishes. After the exquisite plating, Yi Ranran smiled and said, you are such a living treasure, you can do everything, no wonder my brother likes you so much. Being a little shy by the praise, Wen Xixi smiled faintly. My brother is usually a popular person outside. He looks like he has a lot of tricks, but he is actually more loyal than anyone else. Yi Ranran washed the vegetables, handed them to Wen Xixi and said, when he was in college, many girls chased him. I don't know how many love letters I handed over to him. Wen Xixi could predict Yingyi's glory from childhood to adulthood. As she listened to Yi Ranran, she felt interesting, proud and confident. Yingyi, who was in the thoughts of so many girls, finally got together with her. No one relationship worked out. Wen Xixi asked with a smile, have you ever thought about it, maybe? Really not. Yi Ranran knew what she meant. Before Wen Xixi and Yingyi got together, Yingyi had always been rumored to be a gay. He likes girls. Yi Ranran said, back then. Yi Ranran didn't say the words after back then. She said changed the subject, and said, the food is ready. Yi Ranran is an engineering student, studying mechanics. To be honest, her mind is much more carefree than Wen Xixi's. Wen Xixi didn't think much of it at first, but she changed it so abruptly that she could sense something was wrong. Wen Xixi, who was originally proud, felt like she was stabbed in the heart. It didn't hurt at all, but she was very proud. Yi Ranran said nothing more, and Wen Xixi did not ask any more questions. She took the dishes with a smile. Wen Xixi's dinner was praised by her aunt and Yi Yizhou. Yi Yizhou took photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Even Chen Ke took photos and posted them on her work Weibo. Wen Xixi was not in the photo at the time, but some sharp-eyed people recognized that there were two dishes that Wen Xixi had posted on Weibo. For a time, there was speculation about her relationship with Chen Ke. With her, Ying Yi was naturally indispensable. On the gossip forum, people began to search for clues and dig into Ying Yi's background again. Ying Xiao's work was really busy. Wen Xixi waited until the 10th day of the first lunar month, but Ying Xiao did not come back. Ying Yi had a job in S-City, and Wen Xixi also had to go back to prepare for the Taoren Cup chef competition. The two did not wait any longer and returned to S-City first. The preliminary round of the Taoren Cup chef competition was held in S-City. Before the preliminary round, the first batch of preliminary contestants were selected through online voting. The preliminary rounds were held for 5 days. Wen Xixi's match was scheduled for the last day. Jixi was close to S-City, so she came to S-City before the Lantern Festival. When Jixi came, Wen Xixi was busy with the decoration. Jixi was free anyway, so she helped her. When Jixi came to S-City, she didn't welcome her. Instead, she came to help her first, which made Wen Xixi embarrassed. After the busy morning, Wen Xixi finished her talk with the decoration master and took Jixi to a new Huayan restaurant she found. This restaurant is also a private restaurant. Wen Xixi is half a celebrity, and she attracted a lot of attention after entering. Wen Xixi quietly told the waiter the room number she ordered and took Jixi to the box she had reserved in advance. After ordering the dishes, Wen Xixi poured Jixi a glass of water and said, "Bai Kai will arrive tomorrow. Will you go with me then?" Ying Yi's activities these days are all in S-City. With Xiao Tao watching, she basically doesn't need to follow. Now, she only needs to prepare Ying Yi's 3 meals a day, and she has become a real little cook. "You are so calm now." Jixi nodded and praised Wen Xixi. "So many people looked at you just now, but you didn't blush." "Should I blush?" Wen Xixi asked with a smile. "I think so." Jixi said, "When I first met you, your face was always red." After that, the two smiled at each other. At the dinner table, the two talked about the chef competition and had a particularly happy chat. After dinner, Wen Xixi sent Jixi back to the hotel arranged by the chef competition. They ate too much at noon, so Wen Xixi and Jixi lay together in the room for a while. She fell asleep while lying down, and when Wen Xixi woke up, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. She still had to look after the decoration in the afternoon, so she got up first. Carefully not to disturb Jixi, Wen Xixi put on her shoes and left Jixi's room. The hotel was resting in the afternoon, and the corridor was silent. She walked around the corner of the hotel and walked to the elevator. There were several workers busy in front of the elevator. Before Wen Xixi asked, a worker said to her, "The elevator is broken, take the stairs." "Okay, thank you, master." Jixi's room was on the 13th floor, not too high. Wen Xixi didn't struggle much, and directly opened the door of the corridor and prepared to go downstairs. There were few people in the corridor, and even fewer people in the corridor. Except for the sound of the door opening, there was almost no sound. Wen Xixi was in a hurry to go, holding the handrail and trotting downstairs. When she ran to the 10th floor, she heard someone talking faintly. The voice was very light, but it made Wen Xixi's heart tighten. This voice was familiar. Chapter 66. Whether a person's life is satisfactory or not is not what others say, but what he feels. After Ling Lao's incident, Ruja's life seemed quite satisfactory to others, but he felt that it was not satisfactory. Because of that incident, he offended Wen Xixi. After he offended Wen Xixi, he knew that he fell in love with Wen Xixi in his heart. Some people would say that he was not punished, but for him, this was the biggest punishment for him. He is a very purposeful person. He started to get to know Wen Xixi in order to get her to help promote his dishes and thus promote his restaurant. Now, he has over 1 million fans and his private restaurant is always full of guests. He has management acumen, connections, and is doing very well. However, at this time, when he thought of Wen Xixi again, it was not the original purpose. Wen Xixi wanted to open a private restaurant, and it was all over the circle of food bloggers. Among the private restaurants in S-City, Li Niu Restaurant is considered to have some reputation. Ruja has devoted so many years of hard work, and he can't let Wen Xixi snatch it away. She has the most outstanding advantage, Yingyi. Yingyi's existence can allow Wen Xixi to snatch more than 80% of the star resources, and Ruja can't compare. He can't overwhelm her in terms of resources, so he can only overwhelm her in terms of cooking skills. He doesn't need to win the Taoran Cup competition, he just needs to overwhelm Wen Xixi, and he can win back a city for his restaurant. This is why he participated in the Taoran Cup, so he started to be busy 2 months before the Taoran Cup competition. It is impossible for Ruja to expand Li Niu Restaurant without cooking skills. He is quite confident in his cooking skills, but he has never eaten the food cooked by Wen Xixi. From the pictures posted on Weibo and the conversations between the two of them in the past, he can feel that Wen Xixi's cooking skills are better than his. If he wants to win an opponent who is better than him in the cooking competition, he must either improve himself or defeat the opponent. For Li Niu Restaurant, he is now fighting a desperate battle. Wen Xixi stood on the stairs and looked down through the railings. He could see the back of Ruja's head and a blonde woman. They were communicating in French, which Wen Xixi could not understand. Occasionally, he could hear a few words clearly, but he could not make sense of them. After communicating with the woman, Ruja said goodbye to her. His smile was still charming, and even the woman who was talking to him blushed slightly. After the woman left, he got up and went upstairs. Just as he lifted his leg to the top of the stairs, he looked up and saw Wen Xixi walking down. Ruja's expression was slightly stiff, but he recovered quickly. What a coincidence! Ruja knew Wen Xixi ignored him, so he smiled bitterly and said, "Are you here to see Jixi? The elevator is broken." Wen Xixi said, "Do you live here too?" The competition was in S-City, and Ruja's competition was in 2 days. It was obvious that he didn't come to the hotel because he lived here. As soon as Wen Xixi asked, Ruja blurted out yes. After he finished speaking, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back, and he explained, "I prepared for the competition wholeheartedly. After all, my opponents are the most famous chefs in the country. Are you afraid of famous chefs?" Wen Xixi said, "Then you have it in mind." Ruja was about to be polite, but then he realized the meaning of Wen Xixi's words. She was mocking the incident that Ling Lao caused last time. Ruja's face changed, and he said, "Although you don't want to hear it, I need to explain. I really don't know what happened last time. I am also victim." Wen Xixi raised her eyes and curved the corners of her lips. Her inexplicable smile made Ruja's heart sink, as if a huge rock had fallen on his heart, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Ruja stood there without saying anything. Wen Xixi came down from upstairs and walked in front of Ruja, looking down at him. Get out of the way, or I'll push you down. Oh, Roger was shocked for a moment, and after responding, he got out of the way. When Xixi sneered and went downstairs without looking back. She was wearing flat shoes, and there was no sound when she stepped on the steps, but the slight friction sound was infinitely magnified in Roger's ears, stimulating his eardrums, like the sound of sand scratching on the floor, sharp and piercing. Did she hear it just now? Can she understand it? What does she want to do? Countless questions in his mind made Roger feel uneasy, and he frowned and went upstairs. When Xixi went directly to his restaurant from the hotel and watched there all afternoon. In the evening, when the workers got off work, when Xixi locked the room and went out. Yunshui Tinglan is now fully open, and all major businesses are busy renovating. When passing by a few stores, someone inside greeted Wen Xixi. When Xixi responded with a smile, and after responding, she could hear a quiet discussion inside. Yin Yi's girlfriend. Yes, she has to supervise herself. Be independent. Won't Yin Yi send a driver to pick her up? That's really reassuring. Regarding their relationship, although Yin Yi confirmed it in many ways, some people still don't believe it. She even suspected that after they got the certificate, others would think they were in a sham marriage. When she got pregnant with Yin Yi's child, others would say she was a surrogate mother. When Xixi smiled, walked out of the hall door, took out her mobile phone and prepared to take a taxi. Before she opened the app, she suddenly heard the sound of the car door opening. She looked up and saw Yin Yi standing in front of the car, with a faint smile in his brown eyes, and asked, "Do you want a ride?" Honey oozing from the tip of her heart, when Xixi smiled faintly and put her mobile phone in her pocket. Screams came from the hall behind her. Fuck, Yin Yi is here to pick her up. Really, so handsome. This is the first time I've seen Yin Yi in person. Will I be able to see him often in the future? It's so sweet that he came to pick her up in person. Being envied like this, when Xixi's little vanity was satisfied. She walked to the front of the car and took a look. Smiling, she asked, "How much is it?" After when Xixi went out with him in the morning, Yin Yi hadn't seen her since. He was nervous for a day after not seeing her, but after seeing Wen Xixi, his nervous heart was relieved. Yin Yi stretched out his hand and pinched her face, the corners of his lips slightly raised, and he smiled faintly and said, "By time." That won't work. When Xixi rejected Yin Yi's charging standards, then if you deliberately delay, I will have to pay more. You may not know me very well. Yin Yi said, "I am very rich. I don't care about how much money I have. I only care about going back early to hug my little melon." He too, when Xixi laughed, put her arms around Yin Yi, and said with a smile, "Then let you take a bite of the little melon first." Holding the little guy's waist with both hands, Yin Yi was hooked by her heart and kissed him. The little guy's lips were soft and elastic, and he didn't want to leave. One bite seems not enough. Yin Yi lowered his eyes and said softly, "One more bite." Ha ha. When Xixi hooked Yin Yi's neck and took the initiative to kiss him. After a long kiss, the two finally got into the car. Yin Yi pulled the seat belt for Wen Xixi, and didn't forget to steal a kiss. The two kissed for too long just now, and Wen Xixi's face flushed. She began to think of some discordant pictures unconsciously. In order to retract that evil thought, Wen Xixi checked the things in the car to divert her attention. There was a file on the back seat. When Xixi twisted her body to take it in her hand, looked at Yin Yi and asked, "New drama script?" Bo Yan went to complete the procedures for 10 million and the house. Yin Yi finished speaking, turning the steering wheel, and added lightly, "In addition to those, 80% of Li Jiao's property was given to you." Wen Zuoyan gave it. Wen Xixi was happy for a while after suddenly becoming rich, but then she said, "I still have to talk to the Wen family." They said they would compensate me. Let Bo Yan go. Yin Yi said, look at the documents in your hand first. Li Jiao cheated, and Wen Zuoyan is still doubting whether Wen Yangyan is his biological child. Yin Yi has been handling things. The last time Yin Yi talked to Wen Yangyan on the phone, she didn't ask much. Wen Xixi didn't react for a long time after hearing the news. When Yin Yi looked up at her, Wen Xixi spat out 2 words. Retribution. Wen Zuoyan had a lot of mistresses outside, but he might have been hurt by Wen Xixi's mother, and none of the women outside were pregnant with his children. Now, the only ones who were related to him by blood were Wen Xixi and Wen Yangyan, and Wen Yangyang. He was still suspicious. He must be mad now. Wen Xixi looked at the documents in her hand and said, Li Jiao is so rich. No wonder Wen Yangyan said that she wanted to win the Orange Light Girls competition, and she bought the house back for 3 times the price for her daughter. Speaking of which, Wen Zuoyan also has a way to make Li Jiao spit out the property. I don't know how Wen Zuoyan made her vomit. Wen Xixi was too lazy to care about it after she finished speaking. Vomit whatever you want. From now on, leave everything to Bo Yan, and I won't have any intersection with them. It still needs to be there. Yin Yi said, when making a will, if you are the beneficiary, Wen Zuoyan will definitely ask you to come over. He is now helpless. The Wen family's property was passed on to Wen Zuoxing. Li Jiao cheated, and he doesn't believe in Wen Yangyan's identity. He can only rely on you now. If he relies on you, he will make a will to you and will definitely find an opportunity to show his loyalty to you. When the time comes, just go, Bo Yang will be there, and nothing will happen. If Yin Yi hadn't analyzed it this way, Wen Xixi didn't know that Wen Zuoyan would be so miserable. Although he is her biological father, Wen Xixi didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache in her heart. Everything he is suffering now is far worse than the pain he gave her. Where is Wen Yangyang? Wen Xixi asked as she put the documents away. Not really sure. While the two were chatting, the car entered the garage. Yin Yi turned off the car, looked back at Wen Xixi, who was staring at him, smiled and said, anyway, I'm not doing well. Wen Xixi opened her eyes slightly, smiled and said, is it worse than me? What's wrong with you? Yin Yi paused, got up and got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and unbuckled Wen Xixi's seat belt. Wen Xixi was about to explain that it was compared to her past, but Yin Yi didn't listen. He reached out and picked Wen Xixi up. I think you've had too many happy days, and your requirements have become higher. Yin Yi closed the car door and poked Wen Xixi with his nose. What should I do? Wen Xixi put her arms around Yin Yi and asked with a smile. This is a disease. Yin Yi carried Wen Xixi upstairs, pushed open the bedroom door directly, and put Wen Xixi on the bed. He pressed his body on Wen Xixi, reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, and the soft light instantly spread over the two of them. The atmosphere was just right, and Wen Xixi's original distracted mind was hooked back. She hugged Yin Yi, raised her face slightly, and asked Yin Yi with a smile. Can it be treated? Yeah. Yin Yi responded lightly, hugged Wen Xixi's face, kissed her gently, and said, but it takes a long time. As he spoke, his body rubbed between Wen Xixi's legs and pressed against Wen Xixi's thighs. The man's eyes were heavy, and he said in a hoarse voice, you need an injection. A burst of fire rushed up in her lower abdomen, and Wen Xixi felt numb from her back to her whole body. She did not refuse, twisted her body twice, tilted her head and asked, will it hurt with such a long and thick needle? No. Yin Yi leaned over and kissed her, sighed softly, and said softly, very comfortable. Her eyes gradually became hazy, and Wen Xixi hugged Yin Yi's back. She felt the man's palm wandering on her body. Wen Xixi said, then don't lie. If you feel uncomfortable, I will ask for a booster shot. When Xixi heard the man's soft chuckle in her ears, and she laughed and threw herself into Yingyi's treatment. Chapter 67. After a night of treatment, Wen Xixi not only did not get better, but also suffered a back injury. When she got up in the morning, Yingyi held her, and when Xixi screamed ouch, her waist seemed to be broken. I still have to pick up Bai Kai today. Not only her waist, but her voice has not recovered. It's all horse, it's all your fault. The man rested his chin on the top of her head, smiled deeply, and admitted calmly, it's my fault. I didn't get enough shots, and my baby Xixi didn't get better. This is obviously the sequelae of too many shots. When Xixi was so angry that she raised her butt and pushed Yingyi. When she heard Yingyi's muffled groan, when Xixi's body stiffened and she was about to run forward, but she didn't run out and was caught in his arms again. You said you took too much? Huh? Yingyi breathed in Wen Xixi's ear. Wen Xixi felt her body numb from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. You are a hypocritical little guy. Come here, I will give you another shot. No more shots. Wen Xixi said in shock with her eyes wide open. I have to go to the airport to pick up Bai Kai today. This is her business. She has made an appointment with Jixi. She has to pick up Jixi first and then pick up Bai Kai. Let the driver go. Yingyi put his hand on Wen Xixi's waist. When Wen Xixi moved forward just now, her body shook a little. She was indeed a little indulgent last night. I agreed to pick you up. Wen Xixi didn't want to break her promise. She had a driver's license and drove quite steadily. I will pick you up and send you to the hotel. We will have fun together. You have an event in the afternoon and need a driver. What will you do if you run away with me? Yingyi responded lightly. This made Wen Xixi hear some displeasure. She turned her head and looked at Yingyi, smiling. What's wrong? I feel wronged. Yingyi reached out and lifted Wen Xixi's bangs to one side, and said quietly, it's okay for my life assistant to be a driver for others, but my girlfriend has to play with others. Hearing this reason, Wen Xixi laughed and pinched his face with a smile. What kind of grievance is this? I have to have friends too. Wen Xixi said, and began to tell Yingyi about the time when she, Jixi and Bai Kai were chatting in the group. As she spoke, she laughed. Yingyi listened patiently and gently, and when Wen Xixi finished, Yingyi pinched her chin and kissed her carefully. Wen Xixi's heart skipped a beat when she was kissed, and she looked up at the man and smiled. I'll pick you up. Yingyi said, the event is in the afternoon, I'll take you to the hotel, and then you can play by yourselves. After that, without waiting for Wen Xixi to express his opinion, Yingyi reached out and patted Wen Xixi on the waist. Wen Xixi's small waist felt sore and tender after being slapped like this. She moaned and groaned, but then covered her mouth with a red face. Yingyi laughed, pinched his waist, and said with a smile, how can there be such a fragile little melon? One bite and the waist will break. That's because you are strong. Wen Xixi did not admit that she was fragile. It was obviously because he was too strong. Who could withstand 2 hours in one night? Really? Yingyi smiled faintly, moved closer to Wen Xixi, and said, you must have misunderstood me. If you don't believe me, I'll bite you twice more and you can try. Before Wen Xixi could react, Yingyi had already moved closer. He buried his head in Wen Xixi's neck, opened his mouth and bit it lightly. Wen Xixi trembled all over, and there were shallow teeth marks on his neck. Yingyi looked up, his fingers gently slid over, he smiled and asked Wen Xixi, is he a man of steel and copper teeth? No, Wen Xixi blushed, it's soft. Soft when it should be soft. Yingyi said, hard when it should be hard, just the right amount. Where can you find a boyfriend like this? Wen Xixi. The two of them lingered on the bed for some time before Yingyi pulled her up. Wen Xixi's waist was still a little uncomfortable, and she felt a little tired when washing her face. Yingyi forced her to pack up first, and even matched her clothes. Bai Kai said he wanted to see you, but I was afraid you didn't have time, so I didn't say you would go. Wen Xixi got in the car, and Yingyi fastened her seat belt. While talking, Wen Xixi was still a little excited. This is a surprise for her. I'm so lucky, Yingyi said with a faint smile. When Xixi thought she was going to praise her again, her face slightly flushed, and she said, "What's wrong again?" Having such a broad-minded daughter-in-law. Yingyi said, "I am the dream lover of her good friend, and she took me to help her good friend realize her dream." Yingyi finished speaking, sighed and said, "A world-class best friend." When Xixi laughed out loud, amused, and said, "Are you satisfied?" "Are you satisfied?" Yingyi asked back in disbelief, looking up and down at Wen Xixi, who was much more unrestrained than before, and said with some dissatisfaction in his brown eyes, "You still don't have enough injections." Wen Xixi, ha ha ha. Bai Kai had a flight in the morning, so Wen Xixi went to pick up Jixi first. As soon as Jixi got in the car, she saw Yingyi in the driver's seat. Her eyebrows trembled twice, and she looked at Wen Xixi again. Wen Xixi explained, "I'm not feeling well, so I asked my boyfriend to come and take us." "Don't be restrained, he will just take us to the hotel." Yingyi smiled at Jixi, stretched out his hand and said, "Hello." Jixi replied hello, shook hands with Yingyi, and said to Wen Xixi, "I'm relieved. I'm afraid you're worried. Let him play with us." Wen Xixi. Yingyi drove and looked ahead, singing lightly, "I have a girlfriend, hi, broad-minded." Wen Xixi and Jixi looked at each other. Jixi laughed first, and let go of the initial restraint. Wen Xixi said, "Ouch," and pinched Yingyi. Yingyi drove with a smile, letting her make a fuss, and soon drove to the airport. Yingyi is a star, and Wen Xixi hid him in the underground garage to avoid causing a commotion. She and Jixi went to the airport to pick up Bai Kai together. The two got on the elevator one after the other. Jixi pressed the elevator button, and the elevator closed in response. Jixi said something. "You look better in real life than on TV." Jixi said, "You two are a good match. One is a food blogger, and the other is a picky eater." There was envy in Jixi's words. When Xixi listened, feeling happy and a little sorry for Jixi. Jixi had a relationship, which she had talked about when she was out traveling a few years ago. But Jixi's family is a famous family, and her family had already prepared a marriage for her. She struggled for a long time in that relationship, and finally failed. "Then have you met the person arranged by your parents?" Wen Xixi asked, holding Jixi's hand. "No," Jixi said lightly, with sadness in her eyes, "whatever love is, it's up to me. Whether I watch it or not, it's still my parents who have the final say." Wen Xixi used to envy Jixi's family. Her parents were still alive and had their own recipes. She has been doing what she likes most since she was a child, but when it comes to major events in life, she is so tightly confined. Wen Xixi couldn't persuade her, so she just held Jixi's hand tightly. Jixi has such a good personality and looks. No matter who she gets along with, she will get along well. Bai Kai brought 2 large boxes of local specialties, as she said. She looked fatter than last year's annual meeting. She had short hair, a small braid on top of her head, dyed yellow, and was chubby like a giant panda. She was from the north and had a strong physique. When she came over, she first hugged Wen Xixi and Jixi in her arms. Especially Wen Xixi, she held her tightly. She said, "You still have the scent of Yingyi in your arms. I want to hug you tightly. Are you meeting my boyfriend or me?" Wen Xixi shook off Bai Kai and hid behind him in pretended anger. Bai Kai was anxious and cried out twice, "It's more comfortable to hug you. Your breasts are so big and soft." The boldness and straightforwardness of Northerners were fully displayed in Bai Kai. Wen Xixi was a little shy and quickly covered her mouth. The two laughed and walked towards the elevator while playing. When they got off the elevator, Ying Yi greeted the three people outside in the car. Bai Kai exclaimed and rubbed his eyes. Wen Xixi and Jixi were afraid that she would call someone, so they quickly dragged her into the car. When they got in the car, Bai Kai was still in shock. After calming down, Bai Kai looked at the two people sitting in front of him and felt a little regretful. "I shouldn't have asked Ying Yi to come over," Bai Kai said. When Xixi turned around and looked at Bai Kai, "I wanted to give you a surprise." Covering his chest, Bai Kai said, "There is indeed a surprise, but single dogs are more hurt. If Ying Yi's girlfriend is someone else, it's fine, but it's you are standing in front of me so realistically, I feel that I can't even dream of him. This is the bloody reality. What if it's someone else?" Jixi was interrupted by Bai Kai halfway through. "What is someone else?" Bai Kai said seriously, "Ying Yi's girlfriend should be our Xixi. Ying Yi is my idol, and Xixi is also my idol. The two of them are perfect together. I used to have to follow two people, but now I can just follow one CP. It's really convenient and saves trouble." Wen Xixi was a little confused by the praise. Except for Ying Yi and Ying Yi's family, this was the first outsider who said that she was worthy of Ying Yi. "Do you need any fan service?" Ying Yi drove the car and asked Bai Kai behind him. "Anything?" Bai Kai's eyes lit up. "Yeah." Ying Yi said, "It's best to have CP benefits." "Like what?" Jixi interrupted. While talking, the car parked in the hotel's underground parking lot. Ying Yi parked the car, looked at Wen Xixi with a sidelong glance, and his smile was full of tenderness. "Kiss Xixi, hug her, and lift her up high. I wanted to kiss her when I left home, but I never found a chance. Just happened to be here when you came. She will agree to any request. After all, Xixi is broad-minded." Wen Xixi. Jixi. After listening to Ying Yi's words, Bai Kai took a long breath and asked Wen Xixi in a calm voice, "Is this your daily life?" "No." Wen Xixi blushed and explained anxiously. "Yes." Ying Yi said with a smile, "This is how we live our daily lives. I like her to death, and she doesn't know anything. I want to kiss her, and I need an assist." Wen Xixi. When have you ever asked for an assist? You always kiss directly. Not only do you kiss directly, but you also give her an injection directly. Why are you pretending to be pitiful now? I'm going to make a fuss. Chapter 68. The four of them got out of the car together. A horn honked in the parking lot. Wen Xixi looked over and saw the driver, Lao Zhou. The time was just right. Ying Yi had to go to the afternoon event after lunch. "You go first." Wen Xixi stood there, looked up at Ying Yi, and said, "Don't delay work." Ying Yi lowered his head and glanced at the suitcases in Bai Kai's hand. Bai Kai took one himself, and the rest were held by Jixi and Wen Xixi. He raised his wrist to check the time, took the suitcase from Wen Xixi, and said lightly, "I'll take you up. Take the elevator, it's not heavy." Wen Xixi squeezed Ying Yi's hand and asked with a smile, "Why do you have to take us up?" Ying Yi lowered his eyes, with a smile in his brown eyes, and said, "I take you up and you will take me down, so that I can spend more time with you." Bai Kai, who was standing next to him, was really sweet to these two people, and joked, "When you come down, Jixi and I will also come to take you, just as light bulbs." "Okay." Ying Yi responded with a light smile, and the corners of his lips slightly curled up and said, "I am famous for pampering Xixi." If you are not afraid of being abused, just follow me. By Kai. Although it was to reduce the burden on Wen Xixi, Ying Yi took both boxes. He is just like this. Sometimes his mouth is more poisonous than anyone else, but his heart is actually very warm. After sending the suitcases down, Bai Kai and Jishi were tactful and did not follow. Wen Xixi took Ying Yi to the parking lot. Are you ready for the competition? Sitting in the elevator, Ying Yi reached out and lifted Wen Xixi's bangs to the back, and said, I'll take you to get your hair cut when I have time. It's a bit long. Doesn't it look good? The elevator went down, and no one came up. Wen Xixi leaned in Ying Yi's arms and asked in a low voice. It looks good. Ying Yi said, and pulled Wen Xixi into his arms. Wen Xixi exclaimed, ah, and hugged Ying Yi. Looking up at the man had a smile in his eyes and a clear voice. It's too long and covers your beautiful eyes. Wen Xixi laughed again. When the two were in love, the elevator suddenly stopped, the door opened, and someone came up from outside. After seeing the person outside the elevator clearly, Wen Xixi pursed her lips, and Ying Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's a small world. When Roger saw the person in the elevator, his expression suddenly froze. He took a step back, smiled at the person in the elevator, and didn't plan to come up. Come up. Ying Yi stood beside Wen Xixi, lowered his eyes and glanced at the car keys in his hand. It was obvious that he was going to the parking lot as well. Obviously, Roger didn't expect Ying Yi to say that, and just smiled and said, I'll wait for the next one. It's not easy to wait for another one. Ying Yi said, you are not overweight when you come up, why do you have to wait for the next one? This is not a question of overweight or not. Ying Yi smiled throughout the whole process, but Roger felt unspeakable pressure. He pursed his lips, feeling timid, but nodded, said okay, quietly, and got on the elevator. Wen Xixi looked up at the elevator button. Roger lived on this floor. The elevator continued to go down, but the atmosphere in the elevator seemed to freeze. Roger kept his expression calm and only looked up at the numbers on the elevator going down. 29, 28, 27, 26. This gentleman looks familiar. When Roger counted to the 20th floor, Ying Yi glanced at him and said this sentence out of the blue. The floors he was counting in his mind were disrupted, and he was the only gentleman in the entire elevator. Roger didn't know whether to say it or not, he just smiled faintly, trying to use this smile to block Ying Yi's topic. Have you met him at the annual meeting? When Xixi asked Ying Yi, he went upstairs to speak. No impression. Ying Yi lowered his head and replied, smiled at Wen Xixi and said, I only paid attention to you at that time, not others. The two chatted calmly, but Roger felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest. He pretended to be calm and just smiled. While they were chatting, the elevator had reached the 10th floor, and Roger just wanted to get off the elevator quickly. I remember. Ying Yi's words disrupted Roger's wishful thinking. His heart was lifted, and he waited quietly for Ying Yi's next words. Ling Lang is your girlfriend, right? Ying Yi said, she falsely accused Xixi of having an improper relationship with you and asked me to send a lawyer to send her to prison. Bo Yang only told me about Ling Lang at the time, but forgot about you. Ying Yi's tone was flat, with a slight smile. In the surveillance video retrieved at the time, you were committing indecent acts against my girlfriend. Ying Yi finished speaking calmly, and the elevator arrived at the parking lot. The three of them were in the elevator, and no one moved. After Roger heard what he said, anyone with a bit of blood couldn't stand such words. Mr. Ying. Roger looked up, his eyes were not firm, and he only said, Xixi and I are friends. At that time, we were just reminiscing about the past, and we didn't do anything. So you mean that Xixi came to you by herself at that time? Yin Yi lowered his eyes and looked at Roger. He was taller than Roger and was oppressive enough. "This, sir, you are very confident." Yin Yi's two light words seemed to hold Roger's reputation. His words sounded simple and had no meaning, but if you listened carefully, you could taste something wrong. Roger is a man after all, with some blood in his veins. His face darkened, and he looked up at Yin Yi and said, "Mr. Yin, you are better than me, but you shouldn't insult me like this." Yin Yi lowered his eyes and stared at him. After a while, he asked leisurely, "Why am I so good?" The sudden question blocked Roger's expression. Yin Yi smiled at him and said lightly, "The reason why I am so good is to insult you." "You?" Roger was so angry that his face turned blue. Just as he was about to explode, he saw Wen Shishi next to him chuckle. "Let's go, it's time to delay work." Wen Shishi pushed Yin Yi out. "This guy, no one can stand his poisonous mouth." Leaning back, Wen Shishi pushed him from behind. Yin Yi took a step that was neither long nor short, and asked Wen Shishi with a smile, "Am I right?" "Yes," Wen Shishi said, and loosened his hands. Yin Yi did not stagger, but stood firm. She jumped up at a trot and climbed onto Yin Yi's shoulders. Yin Yi hugged her thighs with both arms, and pushed upwards, and Wen Shishi was safely carried on his back. "Does your waist hurt?" As he spoke, he put his hand on Wen Shishi's waist and pinched it. Wen Shishi twisted when she was pinched, and kept saying no. "Then it seems that it doesn't hurt anymore." Yin Yi asked himself and answered, and finally concluded, 2 more injections will make it completely healed. Nonsense. Wen Shishi shuddered at the injection, and hugged Yin Yi's neck and said, 2 more injections will make it completely broken, you need sustainable development. Really? Yin Yi didn't believe it. Really? Wen Shishi was sure. Then I'll listen to you and give you an injection. Yin Yi said reluctantly. I shouldn't give it today. Wen Shishi muttered. For sustainable development, at least 1 injection a day should be guaranteed, right? Yin Yi started brainwashing mode. If you don't have a single injection, that's not sustainable development, that's eradicating the roots. Wen Shishi. When they arrived in front of the car, Wen Shishi climbed down from Yin Yi's back, and smiled. And showed off her affection in front of Lao Zhou. Wen Shishi waved goodbye to eradicating the roots, oh no, waved goodbye to her excellent boyfriend, and turned to the elevator. There was no one in the elevator, and Roger just disappeared. Wen Shishi looked at the elevator button and pressed the 30th floor. Roger just got on the elevator from the 30th floor. The 30th floor is a suite, high-end and atmospheric. Wen Shishi got off the elevator and walked around twice, then turned and got on the elevator. The Taoran Cup chef competition is different from other competitions. The preliminary round has the most chef contestants and the greatest impact. In addition to domestic judges, this year, 2 foreign judges were introduced for the first time. The contestants were suspicious and uneasy about the 2 judges. If they are not sure about their tastes, they may fail. Jishi's competition was the earliest and entered the semi-finals in advance. Next was Wen Shishi's competition. As luck would have it, Wen Shishi and Roger competed on the same day. After Jishi finished the competition, she told Wen Shishi the judges' preferences that she had summarized. Wen Shishi was still very confident about entering the semi-finals, but she was upset to compete with Roger. Roger was more confident about the competition than Wen Shishi. There was a lot of noise off the field, all from his fans cheering him on. Wen Shishi was right behind him, listening to the cheers and smiling faintly. Roger turned around, seeming to notice Wen Shishi's smile behind him. He looked Wen Shishi up and down, looked around, and said in a flat tone, "The bird is out of the cage." Wen Shishi could still hear the sarcasm in Roger's words. What he meant was clearly that Wen Shishi was the canary in the cage kept by Yingyi, and without Yingyi, she was nothing. Wen Shishi was not angered by Roger's words. She glanced at him and asked with a smile, "Boss Ro is here to participate in the competition today. Can the people in the restaurant handle it?" Roger was shocked and had a bad feeling. He was about to ask, but when Shishi lowered her head to prepare the kitchen utensils in front of her and ignored him, Roger felt a nameless anger in his heart. He didn't know whether Wen Shishi deliberately angered him before the competition, or if something really happened in his restaurant. Roger became anxious. He looked up at the audience. Someone in the restaurant came with him. He looked over and saw that they were all fans. He couldn't find that person at all. When the competition started, Wen Shishi calmed down and started cooking with all his heart. The dishes for the preliminary round were fixed. It depends on what different chefs can do. Before the competition started, the host announced the names of the dishes. Wen Shishi glanced at them lightly and started cooking calmly. There was silence off the stage. The sounds of boiling water, shovels colliding, and the sizzling of oil when dishes were put into the pot mixed together, creating a busy and tense atmosphere. The preliminary round lasted for an hour. After Wen Shishi finished, she pressed the bell next to her. When the bell rang, the back of Roger in front of her paused obviously. Wen Shishi smiled and looked up at the audience. Bai Kai gestured to her in an exaggerated and desperate manner. Jishi next to her was looking at her mobile phone, and finally looked up at Wen Shishi and smiled and nodded. Contestant number 8's dish will be brought to the judges' table for the judges to taste, the host announced. Roger was number 23. After hearing the host's arrangement, he smiled and nodded. Roger is a famous food blogger. Who are the people who came to support Roger today? The host smiled and warmed up the audience, and there was cheering off the stage. The judges had a very short time to try the dishes, and most of it was used to comment and give scores after the comments. Compared with the previous few people, his level is indeed higher. The scores given by the judges were not low. After the host read out the scores, he smiled and applauded, saying, "Congratulations to Roger, you are currently ranked first." "Thank you." Roger smiled modestly, stood up and walked down. Before leaving, he glanced at Wen Shishi, who just stared at her dish and ignored him. "Come on, next is our No. 11, Wen Shishi." The host's enthusiasm for hosting the show became even higher. "Speaking of which, I am still a fan of Shishi. Can the cooking skills that can catch the appetite of the male god Yin Yi catch the appetite of the judges?" The scoring process for Wen Shishi was relatively simple. The scores of the first few judges were relatively high, and even the two foreign judges gave high scores. But when it came to the last two judges, the scores suddenly dropped. Her final score was displayed on the large LED screen on the stage. Roger's score was not a little bit lower. Roger was surprised by this result. Logically, Wen Shishi's cooking skills were not worse than his. He saw that she was full of confidence and had everything planned out, and thought she could win the first place in this show. What's going on? Roger felt a little uneasy, but his attention was quickly attracted by the people in the restaurant off the court. The man looked anxious, pointing at the phone in his hand, and his lip shape seemed to be asking him to answer the phone. The people of the court were so anxious that Roger instantly remembered what Wen Shishi had just said. Roger ignored the recording and took out his phone. The phone was muted and he didn't answer several missed calls. In addition to missed calls, there were countless text messages and WeChat. Roger was panicked and quickly clicked on the text message to take a look. The acting manager of the restaurant sent several text messages in a row. Roger only read the first one, and his eyes went black. His mind suddenly exploded. Cheng Chong, the restaurant was found to have food safety issues and is currently sealed. Please call back immediately. Cheng Chong, why did you come to check suddenly? And there were no problems before. Did you offend someone? Cheng Chong, call back quickly. Roger's eyes were dark and his mind was blank. Why did something go wrong at this time? Who did he offend? He is very good at dealing with people and can make friends with anyone. How could he possibly offend anyone? Roger suddenly woke up and looked up at Wen Shishi, who was standing in front of him. At this moment, the results of the contestants were scrolling on the big screen. When the final result came out, Roger was in first place. Roger's heart was like being stretched tightly by a string. When Jishi shouted, "Wait a minute," from the audience, the string in his heart broke. The attention of the entire hall was attracted by Jishi. Jishi looked indifferent. Looking at the results on the screen, the voice said calmly, "I want to report contestant No. 8, Roger, for bribing the judges. I have evidence." The crowd on and off the field immediately exploded. Chapter 69. After hearing Jishi's words, Roger's blank mind suddenly became clear for a moment. She went on stage and was showing her so-called evidence on the stage. Roger clearly knew that he was tricked. He didn't even know the 2 foreign judges he bribed, but he did bribe the other 2 domestic judges. Jishi did a trick to give the judges face, so that they would be more tolerant of Wen Shishi's results in future competitions, and saved the face of the competition. Most importantly, he was kicked out. In that moment, Roger thought of the mess in the restaurant and suddenly didn't want to care about anything. Even if Jishi finished speaking, there was an uproar on the field. There were a few brainless fans who were still there to defend him, but he didn't want to care. Wen Shishi stood behind Roger, watching his face gradually recover from its paleness. He took off his chef hat and his chef uniform, and after leaving the stage, he opened the door and left. There was silence again. The host came out to smooth things over. The organizers were discussing what to do. The final conclusion was that Roger was disqualified from the competition. As for those on the field, they would compete again on the last day. The farce was over, and Wen Shishi went off the stage to reunite with Bai Kai and Jishi. He smiled at Jishi, who blinked. Wen Shishi pursed her lips and went out, suppressing her joy. The news that Li Niu restaurant was closed down became a hot search on Weibo. After all, Roger was a big V, and he started out as a gourmet. Such a big scandal as the closure was a fatal blow to Li Niu restaurant and Roger. After the incident, Roger obviously gave up and did not even make a statement on Weibo. And a group of internet users rose up and blackened Li Niu restaurant and Roger. Li Niu restaurant was completely closed, and there was no movement from Roger again. On the last day, Wen Shishi finished the competition and entered the semi-finals. After the competition, she sent Bai Kai and Jishi to the airport. The 3 of them agreed to meet again in the semi-finals. After Wen Shishi sent the 2 away, she drove back to the restaurant under renovation. It was already evening, and the renovation was almost finished. Wen Shishi went to take a look at the tail end, and the workers told her that it would be done soon. This decoration team was arranged by the person who Yi Yizhu introduced to Wen Shishi. The workers' skills and quality were very good. After the work was finished, the foreman came up to say hello to Wen Shishi and was about to leave. Wen Shishi responded and went down to see them off. "Miss Wen, please sign for me." The foreman's surname was Xing, and everyone usually called him Lao Xing. When Wen Shishi heard him say that, she reacted for a while and said with a smile, "Who wants it?" "My daughter." As if he felt embarrassed, Lao Xing touched his head and was a little embarrassed. "It's for Ying Yi, right?" Wen Xixi said subconsciously, and smiled, I'll go back and ask him to sign a poster, and bring it to you tomorrow. No, 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 Lao Xing denied anxiously, smiled honestly, and said, it's for you, my daughter is your fan. She also likes to stay in the kitchen since she was a child, and she watched your games in the Taurang Cup. Knowing that I am decorating your new store, she asked me to ask you for an autograph. So that's it. Wen Xixi suddenly realized, and for a while she was a little bit unresponsive when she met a fan who wanted an autograph. With a faint smile, she found a new notebook on the table in the office, took a pen, and signed her name. Take the notebook back with you, you can cook a recipe. Wen Xixi said gently. Oh, thank you, Miss Wen, you are so nice. Lao Xing was flattered. You have worked hard for so many days. Wen Xixi said, I want to treat you to a meal before the opening, you can bring your daughter over. How can I be so embarrassed? Before Lao Xing finished speaking, a man's clear voice came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Thank you, I'm leaving first. Lao Xing didn't delay Wen Xixi's time any longer and turned to walk out. As soon as the door opened, Ying Yi's face appeared. Seeing Lao Xing, he was slightly surprised, smiled at him, and then got up and walked in. Come. Ying Yi opened his arms and said to Wen Xixi, I haven't seen you for a day. Do you want me to kiss you, hug you, and lift you up? Yes to Wen Xixi stretched out the sound, and whoosh, ran from the desk to Ying Yi's side, hugged Ying Yi's neck with her arms, jumped, and wrapped her legs around his waist. Ouch! Ying Yi staggered, and Wen Xixi screamed, clumped Ying Yi's legs tightly and didn't let go, and asked, did you drink too much? No, Ying Yi hugged Wen Xixi, walked to the desk, and pulled out the chair behind the desk. After sitting down, Ying Yi said, the feelings are too deep, it's a bit overwhelming. Wen Xixi laughed, hugged Ying Yi, and said with a smile, Old Chin came to ask me for an autograph just now. He likes cooking. Ying Yi said in surprise, a tough guy with a soft heart. No, I asked for it for his daughter. Wen Xixi sighed, I'm going to be famous, I have fans. I don't like to hear it. Ying Yi said, where did you put me? Wen Xixi leaned back, her elbows resting on the desk, looking at Ying Yi meticulously, and said with a smile, you too. Yeah. Ying Yi responded lightly and stood up. When he stood up, Wen Xixi's body rose with her, and then her buttocks fell on the desk, and Ying Yi was between her legs. She lay flat on the desk, the man leaned over and pressed down, supporting her side with his arms, his eyes dark. The look on the man's face made Wen Xixi's throat dry, and before she spoke, Ying Yi spoke first. What are my titles? Her heartbeat was gradually speeding up. Wen Xixi looked at the man's perfect face and said with a smile, male god, evergreen in the entertainment industry, the #1 in Huchum Entertainment, and Wen Xixi's boyfriend. What else? As Wen Xixi said the titles, Ying Yi's body got closer to Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi's heartbeat gradually became faster. When Ying Yi was only 2 centimeters away from her, Wen Xixi was stuck. No. I don't know. She was excited and worried. The leader of Wen Xixi's fan club, Ying Yi introduced himself, and when Wen Xixi's lips curled up, he lowered his head and kissed it. Just coming in from outside, Ying Yi's lips were still very cold. The cold and soft lips covered her lips. In the blending of ice and fire, Wen Xixi's lips trembled and closed her eyes. Door. Wen Xixi thought to herself before the door was closed. The decoration workers should have left, but if someone came in, they could just run into them. Close it. Ying Yi did not continue, and hugged Wen Xixi and got up. Wen Xixi lay in his arms obediently, listening to his heartbeat. What do you want for your birthday? Wen Xixi asked with a smile after calming down her breath. Valentine's Day is coming soon, and Ying Yi's birthday is also coming. Cha Wen has already arranged his birthday, 2.15. On his birthday last year, Wen Xixi just treated him as her boss and bought him a small swing that she also liked. This year, the two of them have a close relationship, and she has become more cautious, but she doesn't know what to give him. I want to give you everything. Wen Xixi looked up at Ying Yi and said with a smile, as long as you want it, I have it if you want it. The relationship between the two has been sticky for a long time, like glue and paint, but not greasy at all. She likes to listen to Ying Yi's love words, and she has learned to say love words to him. The two can be together every moment, but every time they are together, they still feel moved. In The Poisonous Chicken Soup she has read, there is no shortage of saying that if two people are together for a long time, they will lose the passion at the beginning. But the two of them are immune to that kind of poisonous chicken soup. Is there anything you don't have? Ying Yi laughed, hugged her, and prepared to go home, saying, tell me, what you don't have, I will get it for you. Wen Xixi felt warm in her heart, and was touched by Ying Yi again. Holding Ying Yi, Wen Xixi said, then I'll let you get 2 more shots. Today? Ying Yi raised his voice. Wen Xixi punched him on the head and said angrily, on my birthday. I have something to do tomorrow. Hearing this, Ying Yi's expression showed some pity. Wen Xixi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She opened the door and got into the car. After Ying Yi got into the driver's seat, she said, Wen Zuoyan asked me to go back and said to explain the inheritance. Li Jiao's cheating was a big blow to Wen Zuoyan. Think about his 2 wives who cheated on him one after another. He was cuckolded twice and couldn't raise his head in the circle. It's ridiculous to say that men don't feel ashamed when they cheat outside. When they are cuckolded by their wives, they can't raise their heads at all. He is too lazy to look for those mistresses he had outside. With Wen Yangyan and I as examples, he is afraid that the children he will have in the future will not be his. Wen Xixi's words were a bit confusing, and she concluded with one sentence, now he regards me as his only blood relative. The Wen family favors Wen's watching, and he cannot get support from the previous generation, and his own family is in disarray. He checked Wen Yangyan's identity once, and after finding out that she was not his biological child, he was too lazy to check again. Wen Zuoyan said that it was a matter of explaining the inheritance, but in fact he wanted to get close to Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi brought Bo Yan with her, and she could clearly see the disappointment in his eyes. Speaking of which, Wen Zuoyan is in his 50s this year, and in the end he has no relatives around him and is laughed at by others. It is indeed miserable. But he is miserable, and Wen Xixi does not sympathize with him. What kind of cause will result in what kind of effect, it is all his own fault. After leaving We's house, Wen Xixi got into Bo Yan's car and asked, where are you going? If you pass by Chaocheng building, give me a ride. Ying Yi and Yu Ze are having dinner there, I need to go over there. Speaking of which, Yu Ze treated her to this meal. Because she represented the Cooking Lady app in the preliminary round, and she was among the top in the preliminary round. Wen Xixi did not show all her skills in the preliminary round, and there were many restrictions on the fixed dishes. Wen Xixi certainly could not achieve perfection. But in the semi-finals, she will have a lot of advantages if she cooks her specialty dishes. Yu Ze is the boss of the Cooking Lady, right? Bo Yan asked with a smile, I'm passing by, let me take you there. You know him? Wen Xixi said in surprise, he is Ying Yi's college classmate. By the way, when did you and Ying Yi meet? After he entered the entertainment industry, I became his lawyer. Bo Yan said, I was arranged by Miss Yi, really? Wen Xixi was a little unbelievable. She always thought that Ying Yi was born omnipotent, but she didn't expect that he would also be protected. Thinking that he had been protected by Yi Yizhuo, and now she was protected by him, he felt something different in his heart. No one is born strong. Bo Yan said with a smile, you also become stronger little by little, and you can protect others in the future. I think I'm still a little immature. When Xixi laughed, I have been opening restaurants, Yingyi has been protecting me, and I have only opened half of it. It will be like this in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Bo Yan comforted, you can learn from Yu Ze. He also failed 2 or 3 times before he founded the cooking app. Oh, when Xixi laughed and said, I thought he succeeded in starting a business. Yu Ze has funds, brains, education, and ability. He really thought he would succeed. I heard Yingyi talk about him. He opened an online store selling fresh and artistic tableware. Bo Yan smiled and said, but it went bankrupt. What's its name? When Xixi asked, the cook was founded when I was in college, so he opened the online store 4 or 5 years ago. Older. Bo Yan said, probably when you were in high school. Ah. When Xixi exclaimed in surprise and became curious, what's its name? I might have bought things from that online store. I just started learning to cook in high school and liked to go to tableware stores. There's a word "zer" in it, but I don't know what it means exactly. After Bo Yan finished speaking, he stopped the car, smiled and said to Wen Xixi, we're here. Just ask him directly when you get there. Wen Xixi sat in her seat in a daze. Bo Yan looked puzzled, and called out with a smile, Xixi. Yeah. When Xixi came back to her senses, responded lightly, unbuckled her seatbelt, smiled at Bo Yan and said, thank you, I will ask him carefully. The car door was closed. Bo Yan looked at Wen Xixi's back, and realized that Wen Xixi seemed to be a little bit wrong just now. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Was he affected by something? Bo Yan smiled, ignored it, started the car and left. Chapter 70. Yu Ze invited Yingyi and Wen Xixi to dinner, and was particularly cautious in choosing a restaurant. One is a picky eater, and the other is a food blogger. The slightest slackness may make this meal unsatisfactory. He has had a unique feeling for kitchens and restaurants since he was a child. His family is in the food business. He has started 2 or 3 businesses, all related to eating. The restaurant he chose this time is a private restaurant. The proprietress has a good personal relationship with him. She has also posted dishes on the chef before, but she was lazy and didn't continue. Yu Ze brought Yingyi here. The proprietress came with a smile and asked for Yingyi's autograph, and said with a smile, Mr. Ying comes to eat, so I must cook for him myself. You mean you won't cook if he doesn't come? Yu Ze looked at his friend and asked. No. To the proprietress smiled charmingly, if he doesn't come, you can just eat me. After that, she left with a laugh. After a conversation, Yingyi's brows were furrowed. Yu Ze waved to the proprietress and turned to see Yingyi's brows. His brows were filled with sorrow and worry, which was very inconsistent with his image. Yu Ze smiled and said, remember your proprietress when. Speaking of private restaurant owners, they all started out as chefs. After opening a restaurant, they have to participate in social activities, more or less. The proprietress of this restaurant has a bold personality and can have fun with anyone, which is also one of the tricks for the endless stream of customers in the restaurant. Every restaurant has its own characteristics. Judging from Wen Xixi's personality, she may not be able to be as smooth as the proprietress of this restaurant. But businessmen have to socialize, so they still need to have the necessary communication skills. She is not like this to everyone. Yu Ze began to comfort Yingyi, she can make dirty jokes to people she likes. She would rather not make money from people she doesn't like, and she is as cold as ice. When doing business, you have to put your face forward first. Yu Ze stirred the coffee in front of him with a small spoon. The coffee smelled pleasant. Yu Ze smiled and said, "You have to keep a calm mind." While Yu Ze was talking, Ying Yi's brows had already relaxed. He looked at Yu Ze with a puzzled look, then suddenly smiled and asked, "What are you talking about?" Yu Ze looked at Ying Yi in silence and asked, "You looked at her and thought of Wen Xixi?" "Yes." Ying Yi replied indifferently, raised his eyes and looked at Yu Ze and said, "I just checked the time, Xixi is 10 minutes late, didn't something happen on the way?" Yu Ze. He laughed in a muffled voice, and Yu Ze said in a convinced manner, "Okay, I misunderstood. I've thought about what you said." Ying Yi leaned back slightly, with some laziness in his brown eyes. The color of this restaurant is dark, and it adds a heavy sense of retro to people. What she wants to do is to make her happy. If she is happy, I am happy too. As for flirting with customers, I believe in myself. Ying Yi glanced at Yu Ze indifferently and said, "I am so handsome and so outstanding, no one can compare to me, so I am completely relieved." Yu Ze. This is really Ying Yi's answer. Yu Ze was stunned for a moment, and looked at Ying Yi, and they laughed together. When Wen Xixi was led to the private room by the waiter, she saw the two of them laughing. Ying Yi was still asking Yu Ze, "Is that right?" Yu Ze, in a defeated manner, clenched his fist and said, "You're right. You're so shameless. Why should I worry about you?" She knocked on the door, attracting the attention of the two. When Ying Yi saw her, his eyes lit up unconsciously, his smile deepened, and he waved and said, "Xixi, come here." The man leaned back in the chair, his back still straight. He was always like this, with a relaxed posture, but not a sense of slovenliness. Instead, he looked more like an immortal, with a calm and careless look. Coupled with his face and his expression, his unique temperament was particularly attractive. Wen Xixi was still thinking about Boyan's words. She glanced at Yu Ze, who smiled and greeted her. Wen Xixi also smiled and said, "I'm late." After that, she walked towards Ying Yi. Wen Xixi sat next to Ying Yi. Ying Yi naturally took her hand, handed her a glass of water, and said, "Let's order first. I ordered a few dishes according to your taste, but I'm afraid you don't like them." "I'm not picky about food," Wen Xixi said. This was clearly referring to Ying Yi. Ying Yi raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. He scratched her nose, and there was a look of pampering in his eyes other than laziness. On the basis of both being full, choose what you like. Wen Xixi's nose was hot from being scratched, and she looked up at Yu Ze, who was looking at the two of them and smiling. Wen Xixi blushed slightly, and Ying Yi did not hide it in front of anyone. "Yes," Yu Ze said with a smile, "Waiter." The waiter came in. Wen Xixi ordered a few dishes, and when she looked at the menu, she said, "Huh." Ying Yi leaned over, stared at the menu, and asked, "What's wrong?" "I've seen the recipe of this dish on the cook." Wen Xixi pointed to the dish and said, "But the poster hasn't posted any new dishes since then." Yu Ze smiled and asked, "This restaurant is opened by her?" Wen Xixi suddenly realized and said to the waiter, "Then give me this." Every restaurant has a specialty dish, and she actually posted this dish directly on the cook. Wen Xixi laughed, and Ying Yi spread out the napkin and covered her legs. "Because she is confident." Yu Ze smiled faintly, "She thinks that no one else can make this dish. She is quite confident." Wen Xixi laughed, "Are you familiar with her? She gave me the idea of the cook." Yu Ze joked, "I paid a lot of patent fees at that time. She is mainly offline." Wen Xixi said, "She doesn't even need the cook or Weibo to promote it. Publicity can attract the first wave of customers." Yu Ze talked about business, and said meaningfully, "But in the later stage, you still have to rely on your skills to attract customers. When the number of customers accumulates to a certain level, you can open a branch if you have the spare time." She is mainly for her hobbies, so she has not opened the branches. She must be booked a month in advance, otherwise there is no place. I smiled and said, it's enough to make money, she doesn't need to make money. In a word, she stabbed Wimbledee's spine. She smiled gently and leaned her head on Yingyi's shoulder, and said with a smile, thank you, my family. Yu Ze smiled again. The owner of the family said quickly, I want to learn from you. The boss said with a smile, I'm not a Buddha. A word provoked everyone. But if you are idle, you can come to me. I like the kitchen, too. Wen Xixi said. That's fine. The proprietress hugged Wen Xixi and said to Yingyi, then Mr. Ying is not allowed to come to the kitchen to disturb us. Yi smiled faintly and responded calmly. That also requires Xixi to come out of the bedroom. Oh. The proprietress laughed. Wen Xixi blushed in anxiety at Yingyi's words, and looked at Yingyi with anxiety and anger in her eyes. Yingyi reached out and touched her hair, pinched her cheeks, and said, I'll let you out. Wen Xixi. Is this the point? After the proprietress stepped back, Yu Ze and Wen Xixi briefly talked about her operating model. The idea of the cook was indeed from the proprietress, but when the proprietress started to want to open a restaurant, the funds were provided by Yu Ze. So the two of them helped each other when the other was in the most difficult time, and now they are old friends with a deep relationship. Before I became a cook, I sold tableware. The topic unconsciously turned to the past. Yu Ze looked up at Wen Xixi and smiled. You were probably in high school at that time. First year of high school, I guess. Yu Ze brought up the topic, and Wen Xixi remained calm. She looked up at Yu Ze and asked with a smile, I had just started learning to cook at that time, and the money I earned from working was basically spent on buying tableware. What's the name of your store? Let's see if you can make money from my hard-earned money. Yu Ze. Yingyi, who was holding Wen Xixi's hand, suddenly moved. He tilted his body, smiled and said, turned his head to look at Wen Xixi, and asked, have you bought it there? The name Yu Ze made Wen Xixi feel as if she was in another world. She looked at Yu Ze, tilting her head for a long time. Yu Ze was confused by the look, looked up at Wen Xixi blankly, and smiled, is there something on my face? No, Yingyi said lightly, and then looked at the time and said, we are almost done eating, let's go. Looking at the time on his wrist, Yu Ze nodded. When Yingyi and Wen Xixi stood up, Yu Ze remembered something, reached out to pick up a gift box next to him, handed it to Wen Xixi, and smiled, congratulations on advancing to the next round. Wen Xixi took it and looked up at Yu Ze again. Yu Ze was a little scared by the look, and smiled and asked Yingyi, are you two lying to me? Is there anything on my face? Yingyi glanced at him lightly and said, no. We are leaving first. Yu Ze responded and waved to the two. Wen Xixi left the box, and the gift box in her hand was taken away by Yingyi. Yingyi picked up the gift box, weighed it, and said, well, it's probably tableware again. The batch of tableware he stocked up on his online store before was almost sold out just for giving away. Didn't he sell it all off in the end? Wen Xixi asked. Yingyi's eyelashes trembled. The elevator reached the parking lot on the second floor below ground. Yingyi didn't answer and pulled Wen Xixi into the car. Wen Xixi was a little dazed and felt it was incredible. When Yingyi started the car, she began to chatter non-stop. Yu Ze's tableware is very beautiful, but very expensive. I didn't have money to buy it at the time, so I just browsed it. Wen Xixi said, but later, I don't know why, there was a discount, so I went to buy it. I bought a lot at the time, and I was in a hurry to calculate the bill. After the purchase, I contacted the customer service to change the price. The customer service told me how much it was. But the price was not the same as what I calculated, so I said that the customer service calculated it incorrectly. After waiting for a while, the customer service listed all the formulas, and I saw that it was true. Yin Yi smiled and asked, "Did you pay?" No. Wen Shishi also smiled and said, "I was doing math problems at the time, and there was a problem I couldn't solve. I told the customer service that you are so good at math, please help me solve this problem." Oh, too. Yin Yi smiled faintly and listened to Wen Shishi patiently. I sent the problem over, and he finished it in a short while. He listed all the formulas and processes for me, and the results were all correct. Wen Shishi still finds it incredible when she thinks about it now. "Did you pay?" Yin Yi asked again. No. Wen Shishi said again. She was a little excited and recalled the incredible feeling at that time. She said, "Oh, I was very bad at physics at that time, and there was no division of subjects in the first year of high school. Then I asked the customer service, 'Do you understand physics?' Well, too." Yin Yi replied lightly and concentrated on driving. He replied, "I understand a little." Wen Shishi blinked excitedly and said, "I understand a little. I can see that he is a martial arts master. So, I sent all the physics questions that I didn't know that day." "Did he do it?" Yin Yi asked. "He did it." Wen Shishi praised repeatedly, "He is really great. He did the physics questions so quickly and they were all correct. At that time, he was simply my male god, glowing all over." "Then did you pay?" The car got on the coastal highway and was about to arrive home. No. Wen Shishi denied it again. Yin Yi laughed when he heard it, and Wen Shishi also laughed. "I was not good at physics at that time, and I was inferior to others. I didn't dare to ask classmates and teachers. Later, every time I had a problem, I would go to the customer service." Wen Shishi said, "But sometimes he seemed very busy and ignored me for several days. When he did, he would finish the questions. Baixin Villa can be seen when I look up." Yin Yi said, "You have found a free tutor. Actually, he can't be considered a teacher." Wen Shishi explained, "We talked about it later. He is only 3 years older than me. But he is about to graduate as a senior. I admired him at that time." Oh, too. Yin Yi smiled and responded. "Later, we chatted and he asked me for a photo. I sent him a photo by email." Wen Shishi said. At that time, for Wen Shishi, who was inferior to others, that customer service was like a beacon in her life. But I was sent to Y province the next semester. There was no internet in the town. Later, I forgot my ID and lost contact with him." Wen Shishi said with some regret, and suddenly raised her voice again, asking Yin Yi, "Does Yiza know who that customer service is? Is he the customer service?" The car parked steadily in the garage. Yin Yi turned off the car, leaned back on the back of the chair, looked at Wen Shishi sideways, and asked, "Do you like him?" Her heart seemed to be stolen. Wen Shishi paused for a long time, looking at Yin Yi. She shrank back, pursed her lips, and said, "I like." He was the first person she had a crush on, although she didn't know whether the customer service was a man or a woman, nor did she know what he looked like. However, she was really very happy to be able to give her warmth at that time and let her feel the sunshine of life. After saying that, Wen Shishi was a little embarrassed, touched her nose and said, "That customer service, is it Yuza?" If it was really Yuza, it would be really embarrassing. One was her first crush, the other was her first love, and they were good friends. Thinking of this, Wen Shishi was embarrassed for a moment. Just as she was about to tell Yin Yi to rest assured that she only liked him now, Yin Yi suddenly spoke. "That customer service, it was me." The stolen heart was suddenly sent back, and it was safely placed in her chest. Wen Shishi's emotions all surged on her face. Her eyelids trembled, and she looked at Yin Yi quietly. Her thoughts were flying around, and her voice was shaking. "Then, I..." The little guy's eyes were red, and his voice was a little sticky. Yin Yi smiled and asked, "Are you very excited?" Tears rolled down from her eyes. When Xixi said, "Ah," reached out and wiped them, with all kinds of emotions in her heart. Finally, she nodded and whispered, "Yeah." In fact, Yin Yi didn't think about telling Wen Xixi about this. At the beginning, he was afraid that Wen Xixi would not be able to grasp the gratitude and love, and blindly thought that she fell in love with him, who was a customer service representative at the time. Later, when the two were together, he did not mention it specifically. On the one hand, he wanted to leave some warmth for Wen Xixi, and on the other hand, he wanted to keep some little secrets. Unexpectedly, by chance, she actually knew the name of Yu's store. Judging from her performance in the restaurant, she probably mistook the customer service for Yu's. Yin Yi found it funny when he thought about it. Seeing Yin Yi's performance, Wen Xixi felt a little embarrassed, and she asked, "Then you knew from the beginning that I..." She recalled that Yin Yi seemed to have said that she was not good at math. When she heard it before, she was careless. Now thinking back, it turns out that Yin Yi has already shown it in many places. Wen Xixi is a little confused now. Apart from being happy, she doesn't know what other expression she has. "I know, you sent me a photo album." Yin Yi reached out to unbuckle her seat belt and kissed her by the way. Wen Xixi's heart ached, and she wanted to speak but couldn't. "Do you think I'm handsome?" Yin Yi asked with a smile. "Yeah." Wen Xixi nodded vigorously. Yin Yi wiped her tears, took her hand and got out of the car, and said, "Then do you want to get 2 shots tonight?" Wen Xixi, who was moved, said no. She refused with a smile. Yin Yi curled his lips, picked her up, and said while holding her, "I am your first love after all, can't you be nicer to me?" At this time, Wen Xixi finally reacted completely, and her heart was sweet. She hugged Yin Yi's neck, swayed her body back and forth, and said with a smile, "I like you so much." After carrying her upstairs, Yin Yi went directly into the bedroom and put the little guy on the bed. After a long kiss, Yin Yi's eyes were heavy and his voice was hoarse. "I like you so much, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized you at first sight after so many years." Chapter 71. Wen Xixi used to believe that fate was destined, but now Wen Xixi believes that everything is in the hands of man. Wen Xixi, who had been given 2 shots, rested her head on her arm and nestled limply in Yin Yi's arms. Yin Yi was so full of energy that his heart seemed to jump out of his chest just after the exercise. Now that he had rested, his heartbeat gradually stabilized. The sound of the heartbeat hitting Wen Xixi's chest again and again made her eardrums vibrate, but she felt particularly at ease. She had a lot to say to Yin Yi, and a lot to ask Yin Yi. Wen Xixi straightened her body, and the fatigue in her waist made her lie on Yin Yi again. She sighed helplessly and said, "I can only take 1 shot in the future. I can't stand more." "What fruit do you like to eat most?" Yin Yi asked, circling Wen Xixi. His train of thought was immediately distracted. Wen Xixi closed her eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Grapes." "Suppose you stayed in Antarctica for 5 years and didn't eat grapes for 5 years. What would you most want to do when you return home?" Yin Yi bit the tip of Wen Xixi's nose. The tip of her nose itched slightly, and Wen Xixi rubbed it with her hand, and said along with Yin Yi's words, "Eat grapes." "How much?" Yin Yi asked. Asked by Yin Yi, Wen Xixi really wanted to eat grapes. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Eat as many as you can." "Yes." Yin Yi put the little guy in and said patiently, "Look, you treat me like grapes treat you, you can eat as many as you can," and I restrained myself. Yin Yi sighed softly, kissed Wen Xixi's forehead and said, "I am really a saint, I have such a strong endurance." Wen Xixi. Can this be the same? Wen Xixi was dizzy, but she still wanted to save herself, so she said, "Okay, then let's not pursue today's matter. We can't do this tomorrow. Oh, Yingyi responded indifferently, and then asked, suppose you haven't eaten grapes for 5 years. After you come back, you eat them like crazy for 1 day. Will you not eat them the next day? Wen Xixi. She raised her head with a twitch of her mouth, grinned, and opened her mouth to bite Yingyi, saying with a smile, you're not done yet. The little guy looked so cute that he couldn't help laughing. Yingyi's heart was itchy. He hugged her and kissed her again. After holding her in his arms, he said shamelessly, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Wen Xixi, what the hell is this? The two played for a while, and Wen Xixi didn't fall asleep for the first time. Her body gradually calmed down from the excitement, but her mind became excited again. It's amazing. Wen Xixi sighed with emotion. She closed her eyes. Yingyi's chin was stuck on her head. Wen Xixi bit his collarbone and said, then did you recognize me when I first came to Baixin Villa? If you want to recall the past, you should go back in time. Yingyi's collarbone was itchy from being bitten. When Xixi came back to her senses, and after thinking for a while, she said, then I didn't go to either to find you to do the questions that year, and you didn't find me either. Above her head, the man chuckled. He said in a deep voice, it's too far. When Xixi looked up, looked at Yingyi, and said helplessly, then where should I pull it to? The man lowered his eyes, and a smile flashed in his brown eyes. He reminded intentionally, and said with a smile, the first time we met again was when you entered the locker room and saw me naked. Wen Xixi. Okay, I pulled it to the point. It's not the same as the little guy in the photo. Yi said, the baby fat is smaller, the hair is longer, and I have bangs. The temperament is also much gentler. Wasn't I gentle enough before? Wen Xixi rolled her eyes and looked at Yingyi. I was too timid before. Yingyi reached out and lifted her bangs behind her ears, smiled faintly and said, after growing up, I figured out a lot of things and became much gentler. It is also very likely that life in Province Y made you understand that life is still beautiful, and let you taste the sweetness and fun of life, so you became gentle. That means I am better than before when I grew up. Wen Xixi asked with a smile. Neither is good. Yingyi said, pinching Wen Xixi's earlobe, and said lightly, it's best to be with me. Wen Xixi's thoughts were stuck for a moment, and then suddenly became clear. She buried her head in Yingyi's arms, recalling the changes after she met Yingyi. She is indeed getting better. You recognized me but didn't tell me. Wen Xixi suddenly looked up, looked at Yingyi, and said, when you asked me to sleep with you in bed, I liked you. At that time, I still thought you were a little lamb. I was a big bad wolf, and the little lamb was sent into the big bad wolf's mouth. Now think about it, I am the little lamb. You know everything, and then set traps step by step for me to drill, and now you have trapped me. After saying that, Wen Xixi's face was a little red, and she snorted and said, I am so naive. We can't say that I set a trap for you to drill. Yi argued, then I like you and want you. You don't like me, don't you want me? When asked this question, Wen Xixi really thought that this was the case. I want it. Wen Xixi responded, smacked her lips, and felt something was wrong. But Yingyi quickly changed the subject, and Wen Xixi immediately followed him without thinking about what was wrong. The job of a teacher at the film academy has been confirmed. Yingyi said, I will not have a job after April. I will report to the school in June, and I will be teacher Ying in September. Wen Xixi felt uncomfortable listening to Yingyi's understatement. She still remembered what Yingyi said, his dream had come true, and the only thing left was to fulfill her dream. Hugging the man back, Wen Xixi asked, will you be unhappy if you don't film in the future? I'm not filming, but I am acting. Yingyi didn't think there was anything wrong. He stretched out his hand and scratched Wen Shixi's chin, and said with a smile, "You have to be more casual when you are the boss lady in the future. You have suffered enough from other people's faces before, so you have to make people suffer from your faces in the future. If you want to open a store, open a store. If you don't want to open a store, go out and play. Wherever you want to go to play, I will take a notice to go there to film, and our restaurant crew will not be delayed." At this point, Yin Yi touched his chin and said, "The program of I Help has been revamped. It is now called Pastoral Life. They want to invite me to be a permanent guest. The model of Pastoral Life is that the guests follow the fixed guests to find small villages in different provinces across the country, and then live in different villages. Take 2 days every month to shoot. The air in the small village is good, the vegetables are fresh, and you can learn to cook special dishes." Yin Yi said, "Sister Cha asked me what I think, and I want to coordinate the time with you first." "Okay." Wen Xixi was excited when she heard it, and quickly agreed. "Your birthday is coming." Wen Xixi said, "I haven't decided what birthday gift to give you yet." "Yeah." Yin Yi responded lightly, and said, "Think about it slowly. If it doesn't work, you can sell meat. Shobu shobu mutton, grilled lamb skewers, pepper and salt mutton." "Ha ha." Wen Xixi laughed, climbed on Yin Yi, and said, "I'll eat some wolf meat first." "Ouch." Yin Yi hugged Wen Xixi, held her waist, and smiled, "Your waist is pretty good, let's give you another shot." Wen Xixi wilted instantly when she heard it, and slid off Yin Yi like a loach, and then was held in Yin Yi's arms. The little guy followed him to the crew, and learned a lot of acting skills. So cute. "You have to go home for your birthday." Yin Yi hugged Wen Xixi and kissed her, then said, "I'm free from work, and my mum said that she and my dad haven't been with me for my birthday for a long time." "Ah." Wen Xixi stood up and said in surprise, "Uncle. Uncle is back too." "Yeah." Yin Yi looked up at her. The little girl's face was full of entanglement, half expectation and half fear. "The restaurant has been renovated, and the rest of the procedures can be left to Boyang," Yin Yi said, leaning over to press Wen Xixi down, kissing her lips, and smiled faintly, "Come home with me. I'm a little scared." Wen Xixi was timid and confessed, "I'm afraid of everything and everyone related to physics." "Have you ever been afraid of me?" Yin Yi smiled, "I have also been your physics teacher." "Then I'm not afraid." Wen Xixi said honestly, "You are very gentle." "My dad is also gentle," Yin Yi said against his conscience, looking at the ceiling, and after a long while he said, "You are also a bit pedantic, you don't be afraid. Then you are different from uncle." Wen Xixi muttered softly, "You are my boyfriend, future husband." Although Wen Xixi's voice was small, Yin Yi still caught it. Her eyes trembled slightly, and Yin Yi's lips were already curled up. His cheek was close to Wen Xixi's face, and his nose was against her nose. Yin Yi asked softly, "What is yours?" His eyes dodged, and Wen Xixi's scalp was numb. She said repeatedly, "Nothing." Yin Yi smiled again, opened his mouth and bit Wen Xixi's lips. Wen Xixi was bitten and screamed "ah," and looked up at Yin Yi with a red face. Yin Yi looked back at her quietly, his tone lengthened. "Xixi too." The familiar voice sounded again. Wen Xixi's back stiffened, looked up at Yin Yi, and subconsciously stepped back. Yin Yi's eyes were heavy and his voice was hoarse. "My hearing is very good. I heard everything you said just now." Wen Xixi was embarrassed as if someone had spied on her secret. She wanted to save it, but before she opened her mouth, Yin Yi said something first. "Don't be afraid of my dad." Yin Yi smiled and said, "He will be your dad, sooner or later." Wen Xixi was stunned and stared at him blankly. Yin Yi turned around and poked Wen Xixi's cheek, one by one, gently and gently. "This time you go to my house, Celebrating your birthday is secondary. The most important thing is that we should talk about marriage. Chapter 72. Wen Xixi and Ying Yi set off for City B on the 13th of February. It was the previous driver who came to pick them up. Wen Xixi was already familiar with him and brought him some specialties. My godfather sent it from Province Y. Wen Xixi carried a box of bacon and said, "Bring it for you to try." "Oh, thank you, thank you." The driver took it gratefully, opened the door and asked Wen Xixi, "Is Miss Wen from Province Y?" Ying Yi had not told Wen Xixi's family about her life experience, so only he knew it. If it was before, Wen Xixi might find it difficult to say. But now, Wen Xixi has broken out of the vicious circle of inferiority. Looking back on the past, it really doesn't seem like a big deal. "No, but it's okay now," Wen Xixi answered with a smile and got in the car. Ying Yi and Wen Xixi sat in the back, listening to Wen Xixi's words and smiled faintly. Wen Xixi reached out and held Ying Yi's hand, with a shy look on her face, and said, "I haven't told my godfather yet." When they came, Ying Yi said that their trip was not only for Ying Yi's birthday, but also to discuss marriage. Her godfather is the head of her family. Although her godfather has even prepared the dowry, she still needs to contact her godfather and Yi Yizhu to meet. Marriage is originally a matter between two people, but when it comes to getting married in the future, it is a matter of two families. The parents of both Ying Yi and Wen Xixi are very open-minded, and there is no weirdness like the Wen family, so they are not worried about any moths. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi felt that she should notify her godfather to come. However, when marrying off a daughter, the man usually goes to the woman's house. When Wen Xixi thought of this, she disrupted her thoughts again. She thought too complicatedly. The godfather must have her as the standard. She can do whatever she wants. She just needs to handle the matter and then inform the godfather. The clinic is also very busy, and the godfather is not a communicative person. He has already prepared all the additional equipment and must have been ready for her to get married. "What?" Ying Yi blinked at Wen Xixi, raised his voice slightly, and said with a smile, "Are you coming here to celebrate my birthday?" Ying Yi asked this, which made Wen Xixi relieved. She was still afraid that Ying Yi would understand what she meant, and then hold on to her words and tease her again. Ying Yi's mind was fast, and Wen Xixi was no match for him. Thinking of this, Wen Xixi sighed. Every time the two of them finished discussing, she would owe Ying Yi a few injections. If this continued, she would never be able to pay it back. When they arrived at Ying Yi's house, it was just evening, and the early spring in the north was still very cold. Wen Xixi got out of the car and shivered with cold. Ying Yi reached out and took her in his arms, and the two of them entered the house together. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Yi Yizhu's voice. "They should be here by now. Is dinner ready?" Hearing Yi Yizhu's voice, the chill just now was driven away. Wen Xixi smiled and called out, "Auntie." Yi Yizhu, who was originally watching the nanny making dinner at the kitchen door, heard the voice and first said "ah," then smiled and turned back. Seeing Wen Xixi, she waved at her and said with a smile, "Come and give auntie a hug." Ying Yi let go of her hand, and Wen Xixi ran over with a smile. Yi Yizhu had been indoors, with the fragrance of orchids on her body, warm and charming. Wen Xixi was not shy at all. Yi Yizhu hugged her and said with a smile, "I have asked the kitchen to make everything Xixi likes to eat." "What about what I like to eat?" Ying Yi walked over, touched Wen Xixi's hair, and asked his biological mother with a smile. "There is nothing in the world that you like to eat." Yi Yizhu knew his son's picky eating problem very well. After saying that, he said to Ying Yi, "Your father is in the study on the second floor. Take Xixi to meet him." When Wen Xixi heard that she was going to meet Yi Yi's father, her originally relaxed mood suddenly became tense, as if a rope was pulled at both ends. She looked a little unnatural, pursed her lips, and looked up at Yingyi. Seeing the help in her eyes, Yingyi reached out and rubbed her head, and said with a smile, "I'll go with you to meet this physics geek." Wen Xixi. How can you say that about your own father? However, after Yingyi said that, Einstein appeared in Wen Xixi's mind. Her imagination was a little wide, which relieved her tension. The two held hands and walked to the second floor one after the other. It would be better to say that Yingyi was pulling Wen Xixi unilaterally than to say that they were walking together. They had already arrived home, so they were not in a hurry. Yingyi pulled Wen Xixi and chatted with her while walking. "My mother doesn't understand me at all." Yingyi's tone was somewhat helpless. Huh. Wen Xixi came back to her senses, listening to Yingyi's words, and remembered Yi Yizhu's complaints about his picky eating. Although she also wanted to stand on his side, what Yi Yizhu said was indeed true. "Do you have anything you like to eat?" From the beginning of work, Chawen told him what he should not eat and what he couldn't eat, but never said what he liked to eat. Wen Xixi has been cooking for him for so long, and she has also figured out his preferences. Yes. Yingyi responded lightly, pinched Wen Xixi's fingers, and said, "You." Wen Xixi. I knew he would say that, and Wen Xixi felt sweet in her heart, and said, "Except me." The answer was beaten back, and Yingyi was not stumped. He looked back at Wen Xixi, and a smile flashed in his brown eyes. "The meal you cooked." Wen Xixi. Her heart was sweet again, and the smile at the corner of Wen Xixi's lips could no longer be concealed. They went up to the second floor and stood in front of the study. Wen Xixi pulled him and emphasized, "It has nothing to do with me." Wen Xixi's request really made Yingyi feel troubled. He stood in front of the study door, raised his head, looked down at Wen Xixi, and after a while, stretched out his voice. "Xixi too," a familiar voice sounded. Wen Xixi's scalp numbed, and he looked up at him. Yingyi stretched out his hand and knocked on the study door, smiling and saying, "I didn't think you were so difficult before." Amused by Yingyi's answer, Wen Xixi couldn't help laughing, and the tension was dispelled. But the tension that had just been dispelled was immediately gathered again by the low male voice coming from inside. "Come in." Ying Qiao responded. Ying Qiao's tone was very light, and it sounded meticulous and rigorous. Wen Xixi's heart skipped a beat, and Yingyi took her hand and walked into the study. When they entered, Yingyi and Ying Qiao said, "Dad, I'm back with Xixi." This was the first time when Xixi came to Ying Qiao's study. The decoration style was in line with Yi's house. Just looking at the study, it was completely a study for scholars in ancient times. His desk was particularly large, with 2 rattan chairs placed next to it. There were many antiques and calligraphy and paintings in the room, which looked exquisite and had a sense of age, not like high imitations. When Ying Qiao heard Ying Yi's words, he raised his eyes from the book. He first glanced at Yingyi, and then cast his eyes on Wen Xixi. Wen Xixi noticed the gaze and quickly bowed his head and called out, "Hello, uncle." "Yeah." Ying Qiao responded lightly again. It might be that Wen Xixi was too nervous, or it might be that Ying Qiao was too serious, and the original smile in his words faded a little. "Sit down." Ying Qiao put the book down, and it seemed that he wanted to have a long talk with the two. Wen Xixi's heart tightened, and as Yingyi sat down, he looked up and looked at Ying Qiao. When she first met Yi Yizhu, Wen Xixi thought that Yingyi looked like his mother. Now that she met Ying Qiao, Wen Xixi completely understood what it meant to be cast from the same mold. In fact, it's not that exaggerated, but the father and son look similar. If they go out, someone will definitely recognize that they are father and son at a glance. Ying Qiao's facial features are very deep, his eye sockets are deep, and like Yingyi, he has a pair of beautiful brown eyes. But Ying Yi's brown eyes are mostly indifferent and lazy, while Ying Qiao is more serious. You can still tell his age. When he smiles, there are crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. He doesn't look vicissitudes, but he is more attractive. When Xixi looked at Ying Qiao, and the tension in her heart gradually subsided. Because Ying Qiao reminded her of Ying Yi's appearance when he was older, she was not afraid at all. "Old Ying, do you still want to read?" Yi Yizhou also came up from the first floor, and came in directly without knocking on the door. He walked up to Ying Qiao and asked, "No more?" Ying Qiao's eyes naturally softened and slowed down when he saw his wife. When he spoke to Yi Yizhou, not only his expression but also his voice was much gentler. Ying Qiao and Yi Yizhou have been married for many years and have a deep relationship. As time goes by, the years make people grow old, but their feelings have not cooled and their enthusiasm has not faded. "Let's go eat first." Yi Yizhou stretched out his hand and pinched Ying Qiao's face, sighing and saying, "Why are you frowning? It's scary." "You and I don't have frowns." Ying Qiao said helplessly, smiled at Yi Yizhou, and said, "Then what expression do you want? Show it to me." Yi Yizhou pouted slightly and muttered, "Why are you showing it to me?" Her voice was so low that no one could hear it. Yi Yizhou didn't say anything more, and continued to urge the people upstairs, saying, "Come on, let's go downstairs to eat." Ying Qiao got up and went downstairs first, followed by Wen Xixi and Ying Yi, and Yi Yizhou was responsible for closing the door. Seeing that Yi Yizhou was the last one, Wen Xixi let go of Ying Yi's hand, slowed down and waited for Yi Yizhou. Yi Yizhou looked up at her, smiled and went over to hold her hand. "Are you afraid of my husband?" Yi Yizhou asked with a smile. Wen Xixi was embarrassed by this question and said honestly, "I'm not afraid of my uncle, I'm just afraid of the physics teacher." "What do you think the physics teacher is like?" Yi Yizhou asked with a smile, rigid, reserved, serious. "Your uncle is indeed like that. But..." Before Wen Xixi could speak, Yi Yizhou smiled faintly, "But your uncle has more than just this side. He formed a rock band when he was young, and he was very unruly when I met him. Now he's older and doing academic research, so he has restrained his unruly side when he was young." When Wen Xixi was shocked that Ying Qiao had formed a rock band before, Yi Yizhou summed it up and said with a smile, "Now he's just stuffy. After dinner, let him play guitar and sing for you." Yi Yizhou said, with excitement and pride in his eyes, "My husband. My husband is amazing." Looking at Yi Yizhou's expression, Wen Xixi seemed to have taken off a heavy shell. She looked at Ying Yi and Ying Qiao downstairs, and felt that she was so lucky to marry Ying Yi and marry into such a family. Because she and Ying Yi can definitely be happy in this family for the rest of their lives. Chapter 73. The enthusiasm of Ying Qiao that Yi Yizhou mentioned was only when he treated her. Ying Qiao was still silent at the dinner table, with the serious demeanor of a scholar. He was also meticulous when eating, and followed the principle of not talking while eating or sleeping. He only replied a sentence or two when Yi Yizhou spoke to him. His tone was gentle, completely different from his seriousness, like a fairy grass on the rock wall. Perhaps it was because Wen Xixi had completely listened to what Yi Yizhou said to her. When she looked at Ying Qiao again, she was not as nervous as she was at the beginning. Not only was she not nervous, she became curious about how charming it would be for such a serious person to play guitar and sing rock and roll. Accompanied by Yi Yizhou and Ying Yi, the meal was relaxed and enjoyable. After Ying Yi entered the entertainment industry, he almost never spent his birthday at home. This time when he returned home, it can be seen that Yi Yizhou was very happy. Seeing this, Wen Xixi remembered the future that Ying Yi discussed with her. Ying Yi gave up his life in the entertainment industry, on the one hand, to be with her, and on the other hand, to have more time to spend with his parents. When Xixi pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Yingyi. Yingyi noticed her gaze, picked up some food and put it in Wen Xixi's bowl, then found Wen Xixi's little hand under the table and held it. The little guy's hand was warm, soft and boneless. After pinching it, Yi asked with a smile, "Why are you grinning?" Wen Xixi smiled and took out the mushrooms he had just put into her bowl, put them back into Yingyi's bowl, and said with a smile, "You can't be picky about food without making a sound." Yi. Seeing the interaction between the couple, Yi Zhuo covered his mouth and smiled, watching Yi obediently eat the mushrooms. Although he looked embarrassed, he ate smoothly. Yi Zhuo snorted and said, "See, I'll teach you to be picky about food. Sooner or later, you'll find someone to punish you." As soon as Yi Zhuo finished speaking, some more celery appeared in the bowl. Yi Zhuo's face froze. Looking at Yin Qiao, who was eating calmly beside him, he muttered dissatisfiedly, "I don't like this. I didn't eat it in the morning." Yin Qiao glanced at Yi Zhuo indifferently and said uprightly, "Yi has eaten the mushrooms. You should also act like a parent." "Oh." Yi Zhuo picked up 2 celery sticks with difficulty and ate them with difficulty. Yingyi and Wen Xixi looked at Yi Zhuo and smiled at each other. Yin Qiao saw that Yi Zhuo had eaten 2 bites, and he didn't embarrass her with the rest, but picked it up in his own bowl. He looked up at Yingyi and Wen Xixi, curled his lips and said, "Yingyi's picky eating habit is learned from her." Although Yin Qiao was looking at Yingyi and her, he was obviously talking to her. With one sentence, Wen Xixi felt that the distance between her and Yin Qiao was shortened. Wen Xixi glanced at Yingyi, then fixed her eyes on Yin Qiao, and said with a smile, "I see." Oh, after hearing this, Yi Zhuo suddenly remembered something and said with melancholy, "When Xixi has a child, will she also learn to be picky about food from Yingyi?" Wen Xixi was a little shy when she suddenly mentioned having a child. Her face was slightly red, and Yingyi made her face even redder. "Mom, Xixi is different from you. She is a good cook and is not afraid of her child being picky about food. Your mother is also a good cook." Yin Xiao added after Yingyi finished speaking, "But she can't stand you being too picky about food." Wen Xixi. Are these 2 wife-protecting maniacs having a verbal fight? The meal was relaxed and pleasant. After the meal, Yi Zhuo took Wen Xixi and said, "Let's go to the study and listen to your uncle sing. He has written a new song, and Yingyi has never heard of it." Yin Qiao is really the most contrasting physics teacher she knows. He is also a rock singer who is good at singing and writing. Wen Xixi nodded immediately and said, "Okay. Yingyi, you come too." Yi Zhuo said with a smile. "Why do you want to bring so many people?" Yin Qiao frowned slightly, which shows that he doesn't really like to show off like this. He doesn't want to show off, but his wife wants to. Yi Zhuo pulled Yingyi and Wen Xixi, looked up at her husband and smiled, "Of course I have to pull them, otherwise, Xixi will think I'm bragging." When Xixi pursed her lips and smiled, her expression was much more relaxed. Yin Qiao looked at Yi Zhuo and smiled faintly, letting his wife show off, and the family of 4 went into the study. After entering the study, Yi Zhuo volunteered to get the piano. Yin Qiao was worried and followed him. Yin Yi seemed to have gotten used to it and took the tea set to make tea. The green tea was brewed in hot water, and the fragrance was curling. Wen Xixi took a sip from the teacup and opened her eyes wide. "It tastes good." Wen Xixi forgot that she came to listen to songs and drank 2 more cups of tea. While she was drinking, Yingyi was beside her and refilling her cup. "Do you often come here to listen to Uncle singing?" Wen Xixi asked Yingyi while taking a sip of tea. "Not very often." Yingyi refilled Wen Xixi's tea and said lightly, "My father's songs are all written for my mother. He usually doesn't sing for me. Wen Xixi opened her eyes wide in surprise. The little girl looked like a little squirrel holding pine nuts. Ying Yi was touched by her cuteness and poked her cheek with a smile. Wen Xixi came back to her senses and smiled back at Ying Yi. Uncle and aunt have a really good relationship. Ying Yi couldn't deny this. From childhood to adulthood, what he believed most was love. With his parents as role models, he believed that he would also manage his love well. Wen Xixi drank 2 more cups of tea. After finishing, she asked Ying Yi, "What kind of tea is this? It tastes so good. I want to buy some for my godfather. We have some at home. Leave your address and I'll ask someone to send some over." Ying Yi said, refilling his tea. "Are there any benefits to drinking too much of this tea?" Wen Xixi said with a smile, took another sip, and asked, "Like beauty and skincare? It has this effect, right?" Ying Yi said lightly, took a sip from the teacup, and then said, "But the most prominent effect is refreshing. You shouldn't feel sleepy for a while after drinking this, and when you're not sleepy, we can't be idle, so just give us 2 more shots." Wen Xixi. When she was about to pour the hot tea from the cup on Ying Yi's head, his parents showed up in time to save him. Yi Yizhuo watched the 2 of them drinking tea and reminded them, "Don't drink too much of this tea. She knows." Ying Yi met Wen Xixi's gaze and said with a smile, "I just reminded her." Wen Xixi. Someone is going to be beaten. Ying Qiao came out with the piano and didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. He held the piano and sat on the chair behind the desk. When he sat down, Wen Xixi's attention was attracted. How to say it? Ying Qiao himself has a particularly upright and serious temperament, but when paired with the uninhibited rock music, not only does it not feel out of place, but it collides with another unique style. Ying Qiao did not seem to be playing for others, but more like singing by himself. He put his hands on the strings and stroked them. The sound of the piano rang out, giving Wen Xixi goosebumps. Ying Qiao glanced at Yi Yizhuo, played the guitar, and sang. Ying Qiao is very talented. This talent not only made Yi Yizhuo fall in love with him, but also made Wen Xixi completely let go of her initial fear of Ying Xiao. When he sang, he was completely a rock singer, and it seemed to have nothing to do with a physics teacher. When the song ended, several people applauded. Ying Qiao smiled faintly and glanced at Yi Yizhuo, as if to tell her that his mission was accomplished. But Yi Yizhuo hooked his neck and smiled as she discussed with him whether the new song had been modified. Ying Yi's parents were chatting. Ying Yi stood up. He reached out and held Wen Xixi's hand and pulled her up. While his parents were not paying attention, Ying Yi and Wen Xixi left the study. After coming out of the study, Wen Xixi came back to her senses from the shock of Ying Qiao's talent. She said to Ying Yi, "Uncle is so amazing." Seeing Wen Xixi laughing, Ying Yi's eyes softened unconsciously. He reached out and rubbed her head and asked, "Are you still afraid now?" "No longer afraid." Wen Xixi shook her head and said, "I want to be his crazy fan." Raising his eyebrows slightly, Ying Yi pursed his lips and said, "Then you should continue to be afraid of him. He teaches physics. If you meet a student who doesn't even know the acceleration formula in junior high school physics, even if she is his daughter-in-law, my dad will not show mercy. Once the impression is changed, it is not so easy to go back to the past." Wen Xixi listened to Ying Yi's complaints about her physics with a smile. She smiled and said, "Then I'm not afraid either." As she spoke, Wen Xixi blushed, looked up at Ying Yi, and whispered, "Uncle is good at physics and can write songs, so his grandson must not be bad either." Ying Yi smiled and asked, "Who is his grandson?" Wen Xixi blushed even more when asked this question. She wanted to avoid this question and turned the doorknob to enter the bedroom. But as soon as she entered the bedroom, she was hugged by Ying Yi. Who is it? Yin Yi put his forehead against hers and asked knowingly. Wen Shishi had nowhere to hide from the question, so she could only bite the bullet and say, "It's my idol, I'm his crazy fan." There was no movement above her head for a long time. After hiding for a while, Wen Shishi quietly raised her head. Unexpectedly, the man was looking down at her with a smile. Shishi too. Yin Yi smiled and stretched out his voice. Too. Wen Shishi also learned from him to stretch out his voice. 3 generations of our Ying family have been your idol. You and our Ying family are so predestined. After Yin Yi finished speaking, he exerted force with his arms and picked up Wen Shishi from the ground. Oh, Wen Shishi was suddenly picked up, and she screamed when her body lost weight, and then she laughed. Yin Yi held the little guy, put him on the bed, leaned over and pressed him, and kissed Wen Shishi's body, and voice softened. I want to take a shower. The man's kiss fell on her neck little by little, and Wen Shishi hummed and said, her voice trembling. Okay. Picking up Wen Shishi, Yin Yi held the little guy and said as he walked, together. The so-called taking a shower together means getting an injection in the bathroom. Wen Shishi was still full of energy before entering the bathroom, but she fell apart after coming out of the bathroom. Wen Shishi lay on the bed, and Yin Yi went back to the bathroom to take a shower. Her body fell apart, but Wen Shishi's mind was still clear. She held her mobile phone, opened the website, and began to search for gifts for Yin Yi. Yin Yi had never lacked for material things, but she still decided to give him one as a souvenir. Wen Shishi had collected many shops with all kinds of gadgets. Thanks to those cups of green tea, her body was in poor condition, but her mind was still clear. While watching, Wen Shishi suddenly remembered that she hadn't called Xiao Tingnan yet. She glanced at the time. It was only 8 o'clock in the evening, and Xiao Tingnan should not have gone to bed yet. Wen Shishi dialed Xiao Tingnan's number. After 2 rings, the other end of the line was picked up. Hello. Wen Shishi's voice was hoarse. After coughing, she called out, Godfather. Yeah. Xiao Tingnan responded and asked with concern, have you caught a cold? Wen Shishi blushed when she was asked this question. She was hoarse from shouting and screaming just now. She couldn't say this, so she just coughed again and said with a stiff face, well, I caught a cold, it's okay, just drink some VC. Godfather, I called to ask. Yin Yi said he wanted to discuss marriage with me. I was wondering if you wanted to meet his parents. Although the relationship between the two is stable, marriage is a big deal after all, and it cannot be taken lightly. Although Xiao Tingnan has already decided that she will marry Yin Yi, the parents of both parties still have to meet. Yin Yi's mother talked to me on the phone. Xiao Tingnan suddenly said, and after he finished speaking, he smiled, I forgot to tell you. Wen Shishi. Wen Shishi turned over from the bed and lay down to listen to the phone. So the Ying family has already prepared the preliminary work. A few days ago, Xiao Tingnan said they wanted to come over. There are customs for getting married. The custom there is to go to the woman's house first to set the date for the wedding. Xiao Tingnan told him everything that Yi Yizhuo had discussed. When she was struggling whether to ask the Ying family to do this or that, the Ying family had already arranged everything she was considering in advance. You don't have to care about me. Xiao Tingnan said, their family is also respecting me, but after all, it's your business with Yi. I will follow your will in everything. Okay. Wen Shishi responded, drew a circle on the bed sheet with her fingers and said, I know, then Godfather, go to bed early, good night. After hanging up the phone with Xiao Tingnan, Yin Yi came out of the bathroom. He came out with his hair blown dry, looking refreshed, like a teenager. After entering the bed, she hugged Wen Shishi in her arms first. In the bathroom, she heard her talking. Looking at the most recent call on the screen of his mobile phone, Yingyi asked, "Is it from my godfather?" Being held by Yingyi, the man felt warm, from his body to his heart. Wen Xixi buried her head in his chest and responded softly. Yingyi noticed that Wen Xixi was a little depressed, frowned slightly, supported Wen Xixi's shoulders, and looked down at her. "What's wrong?" "I haven't thought about what to give you tomorrow." Wen Xixi raised her eyes and said pitifully. Thinking it was a big deal, Yingyi smiled faintly when he heard the little girl's words, pinched her cheeks and said, "Just buy a bow tomorrow, tie yourself up and lie on the bed." "Just this?" Wen Xixi asked in surprise. Her question made Yingyi a little confused. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Just this." "Oh, too." Wen Xixi raised her eyebrows and said regretfully, "I wanted to give something as a gift." Yingyi smiled faintly and asked, "What do you want to give as a gift?" "Marriage certificate." Wen Xixi said, $9, it's not worth anything, why don't you give it as a gift? Yingyi. Chapter 74. Boss lady, this is not how you do business. Yingyi was happy in his heart, smiled and hugged Wen Xixi in his arms and kissed her twice, the cool lips and warm cheeks, everything was so fitting and comfortable. Wen Xixi opened her eyes wide, looked up at him, and listened to him continue. Yingyi curved his eyes and said, "Your restaurant is having a grand opening promotion, and every customer will receive a box of tissues. Since there is this promotion, it's only the customers who don't want it, not you who won't give it. If you wrote it down but don't give it, I'll have to file a complaint with 315. You were the one who didn't want it at first." Wen Xixi, who was bitten back, was angry and muttered, "Now I'm going to file a complaint with 315. I want to do long-term business with you, so I'm thinking of refusing small favors for now. I can always make it back from you in the future." Yingyi said calmly, reaching out to pinch Wen Xixi's little face. He smiled faintly, his eyes full of affection. Who would have thought that it was not a small favor, but a long-term contract to take advantage of me, and I can't refuse it. What the hell is a long-term contract to take advantage of me? Wen Xixi raised her eyebrows and asked, "Do I eat yours?" With a chuckle, Yingyi said with a faint smile, "Of course, I can't let you do a losing business." As he said that, Yingyi lay down flat, patted his chest, tilted his head and said to Wen Xixi in his arms, "Come on, little baby." Yingyi's enthusiasm was shameless, which instantly ignited Wen Xixi's passion. She turned over from the bed and pressed on Yingyi. She touched her abdominal muscles and chest muscles with both hands. The tight muscles carried men's hormones and revealed endless temptation. "Then I won't be polite." Wen Xixi smiled and stretched out her hand, sliding from Yingyi's abdominal muscles to his waist. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. As she rubbed her hands, the man under her trembled slightly and seemed to understand. "Are you tickling me?" Yingyi's body stiffened and he held Wen Xixi's hands with both hands. Wen Xixi's hands were restrained, and her eyes were still lingering on his muscles. She said, "You said I should eat it." "Yeah." Yingyi responded lightly, and with a force, he turned over and pressed Wen Xixi under him. Wen Xixi opened her eyes and Yingyi's face was in front of her. Although she had seen it countless times, Wen Xixi's heart couldn't help but beat faster when it suddenly appeared. After pressing Wen Xixi under him, Yingyi stopped talking and put his hands on the woman's body. His smooth skin made his eyes darken. His voice was a little hoarse, and he lowered his head to kiss the woman's lips, with a smile on his lips. Yingyi said, "If not, how could I know that you still have the energy to take another shot from me?" Wen Xixi, who was originally shocked, suddenly realized that she had been deceived. She was in tears and laughed, and she was furious. She struggled to get up, twisting her body to the side and said, "It doesn't take much effort to eat tofu, oh. It doesn't take much effort to get an injection. Ying Yi chuckled and started the second shot tonight. When Xixi groaned, grabbed the bed sheet, her body trembled, and panted heavily, thinking, this big-tailed wolf. The human body has infinite possibilities. At the beginning of the 2 injections in one night, when Xixi couldn't get out of bed the next day. Later, she could get out of bed, and her waist would be particularly uncomfortable. After the 2 injections last night, Yingyi's strength and endurance were even worse than before, but when she opened her eyes the next day, her waist was not obviously uncomfortable. On the contrary, because she was overworked last night, she slept very deeply, and when she woke up in the morning, she felt refreshed. When Xixi was surprised by such a change, but she didn't want to go further and further on the road of endurance. With Ying Yi's physical strength, 3 times a night is not a problem. But she really thinks that for this kind of thing, once a night is already very good, and 3 times can really be fatal. After moving her waist, it was not too sore. When Xixi sighed lightly and moved again, there was a rustling sound behind her. Ying Yi reached out and hugged her in his arms. It's time to get up. Ying Yi's voice was lazy and hoarse with just waking up, which was particularly charming. When Xixi's ears were pregnant when she heard it. Yeah. When Xixi responded and hugged Ying Yi back. Happy birthday. Ying Yi had his eyes closed, and this sentence made him open his eyes. There was a little laziness in his brown eyes, but more tenderness. Ying Yi looked at Wen Xixi, closed his eyes after a while, and kissed her on the forehead. I'm very happy. Ying Yi said, it's time to fulfill the birthday present. Wen Xixi's body froze when she heard it, and in a flash, she had already struggled to get out. Before she could escape, Ying Yi stretched out his arm and pulled her back. When Xixi cried "Aya" twice, and hurriedly said, No, it's morning. Hey! Before she finished speaking, her body was completely in the air. Ying Yi stood up and carried her off the bed. I want to save the gift to open at night. Ying Yi carried Wen Xixi towards the bathroom, but I want to claim the gift right away. But my household registration book is still with my godfather. Wen Xixi said deliberately. After a pause, Ying Yi turned around while carrying Wen Xixi, and walked towards the bed while saying, Then I'll open the gift now. I lied to you. Wen Xixi kicked her legs back and forth, and explained anxiously while kicking, I lied to you, my household registration booklet has been prepared a long time ago. Last time, my godfather sent me some special products, he also sent it to me. She had planned the birthday gift for Ying Yi from the beginning. She wanted to get a marriage certificate with Ying Yi and take the initiative to catch him off guard. If it were in the past, Wen Xixi would wonder if Ying Yi would not want to get a marriage certificate with her. She took the initiative to send it to him. What if Ying Yi didn't want it? But now, she has enough confidence that Ying Yi loves her and wants to marry her more than she does. Ying Yi's performance last night was indeed like this, and Wen Xixi was very happy. I don't believe it. Ying Yi didn't stop moving. He went to the bed and threw Wen Xixi directly onto the bed. Wen Xixi turned over and tried to crawl away, but was pulled back by her legs. After pulling her legs back, the laughing Wen Xixi was straightened up, and the man leaned over to press down, separating her legs. You always lie to me. Ying Yi held Wen Xixi's wrists with one hand, pressed his body on her, and said with some dissatisfaction, I can't trust you anymore. Wen Xixi couldn't struggle, and her arms were pulled up to her head and pressed on the bed by Ying Yi. She looked at Ying Yi in a surrender posture and said innocently, What else did I lie to you about? Ying Yi lowered his eyes and stared at Wen Xixi, and suddenly smiled. He relaxed his body, as if he wanted to settle the score with Wen Xixi. When we first met, you lied to me that you were not good-looking. After you sent me the photo, You turned out to be a cute and pretty girl. The first time I went to work at Baishin Villa, you lied to me and said it was our first meeting, but you clearly just saw me changing clothes a few days ago. After you followed me to the crew, every meal you prepared contained things I didn't like, but you lied to me that you definitely didn't put them in. And now, you clearly had thought of a birthday present a long time ago, but you lied to me and said you had nothing prepared. You told me what you were going to give me the day before my birthday, and I didn't sleep well all night. As Ying Yi accused one sentence after another, Wen Xixi's body gradually softened. She gently hugged Ying Yi, raised her eyes to meet his gaze, and the corners of her eyes curved a little bit. And today, you lied to me that I didn't have a household registration booklet, so I couldn't get a marriage certificate. Ying Yi said lightly, and gently pinched the tip of Wen Xixi's nose. He smiled and pulled it up, saying, "If you keep lying like this, you don't have to worry about your nose collapsing." "I'm not afraid of a collapsed nose." Wen Xixi hugged Ying Yi and pulled him into her arms with both arms. The man's weight was all over her, but she didn't feel heavy at all. "Little rascal." Ying Yi chuckled and stood up. Wen Xixi was picked up together. "Go take a shower. There must be a lot of people getting the certificate today. You have to line up first." Being held by Ying Yi, Wen Xixi tilted her head and pressed it on his shoulder, smiling and saying, "I think I got a bargain. Today is Valentine's Day and the anniversary of our certificate. I can prepare one less gift for you." At this point, Wen Xixi suggested, "How about we get the certificate a day later, so that we can avoid the peak period and don't have to?" "No." Ying Yi raised his eyes and glanced at her, and Wen Xixi pouted in confusion. Ying Yi smiled, poked her lips, and carried her into the bathroom. "One day later we get the certificate, one day later we'll be husband and wife. I can't wait." The man's words were short, but like smooth chocolate, they flowed down her throat into her stomach, making her feel sweet. "Let's be husband and wife from today." While taking a shower, I don't know if Ying Yi had a change of heart or was afraid of delaying the time to get the certificate, but he actually refrained from touching her. Wen Xixi washed cleanly and quickly fled the bathroom. After Ying Yi finished washing, the two went downstairs to the restaurant for breakfast. The restaurant of Yi's house is on the corridor next to the living room on the first floor. There is a dining table in the middle of the corridor, and at the end of the corridor is a round wooden window. Outside the wooden window is a pool of water with several water lilies, but in this season, only the stems of the water lilies are left. Fortunately, outside the wall, a plum blossom has bloomed, simple and generous. Yi Zhuo changed into a navy blue cheongsam and was helping to place the tableware. Yi Zhuo kept the household registration book at home. When Ying Yi asked for it, Yi Zhuo was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. She looked a little excited. She looked up at Ying Yi, then at Wen Xixi. After Wen Xixi blushed, she smiled and said, "I'll get it." After getting the household registration book, the two of them simply finished their breakfast and took their things to get the certificate. Such a major event in life, the closer it gets to the end, the more dull it seems. Wen Xixi got into the car with Ying Yi calmly. The two chatted all the way, as if they were going out for a picnic together. Wen Xixi thought she would be calm until they arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau and looked at the huge crowds of people queuing up to register. Wen Xixi. There are too many people. Wen Xixi subconsciously tried to block Ying Yi. If a public figure was recognized in such an occasion, it would definitely cause a commotion. Before she could stop Ying Yi got out of the car on his own. As soon as he got out of the car, someone looked over. At first, they were just a small group of people looking over, but then they poked, and in an instant, all the eyes of the people in the queue were projected on Yi. Wen Xixi did not get out of the car, but twisted her body to pull him. Before she could pull him, Ying Yi smiled and greeted everyone who was looking at him. What a coincidence, you are all here to get married. Chapter 75. Rushing to register on such a popular day today, Ying Yi turned the Civil Affairs Bureau into the scene of his commercial activities with just one sentence. When Xixi looked at the eyes cast at her, and her heart skipped a beat, thinking that this would become a fan meeting. Sure enough, while they were queuing, one person came over from time to time, and soon, they formed a circle and surrounded the young couple. Ying Yi was still amazingly friendly, and he smiled and agreed to everyone who came to ask for autographs and photos. He reminded everyone, don't push, don't push. It's fate that we all get married on the same day. Everyone will have autographs and group photos. When Xixi was speechless, but the people around him saw that Ying Yi was so easy to get along with, and a group of people squeezed over in an instant. Even those who were reserved and didn't squeeze over took out their phones and started taking pictures. When more and more people came, Ying Yi hugged Wen Xixi to his side, stopped signing, and looked up at the newlyweds who were about to register for marriage. I'll maintain order. Don't push. Autographs and group photos are fine, but there should still be order. And Ying Yi looked up across the crowd, smiled at the person who took the photo for him, and said, friends who are taking pictures in the back, remember to choose a good angle when taking pictures. My angle doesn't matter, but my Xixi's angle must be chosen well, and she should be photographed beautifully. And friends who post on WeChat Moments and Weibo, please wait until we finish registering, otherwise reporters will be called. Okay too, everyone smiled and responded in unison. Ying Yi smiled gently, holding Wen Xixi's hand with one hand and starting to sign with the other. Don't let the reporters know, is it to keep a low profile? A little girl with a ponytail asked Ying Yi with a smile, sticking to her husband. No, Ying Yi looked up and glanced at her lightly. I want to marry Xixi, and I wish the whole world knew it. How could I not call reporters to keep a low profile? This is the Civil Affairs Bureau. Calling reporters will cause congestion. If there are reporters interviewing, it will delay the time for Xixi and I to apply for a marriage certificate. The women in the crowd were all screamed with warmth from Ying Yi's words. Miss Wen is so happy. Several women said to her with a smile, and handed the notebook that Yi had just signed to Wen Xixi, and said with a smile, I am your CP fan, can Miss Wen sign for me too? Okay. Wen Xixi smiled gently, reached out to take the notebook, and signed her name on it. When Ying Yi signed, he kept an eye on Wen Xixi. With so many people coming, Wen Xixi was generous and did not dodge. When someone chatted with her, she responded with a smile, no longer looking as scared as she was at the beginning. His little princess was becoming more and more lovable. When it was time for the two to register, a woman in her 40s checked in for them. When the woman saw Ying Yi, her eyes were obviously filled with joy, and before Ying Yi and Wen Xixi could speak, she laughed heartily. People outside said that Ying Yi was coming, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect him to really come. My daughter is still your fan, and she keeps yelling to call you husband. Now, you can't be my son-in-law? Nowadays, for young girls, calling a celebrity husband is mostly a joke. Wen Xixi smiled, and Ying Yi also smiled faintly. You two are really a good match. The woman looked at the two of them. She had seen many couples, both married and divorced, so she was particularly experienced. After she finished speaking, the eldest sister handed over the things in her hand and said with a smile, Miss Wen married well. It can be seen that Mr. Ying loves you very much. After taking the red book, Wen Xixi took out her wallet and prepared to pay. While holding the money, Wen Xixi said lightly, well, he married well, and I love him too. Ying Yi stared at Wen Xixi, his eyes full of tenderness. He chuckled and rubbed Wen Xixi's hair. The eldest sister also laughed heartily, and waved her hand and said, now it doesn't cost money to apply for a marriage certificate. Ah! Wen Shixi was a little surprised. Seeing Wen Shixi so surprised, the eldest sister laughed again and said with a smile, "Now the country still guarantees marriage. You have caught up with the new policy." The two completed the registration, thanked the eldest sister, and left the registration office. Yin Yingyi went out first, holding the red book in his hand, and said to Wen Xixi, "That's great. You didn't spend any money on the marriage certificate you gave me. Do you want to give me something else?" Yin Yi was so shameless, but Wen Xixi didn't agree with him. She imitated his way of thinking and said with a smile, "That won't work. When you come to our restaurant to eat, there are small gifts. It's fine if we give them to you. If you don't spend money, do you want us to give you something else?" Yin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, with a slightly surprised look in his eyes. He quickly recovered and reached out to knock on Wen Xixi's nose. After a while, he said, "I want to know what small gifts your restaurant will give you in the future that you don't have to spend money on." Wen Xixi laughed and looked up at the man with curved eyes. "Your autographed photo." Yin Yi. "Okay, the little guy is out." Holding Wen Xixi's hand, Yin Yi led her out. When he walked to the window sill, he saw the reporters waiting outside. The reporters drove in, with photographers and drivers, and they were already blocked downstairs. Just as Yin Yi was about to go back, a man came out of the office, looked at Yin Yi and said with a smile, "The reporters are here, you want to leave quietly, right? We have another exit here." "Thank you." Yin Yi smiled and thanked him, holding Wen Xixi's hand and following the man, saying as he walked, "If you go through the main entrance, it will delay your work." The man laughed and was so excited that he didn't say anything. After taking the two out, he asked for Yin Yi's photo and autograph, and then went back happily. The two got in the car, when Xixi fastened her seat belt, and asked Yin Yi, "Where are you going now?" "Going home directly." No, Yin Yi's eyes were still on the reporter not far away. There is no need to think about it. The circle of friends and Weibo must be flooded with them now. Starting the car, Yin Yi glanced at Wen Xixi and said, "Let's go somewhere first." Yin Yi grew up in City B and knew the fun places in City B. Wen Xixi thought it was just a simple date, but she didn't expect Yin Yi to drive the car and twist and turn to a courtyard area. This courtyard house has not been renovated and looks more ancient and charming. Yin Yi parked the car at the end of the alley, opened the door for Wen Xixi, and Wen Xixi got out of the car. In the early spring in the north, the cold wind was still chilly. Wen Xixi shivered when the wind blew, and Yin Yi's body leaned over. He held her in his arms and said, "It will be warm inside." Restaurant? Wen Xixi had done a lot of homework to decorate a private restaurant. Private restaurants in City B are much more low-key than those in City S, and are generally quiet in this kind of courtyard. With feelings and ideas, Yi Zhu also recommended several private restaurant owners to her, but she has never had time to visit them. "No," Yin Yi replied lightly, without saying anything, but took her into the yard. The yard was very empty, with a century-old ginkgo tree, of which only branches were left. Wen Xixi followed Yin Yi into the room. The warm wind in the room made Wen Xixi shiver, and then she felt comfortable all over. She took a look at the room, which was decorated very warmly, with warm colors and a modern literary feel. From the small details of the arrangement, we can see the owner's meticulous and ingenious thoughts. If he lives in such a place every day, then the owner must be a gentle and elegant person. The wind chime hanging on the door rang when Yin Yi and Wen Xixi came in. The owner came out of the inner room. He was a man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a short beard, his hair dyed grandma grey, and his clothes were comfortable and elegant. In terms of appearance, it was not a very outstanding appearance, but it was an appearance that people could remember at a glance. "I'm here." The man smiled, greeted Wen Shishi, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wen Shishi. Seeing is believing. We finally meet. Wen Shishi smiled and shook hands with him, saying, "Hello, I'm Wen Shishi. My name is Cheng Shi." Cheng Shi also introduced himself and poured a glass of water for the two. Looking up at Ying Yi, Cheng Shi smiled and said, "He must have hidden me very deeply." Wen Shishi blinked, looked at Cheng Shi, and then looked at Ying Yi. Why did Cheng Xi's last sentence make him feel like he was actually gay, and after deceiving her to get a marriage certificate, he publicly came out with her like a gay man? Ying Yi was holding a cup of water, and noticed Wen Shishi's strangeness, and looked back at her, and the latter's eyes were full of drama. Ying Yi put down the teacup, bent his fingers and tapped her forehead, and said lightly, "What are you thinking about?" It didn't hurt, and Wen Shishi pursed her lips and smiled. Cheng Shi didn't know about the interaction between the young couple, and asked Ying Yi, "Take it out now?" "Yeah." Ying Yi refilled Wen Shishi's tea, and asked, "By the way, can this tea refresh you?" Wen Shishi. After Cheng Shi answered, he got up and went to the inner room. Wen Shishi looked around the room, got down from her seat, and looked around the room. She stopped in front of the cupboard and saw some things placed inside. What does he do? There are some ancient jewelry in the cupboard, which look delicate and heavy, with a strong sense of time. Wen Shishi has never understood these, but she still vaguely guessed something in her heart. I met him when I was invited to watch a show in Country F. At that time, he was a model. Now, he is a jewelry designer. Ying Yi walked up to Wen Shishi, looked at the things in the cupboard and said, "These are all real, and he also likes to collect this." Wen Shishi didn't listen to the rest of the words. She looked at Ying Yi and smiled. "So, are you taking me to see the ring today?" Ying Yi's eyes moved, and his gaze returned from the cupboard. He looked at Wen Shishi, smiled faintly, and said, "Not to see, but to get it." "Yes." As soon as Ying Yi finished speaking, Cheng Shi, who came out of the inner room, took over. The two turned around at the same time and saw Cheng Shi took out a small box. The box is very delicate, and it can be guessed that the things inside will definitely not be rough. He decided this from the beginning. Cheng Shi smiled at Wen Shishi and said, "He wanted to marry you from a long time ago." Cheng Shi and Ying Yi met after Ying Yi became a star, but she didn't know Cheng Shi. Obviously, Cheng Shi said a long time ago, only before she met Ying Yi again, after she and Ying Yi met. So, after meeting her and after she disappeared for a few years, did Ying Yi still have the intention to find her and marry her? Being deeply loved is a very touching and warm thing, not to mention being deeply loved for such a long time. Wen Shishi didn't know what virtue or ability she had to make Ying Yi love her so much. She had no way to repay, but she deserved this love. "Come and try it." Cheng Shi opened the ring box, and a ring lay quietly inside. The ring was designed quite delicately, with a break in the middle of the ring, connected by a knot to form a bow, and a diamond lay quietly on the bow. There was a circle of colored diamonds around the diamond. The colored diamond is very small. At first glance, it looks like it is in the main diamond, especially like a bubble. Although it is a wedding ring, it is full of girlishness and the design is very simple. It looks simple and generous, which matches Wen Shishi's temperament very well. This is a pair of rings, and the men's is even simpler. The middle fault is connected by a straight line, and two small diamonds are placed at the two ends of the connection, which is symmetrical and elegant. Do you like it? Cheng Shi took out the ring and put it on Wen Shishi's hand. He put his arms on the bar and said with a smile, "I haven't shown it to him. Later, after you two exposed your relationship, I made some adjustments. I like it." Wen Shishi admired sincerely and smiled, "It's really beautiful." She was looking at it carefully, and Ying Yi stretched out his hand. He picked up the ring, took Wen Shixi's hand, and put the ring on it. Looking down at Wen Shixi's hand, Yingyi smiled lightly and raised his eyes. When he met Wen Shixi's eyes, Yingyi said, "This is how it looks." After thanking him, the two came out of the courtyard. Wen Shixi wore a ring on her hand and looked at it from time to time. This ring really suits her. Wen Shixi is a little narcissistic. Are you going home now? Wen Shixi moved her eyes away from the ring, looked at Yingyi with a smile, and said, "Are you going to take me to try on a wedding dress now? The wedding dress needs to be tailor-made." Yingyi started the car, looked straight ahead, and said very seriously, "I've been addicted to injections recently, and I haven't measured myself properly. I'll do it when I'm measured." Wen Xixi. Then is there a day to be measured? After his birthday, Yingyi will be 29. For celebrities, they eat the rice of youth, and every birthday, there will be some emotion and regret. Yingyi is different. This year, he has gained all the people and things he wants in the future. He feels that his life is complete, and the days to come are just a step up on the basis of the current happiness. On the 14th of February last year, Yingyi posted a Weibo with a small swing. This year's Weibo is 2 marriage certificates and a pair of rings. As early as when he went to register, there were all kinds of speculations and uproars on the internet. When he posted it on Weibo, the hot search was instantly paralyzed. The photo on Weibo was taken by Wen Xixi. After being given an injection, she put on Yingyi's white shirt, and the loose shirt just covered her buttocks. The woman took the camera and placed the ring and marriage certificate together. The light was soft and warm, and she pressed the shutter. While she was taking pictures, the man also took out his mobile phone and took pictures of her. The sound of the shutter rang out, and when Xixi looked back at him, her face slightly red. "What did you take a picture of?" Wen Xixi held the camera and walked towards the bed. When she walked to the side of the man beside the bed, she reached out to grab the phone. However, the man raised his arms high, and she couldn't reach it at all. When Xixi put the camera aside, hugged the man's body, opened her legs and knelt beside the man, and continued to grab. However, little did she know that her kneeling like this made it more convenient for Yi. Yingyi turned his body and pressed her down. When Xixi said "ouch" and looked at Yingyi on her body, but she chuckled. Yingyi was surprised that there was no struggle as expected. When Xixi hugged him with her arms, Yingyi was surprised again. The second shot? With his nose against Wen Xixi, Yingyi pressed his lips against hers and kissed her gently. "Didn't you say that the free gifts were not enough?" Wen Xixi said with a smile. "Oh," Yingyi chuckled, and his hands had already started to move. He asked, "Do I need 3 shots today?" "No," Wen Xixi laughed and denied loudly, and by the way, brought the point back to the point that had gone off track. "We are discussing the free gifts, not the gifts. There are only 2 gifts, no more." "Then what do you want to give as a gift?" Yingyi raised his eyebrows and asked softly. "Well." Wen Xixi was a little embarrassed, raised her eyes to look at Yingyi, and smiled again. Yingyi kept looking at her gently, waiting for her to continue. Wen Xixi was a little embarrassed now, but she still hugged Yingyi, her face against the man's cheek, and she said, "Baby." The man on her body trembled. He looked up, lowered his eyes, and looked at Wen Xixi, a little unsure. "Don't you want it?" When Xixi bit her lower lip, her face red to the point of bleeding, she felt that she was getting bolder and bolder. However, thinking of the daughter of the big sister in the Civil Affairs Bureau today, when Xixi felt that she had fulfilled the ultimate fantasy of fans and gave birth to a baby for her idol. "Your restaurant is just getting started." Yingyi asked seriously, "Are you sure?" When Xixi raised her eyes, Yingyi's expression was rare and serious. When Xixi's heart trembled, and her whole body was wrapped in a warmth. She was immersed in it and couldn't extricate herself. This warmth was given to her by Yingyi. Sure. Wen Xixi smiled and hugged Yingyi tightly. She gently kissed Yingyi's cheek and whispered, "This is the most certain thing in my life." The man's stiff body gradually relaxed. He put Wen Xixi on the bed, reached out and stroked her hair, revealing her forehead. He started kissing from her forehead, and her body gradually responded. When he kissed Wen Xixi's ear, the man bit her earlobe lightly, and Wen Xixi shuddered all over. "You've thought it over," Yingyi said lightly. "Are you ready to welcome your third idol?" "Well, there's only one more tonight." Wen Xixi's voice trembled, and she touched Yingyi's face with a hazy look. "You have to strive to hit the target in one shot." "Well," the man responded lightly and broke into her body. The end of the text.